Gersh Taicher. Student. Dedicated to all my university friends, as well as Sergei Malikhin, Viktor Ositchi, Sergei Korovin, Alexei Donchenko, who were my dorm roommates and who have left this world. Once more to battle. The new book by Gersh Taicher, a Chernovitzer from Skovorody Street, student, immerses us once more in the world of original literary constructions and fresh fantasies about the relatively recent past. He is now bravely reliving another period of his life, this time the period spent at the Novosibirsk State University and its vicinity. And again, just like in his literary debut, Glaser, it is hard to avoid the feeling that the subject matter that is so close to the author's heart is not alien to us, his contemporaries and readers. One does not need to live in Chernivtsi or Novosibirsk for that. One must simply be attentive to their own past. This is what the author teaches us in his unassuming way. Reading this book, we live parallel lives, with great interest. This is what constitutes the heart of his literary style, his creative discovery. Of course, one has to understand the historical period of the story, and preferably to have lived in it. Without understanding the rules and assumptions of that time, much of the story will seem strange, weird, or even funny. But this is the value of this book. The author, reminiscing, in a talented and engaging way, shows in great detail how a thinking person lived in those days, and what happened to the people who were thoughtless. The main character goes through a relatively complex evolution, from a happy, recently admitted provincial student, and a Chernivtsi Jew, to a disappointed and mature Soviet student. Before our eyes, he turns from a thoughtless and zealous young man into a philosopher, filled with a fascinating mix of Marxist-Leninist dogma, the dry ideas of Vasil Alexandrovich Sokomlinsky, the Ukrainian humanistic educator in the Soviet Union, and vaguely physics-related philosophical doctrine. The main character, before our very eyes, becomes an experienced appreciator of firm female buttocks, a community organizer on the department scale, a passenger on a Soviet train, a visitor to the capital, a vacationer at Bugaz Beach at the Black Sea shore near Odessa, while remaining, in general, an ordinary Chernovitzer. And throughout, the goal and leitmotif of his struggle and his search is not the fight for communism, but the Nobel Prize, which is apparently his goal, but, as can be seen, he will never receive. At least in this book. He won't live to see communism either. And at the end, the main character's strivings in his struggle with the overdressed intelligentsia and with his own problems, find a solution in the unusual nature of his most important life decisions. We do not know about them yet, but already understand that he will not take the official work assignment, but rather will assign himself. The author does not yet disclose how, but one can take a reasonable guess. This is a story of struggle and disagreement, of irreconcilable differences between the existing order of things and the author's point of view. This book differs from Glaser by its greater candor and depth. The author is no longer hesitant to speak of personal things. Somewhere, he is even sincerely proud of it, and this increases the reader's trust in him. What is this second book about? Each reader will see it as being about something different. The story is modular, in that the book can be read in any order and in any direction. It consists of separate stories, written in an easygoing and entertaining style. The stories are put together into chapters just to maintain the chronology and the plot. But each separate story is a separate literary unit, and the author has intentionally written them this way. The scanty but sincere lines of the author about his home and his parents are touching. We did not know them personally, but we are amazed by the accuracy of the author's representation of his feelings toward them. The result is sincere and pure, it has a ring of truth. The book, in general, is written with tremendous tact and restraint. The author has never crossed the line beyond which things become vulgar. He has written a festival, of youth, love, searching, hoping, struggling. The author has grown as a writer since his first book, he has found his way in writing, and his new book has taken on a bit of an epic quality. With his pleasant and unobtrusive sense of humor, he bravely takes on the search for answers to the very complex questions of life as it was back then. He mainly finds them. It is amazing that the author remembers the detail of those times so well. Sometimes, he coyly hints that he can't remember something. In truth, he remembers everything perfectly and uses it with skill, because the reader, having once verified the strength of his memory, trusts him implicitly going forward. It is hard to earn this level of trust, but the author has managed it. The book is a small encyclopedia of Soviet student life, with all its joys and sins. It contains all the important elements: study, vacations, dorms, construction brigade, love, fried potatoes, punks. Many of the details of those times are completely unknown to the youth of today. The author skillfully leads us to the conclusion about the lack of choices in the fate of a thinking person in the USSR, but at the same time, leaves the conclusion to each reader's conscience. One distinction of this book is the main character's absolutely friendly, or more than friendly, attitude toward women, in general, and young women in particular. It is unnecessary to pay undue attention or to be embarrassed about the frequent repetition of this theme. It adds to the confidential nature of the storytelling, a conversation between friends. The book is very compact and simply organized, which makes it easier and more pleasant to read. The laconic, one-word titles of each story, like a shot from a starter pistol, reflect the essence of the story. This is another sign of the continuing struggle that forms the base of the author's intent. The main character's real life was this struggle, it apparently partially coincided with the author's real life. I will dare to posit that the author will not stop at 2 books. He gets the reader too engaged in the story and will not be able to resist the temptation to continue telling us what awaits our friend Semyon Glaser further. It is thus very likely that the book Student will not be Gersh Taicher's last. Vladimir Kilinich, Chernivtsi. Author's note. At first, I started writing this book exclusively for myself. I really wanted to live another life, distinct from my own, and to experience adventures I did not experience in reality. I have to admit that this second life was much more interesting, intense, and fuller than the first, though also fragmentary, sporadic, and much shorter. I wanted, just like in the movies, to spend more time flirting romantically with beautiful girls, who also happened to have a great sense of humor. I had met girls like that in real life, and they had expected me to flirt like that, but I was not sufficiently mature or ready for a sexual and intellectual relationship at the same time. I wrote this book also for my former university classmates, in the hope that it would help them recall our student life, which was sometimes hard and sometimes carefree and happy. I also hope that some readers will smile, reading my book. This will be the best review of all for me. The book is also written for my new friends and new relatives, including my wife and our children, who are not very familiar with my youth or, generally, with student life in the USSR in the 1970s. While I was a student, I had neither the time nor the energy, and definitely not the skill or habit, to keep a diary. In this book, I offer my view from today's perspective on events that happened 50 years ago. I was a participant and eyewitness to these events, but I never wrote an immediate diary entry about what I experienced. I am doing it now. Some of my diary entries are good stories, some are not so good, and some are somewhere in the middle. Each reader can independently judge which story fits which category. For those who take everything to heart and who worry too much about everything, including their health, the health of their loved ones, social inequality and environment protection in their country, and the whole world, and who are too impressionable, I will say this: first relax and only then read this book. All the characters, events, names, places, dates, and quantities described in this book are fictional. The author bears no responsibility for coincidental correspondences with real people and events. Barcelona, April 2020. Author. Prologue. As soon as my wife and I entered the sleeping compartment of the train Moscow-Varna at Lviv, heading for Chernivtsi, I fell asleep. I am sure that my wife also fell asleep immediately. That day, we had flown from Barcelona to Lviv and we were very tired. I woke up, but didn't open my eyes, hoping to fall asleep again. Sleep is the best way to combat boredom on long train trips. The scheme is simple: the longer you sleep, the sleepier you get, so you sleep some more. This method has many applications in other situations. As for the method of falling asleep on long trips, I developed it some 30 years ago, when I had to make frequent transoceanic flights for work. The technique is straightforward: close your eyes, firmly realizing that you will not open them no matter what. The more certain you are that you will not open your eyes, the faster you fall asleep. My level of certainty that I would fall asleep again before arriving at Chernivtsi was close to zero. If I opened my eyes, I would see a familiar sight. No one was talking in the sleeping compartment, but this did not mean that they were all asleep. Usually, the rhythm of the train's wheels is faster than the rhythm of my heartbeat. But as soon as the train slows down, at a certain moment, the rhythm of the train is in resonance with the rhythm of my heart, and I feel special and unique. The rhythm of the train's wheels became slower than my heartbeat. We were coming to a stop. The door of the compartment creaked and I opened my eyes. 2 of our fellow passengers were leaving. That meant that we were at Ivano-Frankivsk. My wife was awake, looking out the window. "Were you awake, Evita?" I asked my wife in a sleepy voice. "I can't sleep for some reason. I read a little, listened to music for a while, and now I am simply looking out the window." The train came to a complete stop. "This is Ivano-Frankivsk. We are halfway there. There are 2 more hours left to Chernivtsi," I confidently informed my wife, and after a minute's pause, added, "I hope we don't get other passengers joining us here." My hopes were not fulfilled. 2 people entered the compartment, a well-dressed 50-ish man and a young man of about 17. The man was clean-shaven and gray-haired, with well-tended hair. I especially noticed his long, thin, sinewy fingers. The young man had high cheekbones and was dressed simply and neatly. "Good evening," the man said in Ukrainian, noticing that neither my wife nor I looked like locals. "I hope we do not bother you too much. We are getting off at Chernivtsi." "We are also heading to Chernivtsi," I responded, "for my wife and myself. You are welcome to join us. Ever since I was in 7th grade, when I was the president of the Young Security Officers Club, I have loved to demonstrate my powers of observation, so I could not resist temptation and said, 'Allow me to assume that you are a father and son, and that you live at Ivano-Frankivsk.' Your assumption is correct. Let me introduce myself, Vasily Petrovich Stasiuk, the chief physician of the Ivano-Frankivsk Regional Hospital. And this is my son Mykola," the man said, sitting next to me, while his son huddled at the end of the bench opposite us. "Nice to meet you, doctor. I am Solomon Abramovich Glaser, and this is my wife Evita," I rattled off, and added, "I am also a doctor, not a medical doctor but a physicist." "How interesting. What a coincidence. My son is starting school next week at the physics department of the Chernivtsi University." He looked at his son with proud paternal love, and then turned away and in a loud whisper, joked, "You see, my son is planning to get the Nobel Prize in Physics in the near future." This is more than interesting. What an interesting coincidence. Exactly 49 years ago, August 27, 1970, I was heading to Novosibirsk along the very same railroad, though in the opposite direction, to take my place in line for the Nobel Prize. Mykola stuck his head out of the dark corner of the compartment, and I could see by his eyes that he was interested in the subject. But just like any teenager his age, he decided to get snarky. "I don't remember your name in the list of Nobel laureates for the past 100 years. Maybe you got it before then," he said in a pleasant tone, returning to his dark corner. "Young man," I said slowly, with the intonation of a wise old man, "I have already been like you, but you have not yet been like me. You will not find my name in the list of Nobel laureates, because I have not received any prizes, for good reasons. What is the difference between Mykola and myself at his age? What changed in the past 49 years? Will Mykola get the Nobel Prize? Most likely not. But maybe yes? What are his chances?" When we arrived at Chernivtsi, we checked into the Hotel Allure, as always, taking room 23 on the second floor, facing the central square. It was late, and there were almost no cars on Golovnaya or Russkaya Street. I opened the window wide. The aroma of Chernivtsi on an August night began to fill the room. The same juicy nighttime scent that I remember from my childhood. Nothing had changed. Opposite the hotel, at the center of the square, there was a large cross. Earlier, there was a Lenin statue. At first glance, it seems a big change, but only at first glance. If you think about it, it is exactly the same. Nothing had changed. I heard soft laughter. It was getting closer. Then a young couple came into my field of view, crossing the square. They walked fast, playfully, continuing to talk about something happy. I did not understand what it reminded me of, but I felt a twinge in my heart, my throat tightened, and a tear came into my eye. Nothing had changed. It was already past midnight. My wife had fallen asleep with a book in her hand. It was late, but I did not want to sleep. I sat at the desk and wrote on a blank sheet of paper, in large capital letters, "Why haven't I received the Nobel Prize?" Chapter 1. First year. Morozovo. Every year in September, the students of Novosibirsk State University, NSU, go out to harvest potatoes. The physics department, by tradition, goes to Morozovo, a village not too far from Novosibirsk. My classmates, who are a year younger than me, doubtless have a much better memory than I do, and remember the past better, and sometimes differently. A young person reading this text may be surprised by the differences in memory that exist in people with a mere year's difference in age. But I assure you that at 68 years of age, the difference is palpable. Only 1 year ago, I was different, happy, spry, carefree, clean-shaven in the morning, with no plans to write any books. And now, I am living a double life, a writer's life and the life of the main character of my books. The third life, my own, I have completely abandoned. That's what a single year can do to a 68-year-old man. But coming back to digging up potatoes, from the moment we arrived at Morozovo and for 4 days after that, I had a terrible case of constipation. On the 4th day, after lunch, we were harvesting potatoes close to a small thicket of birch trees. I saw a large birch tree there, with plantain leaves plentiful under it. But unfortunately, some cows came to pasture there, and it turned out that they had the same after-lunch plans as I did. There are people who never get constipated, and some who get constipated often. If I never got constipated, my entire life could have been different. I could have become a poet, a violinist, or an architect. Those who were never constipated will never understand me. I am writing this in vain, Simply wasting time. Those who do get this affliction know the truth about it to such a degree that I do not need any words or any explanations. Only on the 5th day did I get relief, and I understood how beautiful life was and how many times I had doubted it. This is one of the basic fundamental laws of nature. Sooner or later, relief always comes. I do not know what form this law took before the Big Bang, but ever since then, it has been tested many times and always confirmed. Other laws of nature, equally basic and important, gradually become corrected for velocity, nonlinearity, temperature, and so on, but this one is ironclad. Now that the most important subject has been discussed, I can write about all the rest, starting at the beginning. So, here we go. The road to Morozova was neither long nor short, but very dusty. It was an Indian summer and it hadn't rained for a long time. It seemed that the dust cloud was so large as to reach the horizon. And the horizon in Siberia, I have to tell you, is not very close. Siberia is huge and everything in Siberia is far apart. The inhabitants of Morozovo believed in God and prayed for the rain to not come until at least the end of September, for the benefit of agriculture and for the personal benefit of all of them. They had to harvest all the potatoes before the rain and frost. After that, it wouldn't matter even if there was a great flood. The students, on the other hand, did not believe in God, but prayed in any case. They prayed for rain. By the rules, if it rained, the students did not have to go harvest potatoes. That year, the prayers of the inhabitants of Morozovo turned out to be stronger and there was no rain for the entire month of September. The text of their prayer, alas, has not been preserved. It's too bad, it could have been useful elsewhere. There were approximately 120 students, out of 185 admitted first-year students in the physics department. Thus, 35% managed to obtain a doctor's note about weak health. At least, the kind of health that prevents them from harvesting potatoes. This is another important and general law of nature, though it is not fundamental, since the percentage of people who get doctor's notes is different in different parts of the Soviet Union. We were divided into brigades, approximately 25 people in each. My friends Konstantin and Oreshnikov were in other brigades, Valera Bondarenko was in mine. Only our brigade had girls in it, Tatyana Malova, Svetlana Monasterenko, Ksenia Durova, and a girl named Nadezhda with the suspicious last name of Schleifer. Among the male participants, the most highly productive were Zhenya Korovin, Fyodor Starodubtsev, Volodya Vorobyov, and Borya Shapiro. To my surprise, Borya Shapiro looked like a regular Jew from Chernivtsi, even though he was born and grew up in one of the Central Asian republics. A friendly republic, but still Asian. Anyway, Borya and I became friends at once. It happens that we had many interests in common. However, it turned out later that Borya concealed his decidedly non-proletarian origins from me. Moreover, only much later I discovered that Borya could play the accordion and was the valedictorian of his school. According to the rules of Soviet commerce, a Siberian village like Morozovo could have one grocery store. They always had salt for sale. Bread was available every day after lunch, and sugar was rationed, 1 kilogram a month per person. Canned beef stew was available every first Tuesday of the month, and condensed milk every third Thursday. Before each new year they threw out anchovies, i.e. made them available, and every leap year it was sprats. And everyone had so much of their own homegrown potatoes that it could have fed an entire army until the next harvest. No one starved in Morozovo, and one can say, in general, that people lived well there. There were two types of bags in Morozovo, made of the same material and having the same proportions, a 2-to-1 ratio. The random fact that this ratio was not the golden ratio did not influence the inhabitants of Morozovo in the least, neither in quantity nor in quality. One type of bag was for potatoes, a half a meter by 1 meter. The other type was for straw, a meter by 2 meters. Of course, we slept on bags of straw, we couldn't have slept on potatoes. To bring our group closer together, 60 students slept in each barn. We received 3 meals a day, as if we were in a sanatorium or some sort of all-inclusive vacation resort. There were some members of our student community that found the food in Morozovo to be unacceptable at first. However, after a few days, they became hungry and developed a healthy appetite, just like at a picnic. This is another of the basic fundamental laws of nature. After any period of undereating, one always develops a healthy appetite. I will not write about the toilets in Morozovo, that would be too sad. However, I did understand something new that I'd only guessed at before. For example, I understood why the majority of Soviet citizens consider it a pleasure to go to a train station public restroom, even though the level of comfort there was, at best, public, never private. The houses in Morozovo were small, low, and black. Surrounding each house was a crooked fence dating back to the Tsaritsa Yekaterina and serfdom. Unlike the villages around Chernivtsi, the Siberian villagers did not grow fruit, vegetables, or inedible flowers around their houses. Just boring blackness. Perhaps it's all different now. Or maybe it wasn't as sad then as I remember it. As for the potato sellers, they were huge, out of proportion to the size of the house. Once, our brigade spent an entire day filling such a cellar. "Are you sure that's not too many potatoes, uncle?" I asked the man, who was wearing a cap. He replied with perfect logic, "People want to eat all year." Most students spent a lot of time getting to know each other before the first semester. Simple conversations helped the process. One evening, Konstantin asked me, "How was your trip home in July?" "Okay," I answered briefly to end the conversation about the long-forgotten past. "How did people greet you in Chernivtsi after your amazing victory in the admissions exams?" Konstantin persisted. "My girlfriend gave herself to me right under my favorite cherry tree in the city garden, spreading her legs wide," I bragged, knowing full well that it was all a lie, especially about the legs and the cherry tree. To avoid having to heat up the Russian sauna, banya, twice in September, our washing day was scheduled exactly 2 weeks after we arrived in Morozovo. That is, about midway through our time there. Many of the students decided to skip the wash day. After all, only 2 weeks remained before our return to Akademgorodok. Thus, there was plenty of room in the banya for everyone who wanted it. I am sitting here and trying to remember, did I have a change of underwear or at least socks, or didn't I? I can't remember. But I do remember that we did our laundry at the same time as we showered. It took a very long time to wait for everything to dry. The soap was gone very quickly and we had to finish up washing with tooth powder. Toothbrushing could wait. There were only 2 weeks left before returning to Akademgorodok. The story about socks is one I shall never forget. I could imagine that after 2 weeks of digging for potatoes, my socks would be so solid with dirt they could have stand in the corner by themselves. I had encountered this phenomenon in the past after long hikes. But the discovery that socks can exist in another phase, very dirty but not dried, was new to me. That kind of sock, after its phase transition, can stick to the ceiling. This was experimentally verified only in Morozovo. We had a good time digging potatoes at that village. However, there were curious incidents. Once, when we were sitting at breakfast, I took a sip of tea and felt a living something wiggling in my mouth. I thought it was a fly or a mosquito. Still, I decided to verify my scientific hypothesis experimentally. I carefully transferred the contents of my mouth back into the glass to continue the experiment. It may have looked like I was spitting, but I assure those of little faith that it was just an illusion of spitting. I hadn't yet concluded my experiment and was still unsure whether this was a fly and what species it was, when Svetlana Monastyrenko decisively got up and left quickly, leaving half her food unfinished. I thought, why let it go to waste, and ate it up. Svetlana Monastyrenko was fairly thin when she arrived at Morozovo. She should have eaten more to fill out a bit. But when she left, she was even thinner. It is possible that this was partly due to me, but in any case, there were no evil intentions on my part. It was not my fault. It is just that at her age of 17, she didn't know that one couldn't be too fastidious while out in nature. If someone reading this book knows a Svetlana who has the maiden name Monasterenko, please tell her that I apologize for my thoughtless action. I had never regretted anything in my life as much as that pseudo-spit in her presence. I have been carrying this regret for 49 years. After a month, dirty, tired, hungry, but friendly and happy, we returned to the university. Here, very different flies awaited us. Beginning. All good things, sooner or later, come to an end. Just like bad things. And so, our agricultural trip to the village ended. We soon returned from our potato digging in Morozovo to the campus of a university that still hadn't felt like home. Ahead of us, there were a few days of preparation, and then the school year would begin. All good things, sooner or later, begin. Just like bad things. When we arrived at the dorms, everyone, as if on cue, began to wash, shave, cut their hair, and do their laundry. I personally had no desire for either a haircut or a shave for the subsequent 4 months, i.e. until the winter break. But everyone understood the importance of what was before us, so everyone was striving to meet their future in a state of maximum cleanliness. Then, looking around, everyone rushed to decorate their dorm rooms. Some of them put up magazine pages with movie stars, undressed by 1970 standards, from the magazine Soviet Cinema. The most undressed ones were placed on the inside of the doors of the only wardrobe in the whole room. In our room, a vinyl tablecloth of amazing colors appeared on the table in the middle of the room. At night, it smelled of poisonous Soviet chemicals, and continued to do so for another 2 or 3 months. On it, a traditional pitcher of tap water took pride in its place. We also bought an enameled pot for boiling potatoes, 1 unit, a cast iron frying pan for frying potatoes, 1 unit, faceted drinking glasses, 4 units, and a lone, but incredibly elegant aluminum tea kettle with a perky spout. We did not use knives, forks, or plates, and we borrowed our spoons for the next 5 years from the student cafeteria. Student G had a record player. I have decided to conceal the name of the owner, since under current circumstances, information about his wealthy background back then may be a less than positive influence on his safety and health today. It was the only record player in the entire dorm. There was only one record, released in 1947. On it, David Oistrakh and the State Symphony Orchestra of the USSR, conducted by Kirill Kondrashin, performed Saint-Saëns' Introduction and Rondo Capriccioso. If someone argues that there were other records, and maybe even another record player, I won't argue. I remember it this way, someone else, maybe, remembers it differently, and it's not important. The important thing is that this was the way I made my first tentative step into the world of classical music, and ever since, have been exploring it confidently, without looking back. We learned new words: dorm commandant, matron, person on duty. They replaced our dads and moms and even our grandmas. People with these important jobs confidently walked around the dorm and imbued the first-year students with humility and obedience. In addition to everything else, everyone individually bought notebooks for future note-taking. The procedure was strictly private and depended completely on the purchasing abilities of the student. The notebooks with the brown leatherette covers gave the start of the school year a certain solemnity and a plan. The virgin whiteness of their lined pages called us to the pursuit of knowledge and the search for truths. The notebooks were anxiously signed by their owners, even on the spine. The professors gave us the list of textbooks at the very first lectures. My proletarian friends and I got the most important textbooks for the semester at the university library. The elective or rare books could be read in the library's reading room. The most well-to-do students bought their own individual textbooks. They did that at the specialized stores in Akademgorodok, or in the city. A little later, It turned out to be unnecessary, since a well-done outline was much more practically useful, and any missing information could easily be obtained in the library. It could seem that all of this took a lot of time. It didn't. Everything had to be done fast, without paying attention to details, size, color, and so on. There was never enough time for anything, everything was done on the run. It turned out that socks, for example, dried very fast, but underwear didn't. That's why one often had to put on damp underwear and run to class. The run from the dorm to the university went by faster in damp underpants. There was no time to look around, to really get to know each other, or simply talk about our first impressions or dream about stars or beautiful girls. We had seen so many beautiful girls not too long ago during our admissions. The fact that we rarely dreamed about food, delicious or healthy or any other kind, was very revealing. No one made a fuss about their food, we ate what we could get at the cafeterias and buffets in our dear university. The only exception was fried potatoes on Sundays. Everything was done in a hurry at the university. Everyone was running. The marathon was constant and intense. Notebooks in the book bag in the hands, a piece of bread in the pocket, a fur hat on the head. Running from floor to floor, from lecture hall to lecture hall. The professors joke, we laugh. The professors talk seriously or scare us, we cry. We got used to the pace, though it was torturously fast, and especially exhausting in the first semester. 6 days a week, from early morning to lunchtime, 3 pairs of lectures, that is 6 academic hours a day, 36 hours a week. Every day after lunch, seminars and labs, together with the lectures, this adds up to 52 hours a week. Sunday is a day off, but there is so much to do. First of all, to catch up on sleep, and then to eat a lot of fried potatoes. I am happy and full of energy. 90% of the students work no less than me, but also no more than me. We are simply at the absolute maximum of our abilities and energy. 5% of the students continue their workday at night at the post office after the library closes. I am, of course, in that number. One of us, though not in our group, is learning English at the post office. 300 words a day. He was planning to fix up the Encyclopedia Britannica before graduation. But on the 3rd day of his English learning, his head turned red, and on the 5th day, his hair started falling out in clumps, like autumn leaves at the park. He overheated. The first thing that cut off any sort of memories or comparisons with school, there are no 45-minute classes here. There are pairs, lectures, seminars, labs. My imagination was ignited by the heretofore unheard of term colloquium. We had these periodically, and I still do not understand the difference between a colloquium and a seminar. We were instantly impressed by the grandiosity and splendor of the class names. Mathematical analysis, as grand as a song. I have never heard of analyzing math before, it sounded mysterious and brilliant. Even the short, mathanal sounded great. Of course, for some students, it soon turned out that the anal part was great, but the math part was not so good. At the first lectures, the atmosphere was that of attentive incomprehension. There was even panic because we couldn't understand anything. We became accustomed to the professors. One drones on so you can't understand anything, the other mumbles so that you can't hear anything, a third talks about anything except the subject you want to hear and understand. We learned to take notes. That's a separate topic and is an entire art, like painting or poetry. More like painting than like poetry, in fact. The quality of the notes was determined, of course, by the lecturer. He could talk slowly or fast, understandably or incomprehensibly. Sometimes he took offense when we asked him to slow down so we could take notes. But in the end, we conquered that problem too. From the list of lecturers, we excluded a few. Taking notes at their lectures was deemed senseless and even counterproductive. At those lectures, we simply listened. At the other lectures, we took notes. The students, too, split into two groups, those who took notes and those who didn't. The second group was not the group of students who wouldn't last at the university. It was simply that for some of them, it was easier to copy a friend's notes afterwards. The important thing was to not let things slide. Copying notes happened on a basis of mutual consent and was based on a vague contract. The use of others' notes was an ethical act and a legal process based on the 1847 Geneva International Notes Rights Convention, the treaty that covered student note-taking. Once a month, I took a break for a half an hour or so to write a postcard to my girlfriend in faraway Chernivtsi. This was a form of sexual release, a type of masturbation. There was no real masturbation or sex taking place, all our libido was drained dry by studying. That replaced orgasms for a certain time, and was equally intense and all-consuming. Usually, I wrote my postcards, squinting one eye and moving my dry lips, on Sunday, after eating fried potatoes. The first semester is very important in a student's life. It is the defining semester. The rest of your life as a student is determined in the course of your first semester. You enter the rhythm of studying, learn the rules, accept or reject them. During the course of the first semester, you are moving towards the most important part, the first semester exams. Though for some first-year students, the first exams will also be the end of their academic career. We knew nothing of the exams as yet, but awaited them with anxiety and the hope that it would be easier afterwards. We felt it. And when we passed the first exams and earned our stipends, we saw it for ourselves. Then, we became real students and were incredibly proud of ourselves. Students. Students are a very particular part of Soviet society. They are not yet the intelligentsia, but not the proletariat either, and definitely not peasants. But what they will eventually become mainly depends on them. If they play by the rules of socialist society, they will become a part of it, the part that is proudly labeled the intelligentsia. If they don't, they will drown in the socialist underbelly. They will dissolve in it, crystallize later into the proletariat or the peasantry, and precipitate. It's possible that later, after many years, someone like that will become an honorary hero of socialist labor of the Soviet Union for achievements in national economy and culture, or a famous vegetable farmer. That is how the class system in a socialist society works. Additionally, the probability of becoming a hopeless alcoholic during the process of building communism is very high. This is also a rule of socialism, especially highly developed socialism. Under highly developed socialism, many people drink alcohol, the proletariat drinks, the peasantry drinks, and the intelligentsia takes a sip as well, very emotionally and very often. Some communism builders drink so much that they degenerate to a classless condition. I have to note the existence of an alternative theory, that in the USSR, the heavy drinkers are their own class. In their drunken class, they have nothing to lose except their 100-proof alcoholic chains. The intelligentsia is itself very diverse. It has its own pseudo-proletariat and pseudo-peasants, except as pertaining to intellectual work. But they're on another level, possessing a higher education, knowing one foreign language, with a dictionary, and able to distinguish the women in Titian's paintings from the women in Petrovodkin's paintings. But let us return to students, particularly to the first-year students of the physics department of the NSU in the 1970 to 1971 academic year. The brightest and most different from the other students was Gennady Skyukin. He was very tall and blond. But first and foremost, he was a communist. All of Gina's qualities were partial derivative of his communist character. He joined the party by order, at his Altaic collective farm, as a leader in production and a master in cattle insemination. Gina had 105 general notebooks, 48 pages each, filled with small writing, with black leatherette covers. They were neatly stacked on two shelves of the cupboard in our room. In those notebooks, Gina had summarized all the works of Lenin known at the time, as well as almost all the works of Marx and the main works of Engels. On the top shelf there were 55 notebooks, corresponding to the 55 volumes of the complete works of Lenin, and the lower shelf had the other 50, corresponding to the 50 volumes of the collected works of Marx and Engels. As a rule, before lunch Gina had serious pangs of guilt toward Comrade Marx and especially serious pangs of guilt toward Comrade Engels, since he hadn't been able to finish his monumental labor in fully summarizing their works before the new school year began at the university. Just like Lenin before his speech at the Michelson factory, he always wore a white shirt, a cap, no scarf, and a very narrow black tie. In early November, Gina contracted pneumonia, ending up in the hospital, and he never came back to the university. I never saw him again. A few years later, snacking on pine nuts with friends in the TV room of the dorm, I saw a glimpse of a blond man in a Colombian Revolutionary Brigade. For a moment, I thought that was Gina. Yura Orishnikov came out of the proletariat, and was ex-army. He served in the guard troops, surrounded by posts strung with barbed wire. Perhaps, that is why he decided to write the formula for the trajectory of the shadow of a post. He couldn't figure it out, though he worked on it day and night. By the end of December, it became clear to him that he would not pass a single exam. He had apparently imagined this completely differently, the process of writing down formulae in general and the post's shadow in particular. Without waiting for the exams, he returned to his native Sakhalin, where he gladly took up some sort of simple proletarian labor. Borya Shapiro, as I had mentioned, was from Central Asia, so he was secretive and refined, like the East. But I had a good time with him. We found that we had many things in common. Borya had even spent some time as a painter. Of course, it was never his main occupation, the family's income was very good. It was just that Borya's father wanted his son to have at least one ordinary, simple profession to fall back on. In parallel, Borya attended an elite music school for children of the upper class, where he learned to play the accordion no worse than the Chernivtsi virtuoso Yasha Tabashnik. When it was time to graduate from high school, it turned out that Borya was going for valedictorian. And in the end, he did become valedictorian. That is why he came to study in Novosibirsk, considered one of the leading sources of new scientists for our large country. Borya had only one flaw, I had pointed it out, in a friendly way, many times. Borya was an incurable romantic. Right in the middle of the first semester, he fell in love with some obviously silly girl from the local pedagogical college and disappeared for a few weeks. Then Borya had to spend 5 months catching up. Now Borya is a great scientist, visionary and humanist, living in California. Vaishya Kruzkov came from a tiny Siberian village. He had a phenomenal memory and enough preserved salted pig fat, called salo, for the whole semester. Vaishya and I became friends at once. We had a lot in common. With time, his salo became common property too. I had always been able to notice a Chernovitzer from a distance and could come to an agreement with him about anything. We could understand each other even without words. It turns out that this rule almost linearly correlates to a large number of small Siberian villages. Whilst we were digging potatoes in Morozovo, Vaishya Kruzkov, with the ease of a Chernivtsi expediter, made an agreement with his brigadier, and he sent Vaishya an entire truck full of potatoes to our dorm. So, if the left side of the equation, under the integral sign, includes a frying pan, potatoes, salo, and my exceptional cooking skill, the right side of the equation will include a lot of fried potatoes, mentioned here already multiple times. The smell of those fried potatoes on Sundays quickly filled the corridors of our dorm and called hungry students to the third-floor kitchen. Vaishya Kruzkov had many problems. He accidentally overslept and missed the first math exam and then had to explain himself to the dean. There were rumors that Vaishya was pagan, belonged to a Baptist sect and shared their religious ideas, in defiance of Leninist Komsomol. He was grilled over it at Komsomol meetings, but he never confessed. This was the only case in the Soviet Union I ever heard about when the suspect was released due to lack of proof of guilt. Now, about the girls in our group. There were only a few. Svetlana Monasterenko, Tatyana Malova, Ksenia Durova, and the girl named Nadezhda with the suspicious last name of Schleifer. Due to the insufficient number of girls, I am unable to perform any statistical analysis, which is too bad. I could have done it at the Pedagogical Institute. There, everything was reversed. It is nice and cozy there, on average, with a narrow symmetrical spread. Why do girls try to become physicists? It is a mystery, just like everything else about them. I have always been very curious, just like all Chernovitzers, and especially curious about women. I wanted to know everything about them. Only with the years and after a lot of experience did I understand that the problem was not posed correctly and has no solution. I am sure that while intelligence is a useful and important quality, a normal woman attracts me, as a man, with something else entirely. By all estimates, girls enter the physics department due to an irrevocable overgrowth of the brain. One can't say that they were ugly or deficient. They weren't. It is just that at some point, a girl gets into the hard sciences and then can't stop. She dreams of the glory of Marie Curie, about whose existence she had just found out. Investing everything in physics, she is already thinking about what she'll spend her Nobel Prize money on. Years pass, and there's no prize. Her feminine essence dries up, the science dries it out, and her natural instincts gradually transform into something else, or just quieten down and die. I have to say, to be honest, that during my first year at the university, I tried to save two girls, one after the other, from the scourge of the exact sciences. Or was it one girl and I tried to save her twice? I can't remember anymore, since the instinct to forget such details is stronger than the desire to remember them. Soon the girls in our group lost their uniqueness and became simply classmates. Too bad. Jumping ahead, I have to say that the lack of feminine care was compensated by the hidden sexuality of some of the female instructors and the flirtatiousness of the lab assistants, cafeteria workers, librarians, and coat check girls. But this will be discussed, within acceptable boundaries, below. Out of 30 proletarians, 17 did not make it to the second semester. They were sadly joined by 27 more from the intelligentsia. I got an excellent on all my exams and starting in the second semester, began receiving a well-deserved and incredibly generous increased stipend. Life was getting better and better. But for how long? Professors. The heart of any university, its main substance and its nucleus, are the instructors, professors, docents, teaching assistants, and so on. The buildings, the names of the partorgs, appointed by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union at large institutions, the color of the painted floors, the wall coverings, all of that is soon forgotten. What we remember are the faces and voices of the people who taught us science on a daily basis. Many of them are people we remember for the rest of our lives, people we try to imitate and follow in their footsteps. Some are forgotten the day after we pass the exam. Some we would like to forget, but can't. But they all leave a mark on each of us, whether a deep one or a shallow one, that's another question. Maybe the mark is entirely invisible, but I assure you, every teacher has changed us in some mysterious way. All the instructors of the physics department disliked our being late. Many of them interpreted our lateness as a personal insult and remembered chronic latecomers. Unfortunately, I had that problem too. At first, I had to silently listen to righteous indignation directed at me. But then I came up with a universal excuse for lateness that lasted me for my entire period of study. I told the astonished instructor that the bus I had to take to get to the university fell over onto its doors and I could not get out for a long time. I have to say that the instructors, especially the professors, had only a vague idea of the public transport situation in the town, so no one asked any further questions. I didn't push it, I only came a little late and quietly, but with dignity, made my way to my seat. The lecture or seminar did not stop for a minute. The lectures were rather interesting, for the most part. In those days, projecting slides to illustrate the material was just coming into fashion, and most of the instructors used it with varying degrees of skill. The slides helped us remember the material by providing visual information, since Xerox copies weren't widely available yet. The only copy machine in the whole university, ominously called the rotator, was under the constant observation of the special KGB agents, and an ordinary student would have a lot of trouble getting access to it. Now about the personalities. A famous professor among both the physicists and mathematicians was Boris Borisovich Fichten-Goltz, who taught us mathematical analysis. He had a stentorian voice, a flawless knowledge of his subject, and a large collection of completely unrealistic legends connected to him. This made him quite popular with the students. My personal favorite was the legend according to which he was playing blackjack at the Moscow Hotel Ukraine, and won everything including the clothes off their backs from two professional card sharks from Odessa, the best in the USSR. Moreover, Boris Borisovich was not a gambler and was playing blackjack for the first time in his life, using mathematical methods known only to himself. I think that the only reason he did not receive the Lenin Prize for this was due to his ethnicity. Professor Sergei Konstantinovich Maltsev, nicknamed Hypotenuse, taught us algebra. He looked like a hypotenuse, a red hypotenuse-like face, crooked due to unbalanced knowledge, a characteristic tilt of the head during conversation, and ironed, without a crease, jeans, rare in those times. They were called Texas pants in those times. Periodically, we would see Professor Maltsev at the restaurant Golden Valley not too far from the university. Between classes, he would order a Bloody Mary and drink it in a very civilized style unique to himself. Professor Boris Valerianovich Ugarov considered himself a direct student of the great Einstein and taught us the special theory of relativity of his teacher. He told us that he met Albert often in Switzerland and they had many conversations about various things, including music and women. We found out by pure chance that Boris Valerianovich had never been abroad anywhere except harmless Mongolia, which the great Einstein most likely knew nothing about. Also, Professor Ugarov was absolutely obsessed with the tokamak. Explained simply, a tokamak is a toroidal device to contain plasma in a magnetic field in order to reach the conditions necessary for a controllable thermonuclear fusion reaction. Ugarov said that he was involved in the launch of this device and in the development of it, in some secret laboratory, and that this launch will happen very soon, literally before the end of that year. But we never did see it. What Boris Valerianovich Ugarov saw, I do not know. At first, I was happy to find out that there was a Jewish professor from Chernivtsi at the university. Professor Nahum Naumovich Milstein taught Introduction to Physics Experiments. But he did not express any interest in me, and I also soon lost interest in any approach on these grounds. He was a stickler for correct grammar and wanted everyone to write correctly with no mistakes. In one of our essays, he statistically determined that the students made, on average, 2¼ errors in writing the word experiment. I no longer have the entire distribution curve for the number of errors, or any additional parameters. Once, at the end of October, I noticed that I was highly interested in the docent Alla Alexeyevna Bubentsova. She was an amazing woman. A real private docent, that is, a docent for something private. She taught our seminars in the boring and completely unsexy subject of mathematical analysis. She would sometimes casually brush her gorgeous hip against me, in such a way that I would want to sigh in her direction with my desire-clenched lungs and watch her with my hungry eyes. Sometimes, during my stammering speech at the seminar, she would come up behind me, and as if by chance, would press her beautiful left breast, just like Gina Lollobrigida, into me. Or she would bend over me in such a way that her perfect right breast would fall right against my ear. And once, during her seminar, the light suddenly went out in the lecture hall, She simply fell into my arms and I had no idea what to do with my good fortune. And then the lights came on and I got myself under control, and let go of Alla Alexeyevna. She literally chased me, showing with every gesture, "Here I am, take me, don't be shy, I will do everything that you, little Chernivtsi boy, will ever want." But something stopped me. Some sixth sense of a Glaser hinted to me, "Be careful, this glass is too thin for you, it will break and cut you." And surprisingly, I listened to it and resisted temptation. But a friend of mine, let us call him S, did not resist the charms of Alla Alexeyevna. This immediately became known to her husband, a welder of the 6th degree at a large Novosibirsk factory, and just before the new year he savagely beat the adulterer with welding electrodes. After his treatment was completed, S had to transfer to Tomsk University. A professor from the city, Alexander Petrovich Skvortsov, led seminars in mechanics. He was a typical bureaucrat. He had a distinguishing habit: during seminars, he liked tossing and catching a piece of chalk. This is why he was always covered in chalk and got the nickname Whitey. It is interesting that the fly on his pants was also covered in chalk. How he got the chalk there is a mystery to me to this day. He could easily throw a piece of chalk at a student falling asleep in the last row of a large lecture hall and hit him right in the forehead. Also, Alexander Petrovich loved to flirt with the girls in our class. When a female student came in late, he would fall silent, focus his attention on her, and then follow her to her seat with his lecherous gaze. His desires were easy to read in his small sunken eyes and greasy lips. He was apparently able to partially realize these desires during the extra credit sessions, when he would invite girls in the evening to make up some work in the furthest and emptiest lecture halls of the building. These were the main ones. There were other instructors I don't remember as well. But we did not have a single outright jerk and no bribe taker in our list of teachers. We were very lucky. We thank all of them. Guest. The train slows down, I see the bridge, we cross the Prut, the train station is ahead, a man with a bag of apples is standing there, the brakes squeal, a brief bump, and the doors open. I come out onto the platform. I'm standing there. Just a few days ago I left the beautiful and very cold winter of Akademgorodok, and now I am in Chernivtsi. I slowly gaze all around the train station and its vicinity, from left to right, with an owner's gaze. This is all mine. This is my native city. As soon as I stepped out of the train, I felt something warm, something loving, under my feet. This warm and loving feeling filled my whole body and I was happy, very happy. There are a few middle-aged people speaking Yiddish on the platform, over to the side. And another portion of this warm loving feeling fills my body. I decided to walk home from the train station. I wanted to make sure that nothing had changed in my native city in these 5 months. Just across the street from the train station is the building that I whitewashed exactly a year ago. I used to go to the train station on my lunch breaks to get pirozhki with meat. And here is the corner building on Khmelnytsky Street, where Igor Mikhailovich and his family live. My mother and father know that I am coming, but don't know exactly when. My mother opens the door and cries. When I left, my mother cried, and now that I am returning, she is crying too. My father is sitting at the table. He knows that I am supposed to come to him, not the other way around. I come up and sit opposite him. It is instantly apparent to me just how much they've waited for me at this house, how they love me, and how they want to please me in every respect. For some reason, I am ashamed that I had a good time in Novosibirsk without my parents, while they were sad and missing me. We sit at the table. Today, we will eat a jellied meat dish of traditional Russian cuisine, called koledets. This koledets was prepared a few days ago. My mother cannot prepare it by herself, and my father apparently has helped her. He doesn't need to be asked twice, he likes helping my mother with complicated cooking. My father has never made tea for himself or fried an egg, but he has always participated in preparing colladettes, cold boiled meat, salted watermelon, or jam. There is a fresh whole loaf of bread at the table, along with, as always, a slice of yesterday's bread that my mother will finish. I stretch out my hand and take the stale slice, bite off a big piece and continue holding the bread in my left hand. My mother looks at me with her soft eyes. I feel good, today my mother will eat fresh bread. After dinner, we drank tea with cherry jam. Ah, what wonderful jam! My mother makes the best cherry jam in the world. What else does one need for complete happiness? We got to talking about my studies. I put my record book on the table. My mother opens it and reads it, then shows it to my father. Every line of the record book shows an excellent. They try to hide their emotion, while I am looking at them, and see and understand everything. It was late. My father had to get up early for work, so he went to sleep. My mother made up my bed on the couch in the hall and also went to the bedroom. The smell of my childhood bed is cellar damp, unlike anything else, unforgettable and dear to me. I don't want to sleep. I don't want this evening to end. I am ready to stay this way forever. I perceived everything as so dear and so close to me, my mother, my father, my family, my house, my yard, my street, my native city. But at the same time, I was beginning to feel like a guest here, a separate entity. Reunion. I have always liked to travel. In my youth, I liked to go out in nature, to the forests, rivers, lakes, mountains. I went traveling every chance I got, with a backpack or without, hiking or hitchhiking, skiing, river rafting, traveling by train or airplane. Later, over the years, I started wanting to go to big cities, different countries, different continents. That passed too. I am ashamed to admit that, for instance, I prefer to enjoy India on television instead of stomping around on dirty streets smelling stinks I'd never smelled before. Now all my pleasure in traveling is connected to meeting with friends, relatives, acquaintances, and classmates. I travel like that, let others travel the way they like. Our high school has a reunion every year during the winter vacation. Many come to these reunions to show themselves and look at everyone else. I did not go in 1970. I had nothing to show and did not want to see anyone. In 1971, things changed a lot. Everyone wanted to see me, and most importantly, I had something to show. I came to the reunion with my close friends Seryoza and Petya. They are very different, even though they spent 10 years in the same classroom and spent their whole life in the same apartment building. I form the glue between them. I know for sure that their moms like me and therefore feed me often. People never forget those who fed them. This is one of the basic fundamental laws of life and nature. And the fathers of my friends talk to me as if talking to an adult. I feel like an adult when I'm with them, and I did grow up a little. My friends/classmates are already in their second year. Seryoza is in a military college and Petya is well regarded at the engineering department of a prestigious college in Leningrad. Sergey was my height, but Petya was a half a head taller than me and more solidly built. Damn. I have just now noticed that all the men I've described are taller than me, some by half a head and some by a whole head. It is time to admit to the reader that I am not terribly tall, more precisely, I am 5'7". Or, even more precisely, 5'6.5". Well, not exactly a half an inch, but in any case, a significant amount, and not all due to my hairstyle. I live in Singapore, but not because I am considered to be taller than average there. Though at the same time, if I lived in Holland, for example, I would probably have felt uncomfortable due to my height. We come into the school gym. It is well lit and the music is loud. The athletic mats are neatly stacked in the corner, We are not going to do somersaults today. No one is dancing yet, everyone is standing around in small groups, evenly distributed across the whole gym. There are a few people standing alone. No one pays attention to them, no one has ever paid attention to them previously either. Today, maybe for the first time, I am paying attention to everything. For some reason, I am feeling just how much I'd changed recently. I see Anna. She is talking to two of her friends. Anna is very beautiful, even more beautiful than she was 2 years ago. She sees me too and throws a meaningful feline glance in my direction. Even in 9th grade, Anna despised her male classmates. She was much closer to 10th grade boys or even college students. It is interesting, will I ever forgive her? Not today. Today, a whole flock of 9th and 10th grade girls are looking flirtatiously at me, or at least, so it seems to me. I feel some sort of pleasant vibrations and sense coming from them. And here are the teachers. They come as a group, headed by Yekaterina Alexeyevna as the flag bearer leading the parade. Her tuberous breasts are leading the whole procession instead of the flag. Friedrich Edmundovich is noticeably missing from the group. I made it to Alexander Grigorievich. He is happy to see me and I'm happy to see him. We shake hands for a long time. I thank him for all he has done for me, and he thanks me for something too. Zinaida Fyodorovna comes up to me and softly puts her plump hand on my shoulder. She looks me right in the eyes, and for the first time, I notice that she has beautiful eyes and long lashes. Her eyes are round, large, and moist, and the irises are light green. To be honest, I don't carry a grudge against Zinaida Fyodorovna for her reporting me in 10th grade. To me, school was just theater, nothing more. In that theater, Zinaida Fyodorovna played the role of teacher and I played the role of troublemaker. That evening, I had another opportunity to observe Yekaterina Alexeyevna's charms. Not too close, of course. Even if I graduate from the university with distinction, then finish graduate school, and get my PhD, I still won't have the audacity to try anything intimate with Yekaterina Alexeyevna. If I had a postdoc, I'd have a minimal chance. I imagine myself, as a doctor of science and a world-famous physicist, coming up to Yekaterina Alexeyevna and inviting her to dance a slow dance with me. And one of her tuberous breasts presses right against my heart, and the other one somewhere close to it. My right hand slowly slides down her back, and my pinky finger burns from the nearness of her tight buttocks. Even as an academic, I would not have the courage to take the next step, slide my hand down another 7 centimeters and touch the Holy of Holies. I was still lost in my daydream about becoming appointed to the post of President of the Academy of Science of the USSR and the resulting movement of my hand by 7 centimeters, when I suddenly understood that my classmate Veronica was inviting me to dance. If there is no good transition between the last sentence and this one, it is because after the last sentence, I had to take a short break, take a cold shower, and calm down. I had danced with Veronica many times, almost at every dance party, but I had always invited her myself. There was an unwritten law in our class that one can dance with Veronica only once in an evening, since all the guys in our class had to get a chance to dance with her at least once. One shouldn't think that Veronica was a breathtaking beauty. She was pretty, of course, but one particular quality set her on the highest pedestal in the eyes of the male students. In a slow dance, Veronica clung closely to her partner like a baby clings to a mother's breast while nursing. Other girls in our school tried different methods to prevent a guy from getting too close, elbows, outstretched arms, and so on. But someone had taught Veronica to dance slow dances in a clinch, and thus made an indelible contribution to the store of human happiness. I met Lova Four Eyes at the reunion, and of course, he was accompanied by his highly cultured mom. I heard, she addressed me, that you have an excellent in every subject at university. You heard right. Next semester, I will be getting an increased stipend, I said with obvious pride. Do you have your report book with you, she asked in the tone of a tram conductor. Of course not. Why would I go all over town with my report book? I confidently replied, though I felt as if I were riding a tram without a ticket. I hope you understand me correctly, Semyon. You have to show me your report book first, and then you can say whatever you want, Lyova's cultured mom said with a large dose of snark. If her nose hadn't been so well powdered, I would have run home to get my report book and then poked her nose into it. But there were many other meetings, much more interesting and engaging people, that awaited me that evening, and the nose and report book faded from my agenda for the day. Cherries. As soon as the high school reunion was over, the second semester began for me. Physically, I was still in Chernivtsi, but my soul and my thoughts were already in Akademgorodok. Soon after, my body got to Novosibirsk as well. I matured and learned to set goals. Thus, upon my arrival at the university, I instantly took my place in line for a Nobel Prize in physics. The line was very long, and you could only get one at a time, not every time, and not very often. I already knew that the Nobel Prize is the kind of prize that one can't spend on women or drink away. It is a serious prize for a serious discovery or accomplishment. There are not too many laureates, they all earn their prizes by years and decades of intense scientific and intellectual labor. Right away, there are lectures, seminars, labs, library time, and of course, the post office on late evenings. I mainly concentrated my attention on mathematical analysis, algebra, mechanics, and the basics of physics experiments. I had already trodden the path to knowledge in the first semester and acquired some good habits. This time around it was easier. It was easier for me, but for some of my friends it got a lot harder. They had leftover work from the first semester. With those incomplete pieces of work, they truly felt like their happiness would be forever incomplete. There were some changes in our group. As you may remember, Gina got sick, went to the hospital, and never came back. Vitia disappeared after a visit to a house of ill repute outside the city of Novosibirsk. I quickly got used to my new roommates. We had a few days off around May 1st, and Sergei and I went to visit his parents in Kemerovo. Mostly, I spent my time there eating and sleeping, and therefore didn't actually see Sergei all that often. Sergei later told me how he went to a party and all the girls there wore dresses and no underwear. No one would have believed him, it was not a believable story, such simple and yet complete good fortune. But I did believe him, and still do. It is one of the specific examples of a general theorem of existence, there are always ripe raspberries somewhere. And now about those raspberries. That spring, I met a math student named Masha, not in her capacity as a math student, but in her capacity as a female student. She took out the pin and threw a hormone grenade at me. I exploded. The explosion activated new laws of nature for me. Only one old law continued to work and saved me from total destruction, the law of self-preservation. With Masha, I understood that I have no interest in generic feminine attributes, women attract me with their particular individuality. For example, I am interested in the angle of the lips on pronouncing the sound R, the asymmetric angle of the brows when asking a question, the position of the right pinky in relation to the coffee cup during a sip, the line of the neck and spine, and of course, the bangs. I have seen thousands of bangs, but I have never seen bangs like Masha's. How can I describe them? I can't find the words. They're just like any other bangs, but they turn my soul inside out. I loved Masha and adored her with my whole heart, she was a goddess to me. On May 17, 1971, at 7:17 p.m., I hugged her and kissed her right on the lips. With this, an unearthly bliss came over me that I had never dreamed of. It did happen that sometimes, in my dreams, the nurse Marishya, nicknamed Little Flame, from the TV show Four Tankmen and a Dog, or Paula Roxa, would come visit me. In both versions, she would come visit without the dog and without the tankman. But it was never as good as it was with Masha. I find no contradiction in saying that at the same time, there were other goddesses whom I infinitely adored. Yes, I was tormented, but my torment was sweet. I clearly remember the girls and women who left me. But those I left, I cannot remember even by name. The human soul is a vile thing. On May 27, 1971, starting at 7:17 p.m., I talked to Masha again for exactly 217 minutes. It was a great, cohesive conversation. But from the first minute of that conversation to the last, I knew that this road would never take me to the Nobel Prize. Analyzing my past many times, I have always come to the same conclusion, that it is important to know the truth about oneself, especially about the important and crucial events in one's life. For example, I remembered how, at the end of 10th grade, right in the middle of exams for our high school diploma, I went to pick the early cherries with my friends in Russia. We knew all the dangers of that trip, but went anyway. The cherries were too sweet to miss. Before I ate even a dozen, I heard the barking of a dog. That dog was well known to me, and more precisely, I knew well that her owner was a complete maniac. He trained the dog to attack right in the place that is between one's legs. A very important place, as you understand. Hearing the dog, we all ran for it. The distance to the fence was about 50 meters. I quickly formed two equations of motion, one for me and one for the dog, and I saw that things were looking bad. Thankfully for me, the system of these two equations turned out to be indefinite. I don't know what equations the dog came up with, but it chose Misha Weinstein as its victim. The contents of my underwear were saved. I have to note that Misha Weinstein, too, was able to get away from the dog at the last minute through the fence. But if that dog had caught me, it is not out of the question that I would have been a Nobel laureate in physics. Misha Weinstein had additional reasons why he didn't receive the prize. A few seconds in my youth could have changed my whole life and possibly, the fate of humanity as a whole. When I watch the award ceremony for male Nobel laureates, I always imagine the dog that helped each of them achieve success. As for female laureates, their situation is more confusing, just like everything else about women. I finished my second semester with an excellent in every exam, except for a good in history of the Communist Party. Even Mikhail Andreevich Suslov himself, the eminence grise of the Soviet government and the ideologue of the Communist Party, could not have gotten an excellent in docent Petr Vasilievich Ignatieff's class. I couldn't either. The bet. He solved the problem correctly, I did not. He won, and I lost a bottle of champagne. He drank a flute of this prize champagne, or maybe a glass, or maybe he drank straight from the bottle, and forgot about our bet. But I've been carrying the memory and the pain of my loss for 48 years. Is it irrational and meaningless? Maybe. But what can I do when this has already become part of who I am? Someone might say, the only people who bet are fools or crooks. I was neither. And it is not important why, but since that day, I have never made another bet. I don't bet, that's all. What shook me so strongly about this, enough to change my behavior for the rest of my life? Dmitry Baikalov turned out to be smarter than me. He lived the problem, saw it through and through in all its multifaceted and multidimensional nature. The problem, in turn, lived in him, vibrated and undulated within him, creating divine music, as if a whole symphony orchestra was playing in a large concert hall. As a result of this elevated and harmonious process, he came to the only correct solution. As for me, I followed the mirage of a single nasal-sounding flute, which was also completely out of tune, and turned out to be an oboe in the end. My solution to the problem turned out to be wrong. I did not manage to prevail. Even if it were really a flute and not an oboe, that's not how one gets the Nobel Prize. That flute would not lead me to any prize. The fact that Landau and Kapitsa could, and had the right to, be smarter than me, was something I accepted, and it did not get in my way in life. They were academics and, inarguably, real, honest-to-goodness Nobel laureates. There were other preening A students in my life. Looking at them or talking to them, it was hard for me to imagine that they were smarter than me. The preening does not indicate intelligence, and excellent grades say nothing about one's intelligence or talent. But I never thought that way about Dmitri. He was actually different from the others in some indescribable way. And now, after an objective and convincing test, there's nothing more to say. He's smart. And most importantly, he is smarter than me. That is certain. Many years may pass, but there will definitely be a problem that he cannot solve, and I will. I will solve it and Dmitri will not. However, nothing will change the fact that Dmitri is smarter than me. This is final and not subject to appeal. Millions of people on our planet, at some point in their lives, have dreamed of getting the Nobel Prize. Among these millions, inarguably, are all the students in our department, with the exception of Vanya Dobrovolsky. Vanya has always admired the Russian 18th-century scientist and writer Lomonosov and tried to emulate him. He did not accept anything foreign, even the equation of Dutch theoretical physicist and thermodynamicist van der Waals made him sick. According to my scale of intelligence of the living creatures on our planet, people are somewhere around 1 billion, with a standard deviation of only a few hundred. This distribution contains many millions of people who have maximal, or close to maximal intelligence. They are all very smart. Moreover, many of them are well educated. In that set of smart and educated people, there is a substantial subset of experienced specialists in something terribly important. If one picks out the people from that last subset who are capable of hard work and ready to work hard and not get distracted by worldly distractions, they form a substantially large group of people who have a non-zero chance of getting the Nobel Prize. These facts are undeniable. There's nothing to argue about. In 8th grade, I was admitted on the volleyball team as a player with absolutely no potential. I played volleyball pretty well at the time, but I was much shorter than the average height of our volleyball team and, in particular, shorter than every other volleyball player on the team. I was sad, but I understood. There's nothing to argue about. Similarly, I frequently lost at ping pong to Lyasik from our 5th courtyard in Chernivtsi, and it never bothered me. Even though I had a good, albeit old, Chinese ping pong paddle, and one guy from University Street taught me how to hit the ball well. But I wasn't planning to be a world ping pong champion or to grow up to be on the Olympic volleyball team. So why be nervous, argue, or get upset? Nothing to worry about. When I was in 9th grade, a girl named Musia, completely unknown to the reader and long forgotten by me, fell in love with another guy instead of me, despite the fact that he had no charm or brains. He was gray, like the mouse that lived in our yard next to our shed. In my opinion, I was a much more fitting pair for Musia by all the parameters at the time. Not Apollo, of course, but handsome, self-confident, persistent, and accomplished enough. Charming, too. I was good with my hands, and everything else was also within physiologically normal limits. But she had made her choice. There can be no argument here. De gustibus non disputandum est, as smart and practical people say in situations like that. Which means in Latin, in matters of taste, there can be no disputes. There's nothing to argue about. There were many other cases in my life, when life made a decision against me, or in a way other than what I wanted. Another man would have argued, but not me. There's nothing to argue about. There are people who have different talents in multitudinous different fields, so what does it matter to me? Someone is a good singer, someone is a good dancer, let them sing and dance to their content. That does not affect me in the least. There are talented people in different fields, there are some who are simply good at things. And that's how it is, there's nothing to argue about. A husband and wife can argue, two soccer players can argue, politicians can argue, cheating each other and their people, whole countries can argue. It is ordinary, but this is not for me. There were cases when someone solved a problem faster and better than me. Anything can happen, for many reasons, so there's no reason to get nervous. But here, I understood that Dmitri is simply smarter than me. This is so simple and so final. No one else could have noticed this, they were simply not observant enough. Only I noticed. And how can I live with this? Chapter 2. Second year. Target. As long as I remember, I have always wanted something. As a child, for example, I really wanted to have my own ball, bike, skis, and skates. To be honest, I wanted so many things because I was lacking so many of them. This is the law of nature, people always want something, even if they have more than they need, and often even more than enough. When children want something, they cry until they get it. Then they stop crying, but only for a short while, until the next want. Adults don't just have wants, they have also goals. After graduating from school, I had a clear and very defined goal, to gain admittance into the physics department of the State University of Novosibirsk. I wanted to be a physicist. But this was abstract, ill-defined, non-specific, unclear, and therefore, wasn't a goal but simply a want. With time, a want can turn into a goal. It is well known to mathematicians and physicists, when there is a clearly defined goal, one can construct a one-to-one and well-defined cost function, by which one can find a way to achieve the goal. I don't know why other people don't usually use this method, though I have some theories regarding that. My first year at the university passed, for the most part, relatively well. I persistently moved towards my intermediate goals, all directed along the shortest path to my main goal, the Nobel Prize. Perhaps this path was the shortest, but at the same time it seemed infinitely long and exhausting. I wanted the shortest path to be straight, but there were no straight paths among the multitude of paths in front me. My path included sharp turns, zigzags, reversals, and alas, many stops of varying durations. I read a lot, studied hard, and completely disregarded my personal appearance. I paid no attention to what I ate and drank. I didn't care whether it was a slice of bread smeared with free mustard from the cafeteria, or a week-old pancake with year-old butter and 7-year-old jam, completely covered with fresh mold. The only things in the foreground of my life were physics and math with their multitudinous branches. Notes, seminars, lectures, independent work, labs, oral and written exams. Just about everyone studied this hard in their first year, which created a very competitive atmosphere. Everyone tried to take notes as completely as possible, ask the smartest question of the lecturer, understand as much as possible of the answer, finish the laboratory project first, and speak at a seminar in such a way that the professor's glasses would fall off. Everyone elbowed each other aside in their striving for knowledge, without caring about the success or failure of their classmates. Everyone wanted to be first, but everyone couldn't be first. The very first is always alone, and lonely. The others are not first, but second, third, and so on. Even in my first year, I subconsciously strove for the Nobel Prize, but didn't acknowledge it to anyone, even to myself. This was my main secret egotistical desire. I easily admitted to myself my many other egotistical, uncharitable, and uncompassionate desires. I never admitted them to others, of course. For example, I didn't feel a deep and sincere solidarity with the heroic Vietnamese people or with the pygmies of the Congo, groaning under the burden of the cruel dictatorship of Pierre King-ang, an abettor of America imperialism and a committed enemy of Marxist-Leninist ideology and the world movement for national liberation. On Wednesday, September 1, 1971, on the first day of the first semester of my second year, I dreamed that there was a memorial board on our dorm wall with this written on it: Nobel laureate Solomon Abramovich Glaser lived and studied here. He was a great connoisseur of firm female buttocks. In the morning, I decided to admit it to myself that I was striving for the Nobel Prize and write out my route toward achieving that goal. Strategically, based on my experience in my first year and in my pre-university life, I found out that girls were an important key to all of life's problems. It was unclear as to what the key was and where the lock was which fit it. 4 components of my cost function were thus obvious and could be defined immediately. I wrote them out neatly on a clean piece of paper in order of significance. The feminine component was the first one. Since it was the first and the most important one, I will talk about it in more concrete detail. I made a list of all female suspects and started putting together the cost function. Masha was, of course, an attractive girl. Dasha was not too bad too. And also that one, the girl from the city, whose name I cannot remember now, or maybe I never even knew it, was a highly intriguing woman. And even so, the Nobel Prize was more important to me than any of them, or all of them put together. Still, all of them put together does not in any way mean all of them taken together, as in, at the same time. It's interesting, what would this putting together even look like? Not that I'm some sort of pervert. I just like to fantasize, which has never been forbidden. The housekeeper in our dorm, Lubka, formed a rather narrow space in profile between 2 gorgeously curved surfaces. There is no doubt that Ferrari keeps the secret formulas of these surfaces, with all their curves, in its safe in the Torino branch of Banca d'Italia. Lyubka's skin, especially on her face, was soft, elastic, firm, and so smooth that the cosmetics company L'Oréal must have sent industrial spies all the way from Paris to ferret out her beauty secrets. In reality, Lyubka had 2 big secrets of feminine beauty and attractiveness: she was not yet 18 years old, and she was not involved in studying physics. I liked her, even adored her in my own way. I told her I did not love her, but she did not believe me. Lyubka, I would tell her often, the fact that I do not beat you or scream at you doesn't mean that I love you. The fact that I do not drink doesn't mean that I quit drinking on purpose to create a healthy Soviet family with you. And the fact that your father can find me a real winter coat does not make me the happiest person in the world. So don't count on me too much. Paulina was a few years older than me, but despite that, was attentive and tender with me. Or it's possible that she acquired these qualities with age, and partially due to our relationship. Before 7 minutes had passed from the moment I had seen Paulina at the new shopping complex, I already found out that she worked as a hairdresser in that complex. I had to start getting regular haircuts and shaves. Of course, in those days I had a lot more hair than I do now, but definitely not enough to stretch out a haircut until midnight or even the following morning. Of course, I got a lot of haircuts and shaves, several times a day, but I never got to 10 times a day. To reduce the weight of the feminine component of my Nobel cost function, I decided to nix any further idea of Siberian girls, and instead, turn to the above-mentioned correspondence, once a month, with a long-distance girlfriend in Chernivtsi. Though this solution could have been very elegant, there were certain difficulties associated with its application to real life. This was not a radical solution to the problem. It had been a week since I'd been anywhere near a girl, not counting the one who got on the train in Sverdlovsk and got off in Omsk when I was coming back to Novosibirsk after summer break. 2 weeks is my critical limit. After 2 weeks, there can be serious complications and critical attacks of spermatoxicosis, which of course will immediately affect my trajectory toward the Nobel Prize. Now let us move on to the next component of my Nobel cost function. The reader may think that I am crazy and my plans are completely unrealistic. It is true that ahead in line for the Nobel Prize, far ahead of me, were various academics with famous names, and behind them but still far ahead of me, was an entire sea of brilliant PhDs, and an ocean of persistent PhD candidates. Dimitrov, too, was ahead of me. The reader may possibly have missed the fact that chance plays a large part in the conquering of the Nobel summit. Pavel Alexeyevich Cherenkov, for example, the Soviet physicist who shared the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1958 with Frank and Tam, was simply at the right place at the right time. He just happened to be the first one to see his Nobel blue glow. So, I also had some chance to get the Nobel Prize by simply being somewhere at the right time. The consciousness of that non-zero probability sufficed for me in my second year of college. That was the second component of my cost function. The third component of my cost function was connected to my own all-consuming laziness. I had fought it many times in life and conquered it many times. Maybe, one day I will conquer it once and for all. But I have to admit honestly that there were cases when this awful component knocked me flat. And finally, the last, fourth component of any significance, was connected to the rotten and belligerent pseudo-intelligentsia. It is that, in its many forms, as a component of my cost function, that unexpectedly blocked my heroic journey. The pseudo-intelligentsia built a high fence around themselves, a Chinese wall consisting of customs known only to themselves, well-practiced etiquette rules, and memorized quotations. All the other components of the cost functions were at the level of normal background noise, so one could safely ignore them. I didn't include them in my plan for attaining the Nobel Prize. Crack. I arrived at the university to start my second year, wearing an almost new khaki sweater that I bought at the Chernivtsi City Construction and Repair Agency from the plump pink-cheeked storekeeper Auntie Basyat. My pants were made by a well-known Chernivtsi tailor from the remnants of the mouse-colored woolen cloth that was used for school uniforms for the entire Soviet Union. My large tousled head boasted a huge fur hat, the kind that was sold in every Chernivtsi Odiak store, which means clothes in Ukrainian. On my feet were low-rise boots with thick solace and wide toes. It is possible that they were made by the famous Moscow factory Skorokhod, which had a monopoly on footwear manufacture at the time and was very fashionable. It is also possible that my footwear was made by some sort of Moldavian factory. There were no other options for footwear in those times. It's not important anymore, but even so, I would like to say a few words about the fashion of that time. To put it briefly, the fashion of that time was all about freedom and the most unimaginable eclecticism. For the masses, on the first floor of a clothing department, a houndstooth coat with a fake fur collar, fur hats, bell-bottoms, heavy boots made by the above-mentioned Skorokhod factory for agricultural work, sneakers for acrobatic exercises in the fresh air and hikes in the mountains and deserts, that's what 70s fashion looked like. Cardigans, turtlenecks, ribbed sweaters, form-fitting shirts, long raincoats, that's the second floor, just for the chosen few. We felt our way forward when it came to fashion, feeling the tendencies and trends in our gut. Later, it turned out that everything we wore was unisex. That is, it was worn by young men, young women, men, women, and even old men and old women. And if the Martians ever came to Earth, they could have worn it too. Soviet youth, just like everyone else, looked rather harmonious in these clothes. They imbued one with optimism and confidence in the correctness of one's chosen path. Simply because youth is happy and carefree. These clothes worked for older people too, as old age is wise and worry-free. But let us return to the subject. With time and additional observation, it turned out that we were actually completely different. Some of us were city people from a large capital city, some came from a small town or a tiny village. We had varying levels of abilities, and of course, different levels of talent for the sciences. For example, even though I came from a city, I was far behind when it came to general knowledge. I was not very familiar with common etiquette, I did not always behave appropriately, and I did not always pay attention to the things that others considered important. At first, people didn't notice this, but with time, people started laughing at me. At first, the mockery was light and unnoticeable, then it became more pointed. I did not notice this at first, but when I understood what was going on, of course I was upset. The pseudo-intelligentsia categorically refused to eat with me from a common pot. They made the following excuse: "You eat too fast, Semyon. We can't keep up with you. We'll all eat from separate plates," they stated categorically. "I won't eat from a plate," I answered, just as categorically. "I don't have an appetite to eat from fancy plates with my friends. One could think that we are taking our meal with the ambassador of England at the restaurant in the Metropole Hotel." Soon, a lonely and abandoned tea glass appeared on the lowest shelf of our dish cupboard, labeled Semyon. Those rotten pseudo-intelligentsia also wanted to ride for Semyon only on the rearmost seat of the bus. Thankfully, since it was used by people other than students, they abandoned the idea. When I, a simple provincial lad from faraway Chernivtsi, found myself in the midst of the pseudo-intelligentsia, at first no one paid attention to me. At first, no one noticed that I did not have enough clothes or shoes. Then, someone noticed that I wasn't buying new clothes. Then, some of the pseudo-intelligentsia noticed that unlike them, I did not go to the theater or to concerts. I simply did not have the money. And my parents, simple proletarians living in a proletarian environment in Chernivtsi, did not instill this habit in me. Though my small town will easily outperform the entirety of Siberia in culture. Then, they noticed that I did not read anything except for textbooks and notes. I had no interest in obtaining thick magazines and in the subsequent intense and passionate discussions of Solzhenitsyn, Brodsky, Remarque, Hemingway, or someone else whom we were graciously allowed to read when the Iron Curtain lifted a little. They had all read Hermann Hesse's The Glass-Bead Game at least 3 or 4 times. While I was a bottom feeder in their society, I was unfamiliar with Voltaire's views. I had never heard of the ethical theorems of Spinoza. No intellectual rays of sunlight reached the darkness of the ocean floor where I abided. It was cold, lonely, and sad down there. I wanted to cry, but I could only howl like a lonely, friendless wolf. I shared my troubles with Constantine. He too had been bothered by this. "Let them take those glass beads and stick them one by one up their ass," Constantine said, and spat with pleasure, purposefully to his right, so as not to spit on anyone. However, our university pseudo-intelligentsia did not listen to Constantine's sage advice and started to get under my skin. And I had no energy to bite back. Though, really, I did have the energy, but I had no time, desire, or ability. Thus, a first crack appeared in the monolithic personality of a proletarian student, the builder of communism, marching in the front rows of Soviet youth toward a shining future. The rhythm of my movement towards that shining future was noticeably slowed, but not yet stopped. I thought, maybe I don't deserve to be a great physicist, or even any kind of physicist. I need something simpler. I should get involved in some sort of trade, to do manual labor, something for the people, not too intellectual, not too complex. Maybe simple teaching. Or maybe go back home and get back to painting houses, earning enough for my daily bread. Or take up some other form of simple manual labor, just like millions of other people. I would, of course, have to forget about the Nobel Prize. And that would be too bad. I experienced a slight disappointment in my choice of path in life. I simply lost hope of getting any sort of prize, let alone the Nobel Prize. At first, that disappointment was weightless and not meaningful. But on November 7th, on the holiday celebrating the October Revolution, it suspiciously strengthened and made my life increasingly complicated and intolerable. The coincidence of the date of the October Revolution of 1917 and the strengthening of my disappointment in 1971 is purely accidental. Then, I had the somewhat calming thought that this was all due to women. more particularly, due to their absence. I was experiencing acute spermatoxicosis and it had become a real problem. Of course, I did have women in my life, but my relations with them were very spontaneous. I barely had time to enjoy them and enjoy the beginning of my life as a man. It turned out that what I needed from women was not just sex. I needed a commonality of interests, similarity of goals, emotional intimacy. None of them could give me that. Later, I understood that the problem was not women. They could stay in my life, but only as a secondary, subordinate element, not as a primary element. Then I got the idea that this was all due to my provincial naivete and lack of manners. It is true that I was not fashionably dressed, and my clothes did not instill me with confidence in the correctness of my chosen path. I wanted to ask someone for advice, but I had no one to ask. My parents, relatives, friends, Chernivtsi, were all far away, they could not help. As for Novosibirsk, it is a closed-off city, completely alien to me, and Akademgorodok is also a closed-off place that does not simply open up to strangers. I can't ask a city for advice, or cry on its shoulder. In the end, I understood that the problem was in me. Apparently, I bowed to contemporary trends in my choice of physics, I got caught up in the present, I had rejected, or simply failed to understand the past, and I hadn't even considered the future. One needs to have some sort of plan in life, if only for a couple of years ahead. This is how I was on my way to the Nobel Prize. I have to say that I still have not received it, just like the pseudo-intelligentsia at the university. Only lately did I finally understand things clearly. All of those belligerent pseudo-intelligentsia types were as thick as a brick and as talentless as leeches. Their showing off was their only weapon against me. There were many of them, and I was alone, and they were all against me. If they had been men, I would have dealt with them quickly. But these enemies were mostly female. They did not understand it then, and they still do not understand, that I have no greater pleasure than fighting them all. That was especially fun for me. Because everything in this relentless battle was interesting to me, sometimes one soars high, sometimes one falls, sometimes one cracks, and occasionally one breaks. Break. On Wednesday, November 17, 1971, at 10:17 a.m., I went into the office of the Assistant Dean Svirid Sviridovich, and put a request to leave the university on his desk. Solomon Abramovich, what is the reason you have decided to leave? Svirid Sviridovich asked, like a surprised officer hearing from a soldier that the toilet was clogged again. I have decided to leave and I am leaving. That's the reason, I said, looking with concentration out the window to my left. Svirid Sviridovich had often seen students request to leave, and the reason for almost all of these, according to him, was the same, weakness of character. In reality, the reason for these requests was not weakness of character, rather a strong, but specific kind of character. The distribution of personality types in the students in our class was not Gaussian distribution with a continuous probability distribution for a real valued random variable, but a weird step function. There were real wolves among the D students, while some of the A students were tapeworms. Moreover, there was no correlation between academic success and weakness of character. In any case, what specific personality trait leads students to a voluntary abandonment of the most important dream of their student life is something that I still do not know. Svirid Sviridovich had a few well-tested methods for further action in cases like this. They all began with the following: okay, then. Your request is recorded, come back here in a week and we will discuss the concrete administrative steps to take. Svirid Sviridovich turned 77 degrees to the right and started looking out the window with me. By the way, there is an amazing woman in town who studies student behavior, including the reasons for leaving the university. He gave me a quarter of a notebook sheet, with a handwritten address and telephone number of Irina Naumovna Obskaya-Dunovskaya. The words "amazing woman" were said in such a tone that I instantly imagined a beautiful and very attractive woman about 29.5 years of age, in profile, like Egyptian Queen Nefertiti. I left the office, then the university, and wandered off in an indeterminate direction. All the indeterminate directions in Akademgorodok lead to the forest. I wandered around the forest for a long time, so long that the same thoughts circled in my mind 3 times. How did that happen? I thought. I am not yet 20, but my life is already over. And even if it does continue physically, everything else has come to a catastrophic end. How awful, how crushing, how painful. I felt a pressure in my chest, it was hard to breathe, my nose was congested, the muscles of my neck turned to lead, and only my feet, on autopilot, carried me somewhere. I felt clearly that my body and soul were broken into pieces, an internal war was raging between them. Some of those pieces rebelled and were not obeying instructions from my central nervous system. I felt that my body and soul were entirely composed of injuries, scars, and cracks. I understood that I was no longer capable of carrying the burden of study and having a full social life at the same time. I had loaded my weak frame with an impossible burden. My troops were not ready for this battle. My enemies, the university, friends and enemies, the environment I was in, life itself, were stronger than me. I did not know who won the battle, but I was sure that I had lost and that I would pay dearly for it. But saying pay dearly, assumes some sort of survival afterwards. Survival and continued existence, but how one continues to exist does not matter. The inspiring thoughts that had filled me like a helium balloon and pulled me upward, had wandered off somewhere in my body, into the hidden corners of my soul, and gave no signs of life. The fittest survive, and the unfit have to leave to make room for them. The winners go forward to keep pace with progress, and the conquered are left behind to rot and decay. This is the experimental proof of the laws of evolution. I, Solomon Abramovich Glaser, stayed behind to rot, decay, and stink. 48 years after that day, I am still trying to understand the process that had led me to such dramatic steps: request to leave, put down my weapons, lower my flag, capitulate, give up. I do not think that even today I understand just what happened to me on November 17, 1971, the reasons for that event, and the consequences it led to. It was a long and complex process. The process of emotional development in a young man is uneven, not monotonic, not stationary, indeterminate. It is more stochastic than anything else. Since a person's development follows certain general principles, those principles have to govern the development of human organs and systems in the same way as they govern emotional development. For example, let us take bone development. Without cracks, there is no growth or renewal of bones. Similarly, emotional development is impossible without mistakes and misfortunes, not someone else's, but one's own. The stages of bone development include crack formation, the clearing of its surface, and the growth of new bone. In one's youth, the skeleton is fully renewed every few years if there is a good balance between new growth and destruction. If there is no balance, the cracks can grow, and at the end, one of them can become a break. I thought about this then. I think about this now. Only the self-preservation instinct saved me then and is still saving me now. My self-preservation instinct was very different from the Soviet average. It has especially grown in the last few millennia, due to the constant persecution and the threat of total destruction. This is how my character formed. The cracks and breaks broke the weak elements in it, and what was created as a result would be tested many times in life, destroyed and renewed. That process saved me then, and it is responsible for who I became. I have only now understood it. Prescription. Irina Naumovna Obskaya-Dunayevskaya's office was on the second floor of a two-story building in Nizhnaya Eltsovka. One must clarify that the inhabitants of Nizhnaya Eltsovka say that they live in Akademgorodok. However, the inhabitants of Akademgorodok do not agree. This is how they've always lived. Irina Naumovna's house is an ordinary typical grayish building, there's nothing to describe. There must be 1,000 other buildings like this in Nizhnaya Eltsovka, 10,000 in Novosibirsk, 100,000 in Western Siberia and 1 million in the Russian Federation. Who would be surprised by this building? Almost no one. I am sure that any reader living in Russia has been inside such a building at least once in their life. If the building was ordinary, the office itself was unique and unlike any other office I have ever seen in my life. It was a very large room without windows, in the middle of which there was a square desk and chair for the doctor, and to the left, 1 meter away, another chair for the patient. As soon as I entered and closed the door, I felt hypnotized. I was standing there, a peasant from a dirty village, unwashed rabble, an uncivilized plebeian. And in the center of the room, an aristocrat was seated. These days, some people wave various certificates around, indicating that they were the descendants of pure aristocracy. Of course, I can't determine with certainty just what kind of aristocrats these were, but I do know, with complete confidence, what can be wiped with these certificates. But Irina Naumovna was undoubtedly an aristocrat of the highest order, needing no certificates. She is her own certificate and her own proof of her aristocratic status. Blue blood, good breeding, and so on. Everything about her was unearthly, unique, her appearance, her scent, her manner of speaking, intonation, accents. Everything was aristocratic. I was sure that she would feel aristocratic to the touch, though I did not touch her. But I could almost taste it, the pleasant scent behind her ears, the soft yielding lips, the firm breasts. I won't dare say another word about Irina Naumovna's charms. Compared to her, Yekaterina Alexeyevna, my social science teacher in school and my sex idol, looked completely different. There, one sees a different kind of beauty and charm. It is simpler, more provincial, more predictable, but still very desirable. Irina Naumovna wore a partly unbuttoned white lab coat. The room was warm and smelled of curious incense. The lab coat did not at all conceal her amazing figure, rather, it accentuated her attractiveness and the grace of her posture. Under the lab coat, she wore a business suit consisting of a skirt, a blouse, and a suit jacket, made to order from a material that, once you had seen it once, you would never forget. 37 years later, I finally managed to see a similar material. It was at the atelier of Henry Poole & Co. on 15 Savile Row in London. With only a hint of bawdiness, I noticed the immaculate boots on Irina Naumovna's perfect legs. They were dark brown and reached almost to her knees. Moreover, they were shiny, as if the lady had put them on for the first time, or as if a conscientious servant had spent all night brushing them with a soft brush and a chamois cloth. Once, when I was in Moscow, I went to the Vakhtango Theatre, and saw a woman there in the same kind of boots. She had 3 bodyguards. Looking at her, one could believe that the bodyguards were guarding her boots. "Take a seat, Solomon Abramovich," said Irina Naumovna in an ordinary tone, not making a single gesture, and in such a way as if she saw a Solomon Abramovich in her office every day. At that moment, I felt like the people who watched the first talkie in 1927 must have felt. Or, the way an art lover would have felt if the Mona Lisa were to suddenly talk. But the unwashed rabble that I was couldn't react in an appropriate way to heightened emotions. My response was simply, in an uncivilized way, to want to have her. As if she had invited me to lie down instead of sit down. Right there, right now, in her office, immediately, on the desk, on the floor, wherever. To my disappointment, I sadly sat down on the visitor's chair. I am sitting 1 meter away from the grand lady, I am shaking with arousal, but I am silent. I am breathing deep and waiting for my diagnosis and treatment plan. But a thought is spinning around in my mind, and still interests me: what does aristocratic sex look like? I did understand this: there's nothing better than an aristocratic lady in the classic pose. And an aristocratic lady with faked or bought documents would be just fine too, at first. It was obvious that Irina Naumovna could read her patients' thoughts like posters at a parade. So, with not a little contempt, she asked me straight on, "Doesn't it seem to you, Solomon Abramovich, that you are behaving like a swine with people of the opposite sex?" The fact that I did behave like a swine with one person of the opposite sex is one I will admit. I started talking quickly and uncertainly. Then I stopped to think for a few moments and continued, to justify myself: "But what about her? She was also a swine. And the one she left me for is a huge swine, a sea of swine, from one shore to the other. And the others? Also swine, of different colors and different intensities. All people are swine. How did you, Solomon Abramovich, come to such an erroneous conclusion?" Irina Naumovna asked, rhetorically. Is this what the scientific method as applied to social sciences leads us to? Of course not. You just need to recalibrate yourself by a human scale. Swine need to be calibrated by a swine scale. Irina Naumovna crossed her gorgeous legs in their gorgeous boots and started gradually teaching me the basics of emotional clastoplasticism. The soul, she said, is a fragile thing and breaks frequently. The remodeling and the rebuilding of its element are performed by anabolic and catabolic processes, the intensity of which varies with relation to each other in different environments and at different levels of activity of their basic structures, soul clasts and soul blasts. The basic mechanics of the destruction of materials, in general, and the appearance and growths of cracks, the beautiful aristocratic lady continued, were established by someone named Alan Griffiths. But the pathogenesis of the soul, young man, is very complex and multifactorial. After about the seventh word, I tuned out and stopped listening to Irina Naumovna. I was introspecting, thinking about something else. Girls also want sex, but they show it in different ways. You just can't read their thoughts, Irina Naumovna summarized, without even understanding how much she had done for me. The doctor said that I had to have regular sex, or at the very least sporadic sex, and that life without sex is not recommended and not a good idea. I took that prescription, but did not take it to the pharmacy. I took it for my life. The man from Odessa. Vasily Ivanovich Ginsburg was from Odessa. He was just a little over 30. He had defended his candidate's thesis back in his childhood, and now he was a PhD and led seminars on electromagnetism, just to amuse himself. His main occupation was entirely different: he was a good man. Vasily Ivanovich had a happy disposition and an excellent education. In addition to physics, he was interested in art and Franco-Italian cinema. He was always dressed with special care, with an un-Soviet, though not anti-Soviet, flair, and a kind of old-world seaside charm. For example, he always carried an elegant handkerchief in the upper pocket of his suit jacket, and during the short Siberian summer, he wore a white broad-brimmed Panama hat. He could spend hours talking about his beloved Odessa, about the sea, about the taste of the local goby fish fried with sour cream. He exuded the scent of the sea, and his deep-set eyes, behind his glasses, resembled two lighthouses that showed the way to happiness even in the dark. He also loved to spend hours, or days, talking about physics, its immutable and eternal laws, its complex interconnections and collisions. In addition to electromagnetism, his scientific interests extended to electrodynamics, optics, and solid-state physics. He also lectured on the theory of stochastic processes in physics to the fourth-year students. His seminars attracted us with their energetic improvisation, scientific sophistication, and accuracy. We soon got to know his class, and Gauss, Lorentz, Ohm, Joule, and Lenz became our best friends for many years, though they had no idea. Under the direction of Vasily Ivanovich Ginzburg, we enthusiastically immersed ourselves in the differential forms of the basic laws of magnetic fields, tirelessly learning from our lectures and from the second and eighth volumes of the classical course of theoretical physics, the authors of which are the ever-youthful L.D. Landau and E.M. Lifshitz. And, of course, from the engaging and informative conversations and stories told by Vasily Ivanovich. The most amazing quality he had was that Vasily Ivanovich was the kind of person whom everyone believed. They believed him unquestioningly and at once. This was true even though at the time, it seems to me, one did not often encounter people whom one wanted to believe. In those days, no one had heard of lie detectors or other things like that. There weren't too many people without a double life, and of course, the atmosphere around those people was healthier and purer than in society as a whole. One's official life in the USSR mostly consisted of strategic omissions, misstatements, and misleading statements, and sometimes outright lies. One had to have an incredible talent for analysis to read between the lines of the official newspaper articles to find out the truth and to understand what was actually going on. This made it all the more valuable when a person had the courage to know and to tell the truth. Those people attracted groups of admirers, some sort of fan clubs, and those people became unshakable moral authorities in their circles. They were believed without doubt or hesitation. Vasily Ivanovich Ginzburg was like that. He was also not a party member. A couple of days after I wrote my petition to leave the university, Vasily Ivanovich invited me to walk home with him after a seminar. I was flattered by the invitation. Of course, I felt a certain pride in my own uniqueness. I will be honest, I had suspected that Vasily Ivanovich was an artful healer when it came to cases of depression or various types of petitions to leave the university, but I did not think this would work for me. I walk with him with pleasure, but I was sure of my decision, and I was not planning to let him convince me otherwise. I was finished. Physics is not for me, I am lost. I had made a mistake and now I am wasting my time and energy. Life is short, I had learned that, and I should not be wasting it. I had to be frugal with my time, so the petition to leave was the only correct solution. I will not follow any advice. I am sick of the university, I want to go to every street corner and spit on it. I hate Akademgorodok and Novosibirsk as a whole, and I want to go back to Chernivtsi or to go to any other city in the country. Thankfully, there are a lot of them. In any event, I was ready for a break. I wanted to spend a couple of years thinking, investigating other possible occupations, traveling, meeting new people, talking to them, listening to their views on life. But as soon as we were 17 meters away from the university building, Vasily Ivanovich stopped and asked me flat out, "So why did you decide to leave the university? I know you're a student. Of course, not counting your B in the history of the Communist Party. But if you had an A in that, I would have been surprised and wary, and wouldn't have said anything to you. And I would not have invited you to walk with me. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore," I answered in complete confusion, having forgotten already what I had thought about so decisively. My confidence in my new decision was gone as if it had never been. It was like some sort of enchantment. Taking advantage of my confusion, Vasily Ivanovich started talking amusingly and pleasantly about himself, prefacing his story with the somewhat annoying statement that in Odessa childhood is completely different from childhood in any other town, including Chernivtsi. In Odessa, as it turns out, sandboxes are completely different, and one pulls girls' pigtails in a completely different way, some sort of reverse grip. The game of bakers in Odessa has completely different rules from other towns. The ice cream in Odessa is much more delicious, and slingshots are made from strips of inner tubes instead of elastic, like in Chernivtsi. Then he told me how beautiful Odessa was. I partially agreed. Chernivtsi does not have a sea or a port, thus we lack the possibilities of Odessa. He told me about his teachers. Especially about his physics teacher, thanks to whom this science became the love of his life. Then he told me a long story about how, due to his uncertainty about life, he fell in with a counterculture group of youth called Stilyagi, who were slowly drifting toward becoming beatniks. He did a bit of speculating on the black market, he played a bit of soccer. In general, he was looking for something other than physics, and did not find it. And that's when I felt that we were kindred souls. I also had great teachers. I also love my town, even though it is not a seaport. And I am painfully and aimlessly trying to find myself. I promised him to withdraw my petition and not to refile it for a month. And that in a month, we would meet and talk about this again. Wedding. On Sunday, March 26, 1972, Grigory Primakov hanged himself right in our dorm number 5. This was an emergency. The assistant dean and the dean came to the dorm because this was their job. I will note that neither before nor after this, no one hanged himself in our dorm, so we did not often get such visits. I did not know Grigory personally and I had never even seen him. Some said that there was no such student. Others said that he had existed, but never left his room. All versions sounded somewhat less than realistic, as did the version where a 20-year-old guy would just hang himself for no reason. Most likely, Grigory Primakov never existed and this was all made up to give the university a reason to have a serious talk with all the students to raise the students' spirits. Due to various reasons, these spirits had lowered to a level similar to the bourgeois lowering themselves to the level of the proletariat prior to the Great October Revolution. The Komsomol meeting started immediately after the management left the student dorm. Why so boring, my Komsomol comrades? Look at your faces. Why such a hangdog expression? I hereby request a vote for a 17-minute break, I said at the Komsomol meeting. I added as an aside to Borya, watch to make sure they don't leave. But it was minus 30 degrees Celsius outside, so even if people wanted to leave, they wouldn't have gotten far. I clearly understood that spirits do not rise by themselves, and that standard methods and efforts would probably not help. I had never heard of a man, even a physicist, hanging himself, for example, in Ivanovo, known as the City of Brides. Once Ivanovo was a major textile center, attracted women and girls seeking work. I can't even imagine such a thing, I said to Boris as confidently as I could manage. To me, it was obvious that this was all about women. More particularly, about their extreme and catastrophic absence. My proposal that a cloth factory be built in Akademgorodok, on Pirogov Street, across the street from our dorm, say, a factory named after Comrade Frunz or Bukharin, was met with indifferent silence. Of course, I was surprised that aside from me, the majority of the students were relatively indifferent to young weavers, my proletarian sisters. Then, I made a proposal to the university management to create a department of education in our university. I was ready to take upon myself the responsibility of attracting the female students from the Novosibirsk College of Education. But this proposal was also rejected, due to budgetary concerns and a variety of other reasons. I was ready to keep going with more proposals. And so, after a 17-minute break, everyone came back to the Komsomol meeting. I don't see anything wrong with simply getting a few drinks, and then everything will just straighten out by itself, Fyodor Starodubtsev said firmly, and everyone understood that he had spent his 17-minute break thinking intensely about nothing but this. But we are in a dry dorm, Talik objected, and Fyodor understood that 17 minutes were clearly insufficient for a full consideration of such an important problem. I couldn't stand Talik Vasyevsky, and the feeling was mutual, but this time he had presented an ironclad argument that saved the situation. At that time, I was beginning to understand that one shouldn't argue with the inarguable. Talik understood my realization and decisively switched over to a frontal attack. He got up from his chair and said, drinking should only happen for a legitimate reason, for example for May 1st or November 7. Someone noted reasonably that it was only the end of March, and that we couldn't wait that long for an official holiday. Then all the participants started impatiently listing other reasons for drinking. In the mixed-up chorus of various suggestions, someone unexpectedly blurted out the sacramental wedding. Everyone froze with their mouths open, admiring the unexpected harmony of the obvious and the brilliant. All brilliant ideas have two characteristics: they arrive unexpectedly and leave everyone open-mouthed. Just as you, dear reader, may have guessed, the wedding day was set to be very soon, April 1st. Talik decided to demonstrate his hate of me once again and volunteered me for the role of groom. The proposal was accepted unanimously, with one abstaining. Now we needed a bride. That next step was significant only to me, which is why everyone else left except for Talik. Had he thought all that up before the meeting, the thought flashed in my head. To this day, I consider it unlikely. It is similar to the likelihood that all the air molecules in the room would suddenly crowd together in one corner, leaving me suffocating in another corner. But even so, I had some doubts. I noticed the crafty smile in the right corner of Talik's mouth, but did not let on that I noticed. He removed that smile only for a moment, to tell me, Solomon Abramovich, if you like I will bring the bride. I know someone. Go ahead and bring anyone you like, I don't care. I'm not going to play in the sandbox with her. There isn't a woman who couldn't look like a bride, I said, daringly displaying my experience as a bridegroom, though I had none. Then I equally daringly continued my attack on Talik. The bride has to wear a roughly wedding dress and a veil with lace on it, I said. Maybe you're chickening out, Solomon Abramovich, and want to find a way to get out of it? Your demands are unrealistic, Talik indignantly responded. Okay. We can skip the ruffles and the wedding dress, but you can't have a wedding without a veil. And I'll get a tie from the number 3 dorm. I can't remember much about the wedding preparations, because I was almost completely uninvolved in them. I was inhabiting the role of bridegroom, that was enough to do. I only remember that I did not get any wedding presents. That's how it always happens, you break your back for your friends and get nothing in return. The dorm reading room was gradually transforming into a banquet hall. Where they got the glasses, plates, and forks, I had no idea. The ratio of lemonade bottles to vodka bottles was about 1:5, which was usual for student parties of the time. By the evening of April 1st, the bride and I arrived, her face covered by a veil, in a taxi that supposedly came from the registry office, and we were greeted by the whole class with a loud hooray, and incitements to drink. I tolerated that too, even though I was sober. In my entire 5 years at the university, I never drank, and never even tried vodka. I will note that the bride was taller than me, though not much taller. I decided to forgive Talik for that one. This was a wedding, not an apple-picking contest. Moreover, the difference in height was not apparent while seated at the table, and the marriage bed equalizes everyone anyway. After a while, I was ready to fulfill my primary obligations as a bridegroom, but thankfully, even before the wedding was over, someone led the bride away from the table. The next day, when I entered the great physics auditorium, everyone got up and applauded me the way that the party delegates applaud the leaders entering the hall. Not too many knew the truth, that this was a simple April Fool's joke and a way to raise our spirits. On that day, I understood how important women were in my life, in any man's life, and in society. The next official drunken party, to celebrate May 1st, was an entire 30 long days away. The In the eyes of our student intelligentsia, they were the higher consciousness, and I was a primitive person. Some of them probably considered me an animal at an early stage of evolution, but did not dare say it to my face or even behind my back. They were scared. These people, voluntarily and individually, basing their conclusions on facts known only to themselves, decided that they alone engage in intellectual activity and belong to the higher class of intelligentsia, while proletarians like me live by their primitive instincts. The prosperous peasants called kulaks were dekulakized during the Soviet campaign of political repressions of millions of kulaks and their families in the 1929 to 1932 period and destroyed as a class because they were easy to find and distinguish from everyone else. They had objectively distinguishable qualities. A member of the intelligentsia is not as easy to identify. How can one objectively determine who is truly thinking? Those who have to know everything could possibly know this, but I didn't. And so, the intelligentsia escaped righteous destruction as a class. Only later did I understand that the intelligentsia wasn't a class, but an infinitely thin boundary between two classes. After April ended, the May 1st holiday of 1972 began. The Day of International Solidarity of Workers, as it was called then. A very proletarian day. There were parades all over the country in its honor, to show the whole world that here, for the first time in history, the proletariat won, and the farmers and especially the intelligentsia understand it and appreciate it. Konstantin, Fyodor and I got a red flag with the hammer and sickle out of the dorm storeroom and went to that parade of workers. A celebration, as it were. By the script set out for us, the entire town of Akademgorodok would witness the proletariat prevail over the bourgeoisie, while the peasantry, in their caps with the cardboard sickles on them and hand-rolled cigarettes in their crooked mouths, was overjoyed at this outcome. The intelligentsia, being a simple interlayer between two classes, attempted to suck up onto the proletariat, calling itself the proletariat of intellectual labor, but not doing anything. Just a little plot twist to make things interesting. It must be said that the script was invented and strictly enforced from above, almost from Moscow itself. It was a beautiful sunny morning. Even though the temperature was above zero, almost 7 degrees Celsius, the snow had not yet melted. On a morning like this, first of all, one wants to live, and second of all, one wants to live a long time, maybe forever. Like Lenin. Only an average strength hangover after yesterday's innocent student party may mar such a morning, nothing else. It's true that they also handed out portraits of the Politburo members, mounted on sticks so that they could be carried in the parade. We were lucky to be spared. It's not hard to carry a portrait, of course, but it takes up one's hands. Hands can always be useful. There were many little problems that afflicted us students. For example, Fyodor could not say the word combination member of the Politburo, Comrade Shevardnadze, without screwing up and the resultant swearing. This was not good. No one in Akademgorodok could say it correctly on the first try. Moreover, Fyodor did not understand the meaning of member of the Politburo. Or rather, he did understand it, but in parts. Each one of the three of us had a sign around our necks with the laconic inscription, Proletarian. This was according to the script. That is why all the other participants in the parade were afraid, or pretended to be afraid, of our menacing hegemony and our incredible, though just, historical strength. In reality, everyone was afraid of Konstantin because of his physical strength, and Fyodor and I were only good for carrying away the bodies. It has to be said that the only proletarians in our group were the three of us. In essence and in form. Moreover, we were real proletarians, who had nothing to lose except their chains, as someone has said. What could I lose, a painter and the son of a glazier? The only thing they could do to us was call us the bourgeoisie. We weren't farmers, after all. We bravely gazed into the future and were not afraid of it. It was ours. Many people at the time dreamed of having proletarian roots, just like people buy nobility titles today. And so, here are the three of us, marching in the parade, endlessly singing revolutionary songs. The intelligentsia was scurrying around us. The intelligentsia, according to the classics, is rotten, so they were only pretending to sing. We would be starting the chorus, and the intelligentsia would still be barely beginning the first verse. And so, we are singing and marching in a circle. At the podium are the leaders of Akademgorodok, academics, professors, directors from the city. They are smiling because they are already living under communism. Us proletarians are still building it. The intelligentsia, which is also marching with us in a circle, also wants to live under communism. So, they glom onto us. They smile, they subserviently straighten the red bows in our buttonholes, they help us carry the heavy flags with the hammer and sickle. Glomming on is the role of the intelligentsia. Afterwards, our student intelligentsia will get dachas in some village and will spend some part of the summer there. And immediately, that will be enough for them to consider themselves farmers. And farmers are a related class to the proletariat, close to it. Not like the rotten intelligentsia. But at the parties after the parades, in their own circle of the intelligentsia, they pretend to have aristocratic lineage. For example, they may say, my great-grandfather was a Decembrist of aristocratic origins, he was exiled to Siberia and then he decided to settle here. Or they may say, I have a grandmother who was a Georgian, or Armenian, Duchess, and will immediately add, of course she was Russian Orthodox. Either Marx or Engels, or both of them together, have rightly noted that the proletariat was produced by the bourgeoisie. In the USSR, the government and party apparatus replaced the bourgeoisie entirely, while the proletariat continued working like mad, without even realizing, building communism without any idea that it had already been built for the select few. The role of the farmers was minuscule, because agriculture in the USSR had always been an insoluble problem. The farmers would plant wheat and it would not grow. They'd milk the cows and not get any milk. They'd raise goats and the goats would run away. And so, the proletariat, the intelligentsia, and the classless elements of the USSR were half-starved, and the farmers were half-dressed. The intelligentsia in the USSR has an even greater problems than the farmers. It had to continuously make adjustments and try to be liked by everyone. It did not display intelligence in public, only in its own narrow social circles. And it was very hard to get in, practically impossible. After we came back to the dorm after the parade, we decided to relax and have a bit of conversation. Listen, Konstantin, here we are talking to each other, but really, we are wasting our time, I said seriously and with a bit of bitterness, but most importantly, it was unclear what I was talking about. What are you talking about? You're weird today, Semyon. I noticed in the morning. You're nervous, Konstantin said in surprise. And even now, I'm wasting my valuable time with you. You're an unqualified dolt. Why unqualified? Konstantin said in even greater surprise. Because you don't have the necessary qualifications. Get it? And without those qualifications, Konstantin, you cannot possibly get into cultured society. I wanted to conclude the conversation with this phrase, but it didn't work out that way. Where did that come from, about cultured society? Konstantin asked with interest. Where, you ask? Anywhere. Last night, I went to visit Dasha and she told me that she's leaving me for Sasha. Apparently, Sasha is a cultured man and uses highly qualified language in his conversation. Got it, you freak? Some best friend you are, I said and turned away to the window while Konstantin sat down on the bed. Now I get it, it didn't make any sense before, Konstantin said thoughtfully. So it was Dasha who didn't put out for you last night. I thought you were with Masha. My mistake. But as for what you were talking about, tell your Dasha to stick her qualified language where the sun don't shine. Konstantin couldn't restrain his laughter, and I joined him. And what should I do with unqualified language? I asked, laughing. She can stick those in another place, there are lots of places, Konstantin said, laughing, lying on his back on the bed and kicking his legs. I was already on the floor, convulsing in laughter. And now, an aside about the Russian language, qualified or unqualified, but seriously this time. In the 1936 Constitution, the USSR was called a country of the workers and farmers, the proletariat. It turns out that in Germany, there are Germans speaking German, in England, there are English people speaking English, and in the USSR, there are proletarians who speak proletarian. On March 30, 1971, at the XXIV Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Leonid Brezhnev announced the formation of a new historical entity, the Soviet people. He gave a report there. The reader may independently verify the facts described here, there are historical documents. But there is no documentation of the fact that in the TV room of the dorm, packed with students, everyone laughed their heads off at the dear leader and the things he said, as well as the way he said them. The more interesting thing in this whole comedy was that it didn't occur to anyone that things could be different, normal, the way they were everywhere else. The Congress confirmed Brezhnev's progressive idea. The summary document contained language about how a new historic community has formed as a result of a firm socio-political and ideological unity of all classes and groups, ethnicities, and nations, that populate the territory of the USSR. The language of the Soviet people was officially recognized to be Russian. At the same time, it was constantly emphasized that the Soviet people were not a nation in the ordinary sense of the word, but a union of tribes, a voluntary union of different nations and ethnicities, linked by their common Marxist-Leninist worldview. And what happens in the absence of the Marxist-Leninist worldview? All of these strange thoughts have come to my head only now, after many years and decades. They have swirled around in my head ever since I saw, at the house of some of those intelligentsia types, icons in one corner and portraits of the Romanovs in another. Or noticed that some of those former Komsomol or party members now make the sign of the cross. When were they lying? I asked myself, and answered quickly, they lied then and they lie now. They do have a mitigating circumstance, they have never, in their entire life, seen or heard or known the truth. But now this doesn't matter to me anymore. It mattered then. Summer. I love summer. Who doesn't? Actually, I do know who doesn't. The people who don't love summer are those who have never lived in Siberia. For example, people in Singapore. In Singapore, summer lasts all year and never goes away, so they get sick of it. In Siberia, though, after 11 cold months, 8 of which include snow, you wait for summer with the same level of anticipation that an alcoholic awaits his first drink of the morning. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but not too much. Even though Novosibirsk is in western Siberia, it is still in Siberia. So, it's much nicer to spend the summer by the warm sea, or by a southern river, in the forest or in the mountains, under a cherry tree or in a cherry tree, with friends or with girlfriends, but in any case, without Siberian mosquitoes and gnats. How can I explain to the reader the beautifully happy moments of my university summer vacation? I thought about it and turned on the music of Antonio Vivaldi, the Concerto No. 2 in G minor Summer from the Four Seasons. I listened. That's not it. That's not about my summer. Vivaldi wasn't talking about a proletarian student summer, it sounded more like a bourgeois aristocratic summer. What a Vivaldi, what a son of a bitch, reminded me the Alexander Pushkin's catchphrase commonly expresses a joy after finishing one's work. My summer vacation is hard to adequately reflect in musical form. It doesn't have any melodic order, regular scales, or amazing octaves. That's why it is a vacation, to waste time, without stress, to the music of life. So, I will attempt to describe my vacation in the telegraphic style of rap, more understandable these days, or in a relaxed jazzy way. The events occurred in July-August period of 1972 and happened after the successful completion of my second year at the NSU. I flew into Kiev on July 4th, but there were no tickets to Chernivtsi for the entire week ahead. I looked at the Chernovitzer public at the Zulian airport and thought that with passengers like that, there's no way I would fly out of there, and I did not want to stay even a night in Kiev, since I did not have the budget for it. All the Chernovitzers were clean-shaven, well-fed male specimens, who could be divided into two groups, one in two-piece suits and the other in three-piece suits. In both cases, the suit jackets were double-breasted and, probably, stuffed with money. How can I get ahead of these bourgeois types? I can't compete with them in bribery for the tickets, and time was short. I looked, and saw a girl of indeterminate age washing the floor of the airport. "What's your name?" I asked her. "Dunya." "Listen, Dunya, do you want to earn 3 rubles?" "Who wouldn't want to earn 3 rubles, answered Dunya in pure Dnepropetrovsk Ukrainian, adjusting her headscarf, bangs, and apron one after another. At the same time, she was making eyes at me in an amateurish, but well-practiced way. No, you didn't understand me. I really need an airplane ticket." Dunya went to the ticket agent and said, "Valentina Petrovna, please help me. My nephew, a poor student, very poor, came to visit me, and now he needs to leave but there are no tickets. He needs to get to a funeral tomorrow, of his friend and relative, that is, a friendly relative, that is, a relative friend." Dunya said a lot more and even cried a little for extra verisimilitude. And not just fake crying, either, real crying, with tears. It wasn't a 1 ruble show, after all. This was a 3 ruble show. In the end, Dunya earned her 3 rubles. I flew to Chernivtsi that same day, and the following year, Dunya easily got admitted into the Karpenko-Karov Kiev State Institute of Theatre Arts. Dunya was a great girl. One only meets those when traveling, this is why I love to travel. The first 3 days at home, I caught up on sleep and ate a lot of things, though not enough to make up for several months of undereating in Akademigorod. I started making a plan for how to spend my vacation, not a burdensome task, but an important one. As you make your plan for vacation, so you spend your vacation. To separate the vacation from the school year and to appreciate it more, I spent 7 hours at the university library across from our house. It's impossible to concentrate on studying in the comfort of home. I decided to go through the textbook by Dukhanov and Samarsky, Mathematical Physics Equations. This book is like a sleeping pill for me. I did not learn anything, I didn't understand anything, I was bored out of my skull. I still keep this textbook around for extreme insomnia since I prefer natural remedies. Away with the textbooks. Now it's time to rest. This is what a vacation is for, in the middle of the arduous road to the Nobel Prize. On July 13th, Borya Shapiro arrived in Chernivtsi straight from Tashkent, and brought a huge melon with him. I have no idea how it fit in the airplane. And even without the melon, he fit right into the Chernivtsi Jewish background, he looked like he belonged. Borya and I had a lot of plans. Borya had never seen real, honest-to-goodness mountains, or Chernivtsi Jews, for that matter. So, we were planning to go to the Carpathians for a week and to climb the Goverla, the highest mountain in the Carpathians. Borya survived the ascent and then thanked me profusely for a long time. He loved the mountain climbing. And the Chernivtsi Jews. To put it scientifically, Borya and I form a small social group, with all the problems that arise from that. But I will discuss that later, since the reader is not ready to accept the complex, but progressive science on small social groups. At this stage, I will cite only one result of the social analysis: the social group should be increased, preferably by greater female representation. One general law of life states that one good decision leads to another equally good decision. We decided to get in touch with Anna to compile a list of candidates for our campaign to conquer Odessa. Not that I forgave or forgot the Anna's past, but I was ready, as they say in Chernivtsi, to close my eyes to that. Anna put forth only her own candidacy. Without having any valuable alternative, we agreed. But a new problem appeared. The Rosenberg family, which Anna was a part of, voted against her trip to Odessa with some random students. In response to this unfriendly action, the representatives of the Glaser and Shapiro family formed a delegation for the negotiations with the Rosenberg family. Neither Borya nor I had any experience in going to a girl's family to ask for her hand, that would come with years. Our delegation appeared at the doorstep of the Rosenberg family and said something very appropriate. I can't remember the exact details of our speeches, but we attained an overwhelming victory. After conquering the Goverlaw, we conquered the Rosenberg mountain as well. On July 25, the three of us went to Odessa to spend a few weeks by the seaside. We had very little money. All the better, we won't get a stomachache from overeating. But I would not like my plan if we just got on a train and went to Odessa. We divided up the trip into 3 stages. At first, we traveled from Chernivtsi to Beltsy, 200 kilometers by train, and spent the night at my relatives'. Nothing unusual, warm Bessarabian landscapes, tables full of fruit and wine that looked like juice, the bored faces of our relatives, and the ruins of the former synagogue, in front of which I photographed Borya for his report back home in the Asian Republic. Then another 150 kilometers, Beltsy, Kishinev, 2 hours by train. In Kishinev, we picked up Volodya Vorobyov, nicknamed the Sparrow. Then another 200 kilometers on a horse-drawn cart along the route Kishinev-Karolina Bugaz, a sandy beach on the Black Sea near Odessa. Not a new idea in general, but specific and unique for us. The search for the horse and the cart is another story, but I will tell it later. I will only say that we got there without the horse or the cart, but with the Sparrow. The presence of the feminine element in our crew had an instant positive effect, but it was clearly insufficient. I continued a local search to increase the representation of the fair sex in our group. A pair of aesthetically pretentious girls from some Moscow university decided to start a pseudo-intellectual conversation with me about the glass bead game. At that, our interaction ended, having barely started. Together with the pretentious girls was a delicate guy. I would not have noticed him in ordinary life. But he decided to recite one of the most significant Russian poets of the 20th century, Anna Akhmatova, unknown to me at the time. The guy was small and skinny, but girls stuck to him like flies to a fly strip. Only then did I start understanding the power of real art, specifically, poetry. I will fast forward a bit and note that after returning to Akademgorodok, in just a few weeks, I organized regular poetry readings in our dorm. That is another way to create a feminine garden where there is always ripe fruit ready for picking. If they gave out Nobel Prizes for progress in solving the woman question, I would have had a much better chance than, say, in physics. In the evenings, Karolina Bugaz resounded with loud, but very light music. Every dance floor in the resort played the famous Shizgara. The girls clung close to the boys in clusters, and the boys arrogantly chose. Sometimes, it happened the other way. Soon, the apogee of the southern evening arrived, the ladies' dance was announced, and the most predatory women of the USSR literally swallowed whole the easy pickings at the resort, Georgians, Azerbaijanis, and rich Magadaners who worked at the gold mines. We were poor students and therefore not interesting to the predators. Thus, we led a healthy and mostly sober lifestyle with a slight athletic component. Get up in the morning, run along the beach, swim. Then, a light but filling breakfast. Then I put on my blue resort hat and we went out to get some groceries. Then, before the sunset, back to the sea and the salty taste of summer for dinner before bed. Due to Anna's slight cold, it became impossible for her to continue staying in a hole-riddled tent on the beach. We had to rent a room for her in the nearby village, which overloaded our flimsy budget to the point of breaking. On August 17th, the money ran out, but we lasted another 3 days running on money fumes. Then, the Bug-As group scattered and I took the train home. On August 31st, the last day of summer vacation, I was already back in Akademgorodok. The quest for the Nobel Prize does not allow for long vacations. Chapter 3. Third year. Equator. Right in the middle of the full-flowing river of the 5-year course of study at the university, as the majestic equator, was the third year. This is an exceptional year, a special course, and a noticeable landmark. You're no longer a rookie, newly admitted, but not yet a mature upperclassman who can take anything in stride. You are still a little scared of the professors, but no longer intimidated by the docents or teaching assistants. Sometimes you treat them like equals, maybe you don't even acknowledge them in the hallways, or cut in line ahead of them at the university cafeteria. You can allow yourself to be a bit rude with most of the docents or teaching assistants, since you have a stipend and a supply of knowledge for any occasion. Sometimes you resemble a prisoner who has served half his term in solitary. You have not yet repented your crime, and you haven't yet arrived at the point of regret for the wasted years. You have not yet forgotten your school years to such an extent that you feel completely grown up. Sometimes you are drawn to recklessness and thoughtlessness. You measure the time by classes, and the years by semesters and courses. In the winter, you naively and impatiently await the summer, and in the summer, you await the winter. In your third year, you shy away from falling in love, but enjoy your relations with the opposite sex. You do this mechanically, following some sort of evolutionary laws for the human species. Moreover, in your third year you do this with particular cynicism, having experienced passion and having understood your place and purpose in life's eternal chain. You still have relatively few sets of lecture notes that you are saving for later. You still don't know precisely what you will need in the future and what you won't. In your third year, it's hard to turn back. Almost impossible. It seems that there is less time ahead of you than behind you, even though it is simply the middle, the halfway point, the equator. Also, the first sprouts of your future maturity will not let you turn back, those appear then, in your third year. You are getting into it, and so, out of principle, you will wait until the fourth year, and then the last, fifth year. Even out of interest. Ordinary human interest. But in the middle of this year, there is its own middle, which can also be divided in two, and the middle of that can also be divided in two, and so on. Looking at the sequence of these middles, one can arrive at a very small epsilon, in the radius of which will be the absolute midpoint, the absolute equator. But this is not like splitting a pickled herring into 2 equal parts to share with your dorm mate. By the way, the division of a pickled herring into 2 equal parts is one of the most important unsolved problems in mathematics. This is due to the uneven distribution of edible material within the space bounded by the skin of the herring. As for the middle of the 5-year course of study at the university, let us limit ourselves to an epsilon that equals 1 day. I think that it was exactly on that awful equatorial day that Katya told me that she no longer loved me. I had the inverse function, i.e. for me, it was just the opposite. Yes, exactly on the day that Katya told me that, I had lazily thought that I couldn't live without her. Though, if I'm honest, I did not love Katya before this middle day, the equatorial day, or after it. My male nature showed its true disgusting essence. Every man will understand me and agree, as for women, they should not think of themselves as angels. I suffered a lot because of them, but now is not the time to traumatize myself about it. What do I think about midpoints? I'm indifferent, half and half, equatorial, I don't think much about them at all. Neither here nor there. I don't care whether the glass is half full or half empty. What difference does it make to me? As if there are no other problems in the world. I'm not interested in the average temperature along the equator, or the average diameter of the equator. I don't care that half of humanity is beautiful and feminine, and the other half is nowhere near as pretty. The Middle Ages don't attract me either, they are in the middle, unfinished, imperfect. I have already told the reader that I like beginnings and do not like endings. And now, with feeling, I will add that while I do not like endings, I am also completely indifferent to middles. During my Carpathian trip with Borya Shapiro, we arrived to a place where one could cross a river. The river wasn't wide, but it flowed through a deep valley, and a thin rope bridge connected the two sides. Nothing doing, that bridge could not hold two people, so we had to cross it one at a time. I am not afraid of heights, as a rule. But in particular situations, like all normal people, I am a little nervous. I got halfway across, and the bridge started vibrating, it could enter resonance. It was as dangerous to turn back as to go forward. But the most dangerous thing was to stand in the middle of that bridge and not move. This is why middles and equators are dangerous. They have a certain incompleteness. On that Carpathian bridge, I kept going, but things could have been very different. The reader may be surprised at the lack of clarity in my point of view and the indecisiveness I displayed. I assure you that this indecisiveness and lack of clarity indicate the nearness of the equator, at which I will have to make a decision, to continue or turn back. So, even before I reached the middle of my third year, I started getting ready to make that choice. With more attention than a budding physicist needed to give it, I started studying philosophy, psychology, and particularly pedagogy. After the midpoint of the year, I started studying religion, insofar as it was possible in those fearsome, completely atheistic times. As a result, I found myself gravitating to the psychology of small groups, and to its extreme version, completely alien to Marxism-Leninism, the theory of individualism. In my third year, I often found myself at various extremes in my philosophical, political, ideological, and religious points of view, but I always ended up regressing to the mean, just like all physiological processes. In the end, I firmly decided to continue my path to the diploma, without really knowing why. I understood only one thing: keep moving. Away from the equator. Small group theory. Even with my personality, which is split at least into two, I do not form any sort of group, I am an individualist. Nevertheless, all my personalities taken separately, or together, may be members of various groups. Sergey and I live in one room, we are a small group of minimal size. 4 tankmen and a dog, in one tank, are a small group, and without the dog, an even smaller group. A ship goes on a long journey, with many different people on board. It does not matter how many people there are or who they are, and how they are different, they form one average-sized small group. After-school drawing or singing classes are small groups, a school class is a cohesive small group. School teachers are a small group that is not very cohesive. A queue for sour cream at the dairy store, may it be cursed, is a small group of angry customers, joined together by the hate of their enslaved and dependent lives, based on false and mistaken ideas, and led by stupid leaders who are incapable of producing enough sour cream. Constantine, Fyodor, and I live in different rooms of the same pigsty for communal student living, called a dorm, a small group of inhabitants of an average-sized dorm. At the same time, the three of us form a small group, a friendly work group. We are happy with each other and with our proletarian small group. However, this is a very particular case that is not at all characteristic for groups in general. Another example of a small groups is the so-called love triangles, glorified in popular Soviet songs. They were portrayed as possible, but surmountable obstacles on the path to real proletarian love, and were discussed in Marxist-Leninist thought as a type of struggle for all those who were oppressed, during the process of creating a new society where everything will eventually die away: class, family, money, nations, and small groups. Small groups glorified in the USSR were spaceship crews. This was an official exception. There, they were all heroes, who were understandably cramped in such a small group, but they had such a difficult job that they had to content themselves with the small while achieving the great. In that case, being part of a small group was a heroic act, and celebrated immediately upon landing by a hero's medal. It was understood that eventually, Soviet science would reach such heights that it could build large spaceships that could carry huge groups of Soviet people, and then the need for small groups would disappear. After all, these small groups smell of bourgeois individualism, and a real Soviet person would find them too cramped for the creation of communism. So, socialist ideology and theory exclude the very presence of, or the need for, small groups. It's as if they did not exist or should not exist. All groups can only be large as possible. And small groups should be destroyed if they don't want to grow large. If small groups should be enlarged, individualists should be destroyed. Some theoreticians in the science of small groups may mistakenly identify me and Dasha as a small group, and Dasha and Sasha, Dasha and Misha and Katya and me as 4 more groups. This is a mistaken position. It would be more correct to consider the small group consisting of me, Dasha, Sasha, Misha, and Katya, as one smallish bordello. By this I mean to say that the theory of small groups is not simple and continues to develop in international social science institutions. As a third-year student in the physics department, I understood that in addition to theory, I had to engage in experiments in order to strengthen and broaden my understanding of the social science of small groups. With that goal, I signed up for a theater club, created at the Movie Theater Moscow under the auspices of our university. I attended it regularly. Moreover, I was even offered a role in some sort of play that I can't remember the name of. I have to admit that as an actor, I am, let's say, pretty awful. Thankfully, my acting skill never reached the stage and I was saved from humiliation. But I will not get ahead of my story. One day, we were all sitting together in one large room, and reading the play according to the roles we were assigned. By that time, less than a month had passed since the start of our creative work. Of course, according to scientific method, the walls of the room should have been glass, and the observer, i.e. me, should have watched the experiment from outside. It turned out that not everything in life goes according to the rules or how we'd want it to be. Suddenly, Zoya Konstantinovna, an actress known by the entire Akademgorodok and simultaneously the commandant of our dorm, came into the room and exclaimed in a frightened voice, "The inspector is coming." And really, not even 17 minutes passed before 3 people walked in, 2 professors and 1 docent. I recognized the docent right away and understood almost everything. He was Petr Vasilyevich Ignatiev, who taught the history of the Communist Party in the physics department. As for the professors, they were from the humanities department and I had never seen them before. But they looked fairly ominous. After a few introductory sentences, it became obvious that they represent a branch of the International Inquisition, namely the university branch, and that they would start by torturing us and then, as an example to others, burn us at the stake. One must abide by the rules, you see. Admittedly, we could not see any fire yet. Petr Vasilyevich was mostly silent and let the orators speak. The professors recited almost identical speeches. The essence of the speeches was approximately the following. The play we were going to put on was harmful and ideologically unsound. Its author, by the way, had already gotten in trouble with the authorities for his political eclecticism, back in Khrushchev's time. At the time, he was reported by the best Soviet playwrights, the pride of our Soviet socialist theater. It was a bad idea for us to join that theater group. In reality, the professors stated in unison. This small community called a theater group will eventually grow into an anti-Soviet group and a place where alien bourgeois ideology will grow. You came to the university to join our large family, and to study science above all. If you want to study theater, go to specialized institutions where the wise leadership of the party will teach large groups of Soviet youth the method of socialist realism, the party-approved Stanislavski method and other methods that suit our Marxist goals. What right do you have? A few actors and I attempted to object. We just have a theater club, we are a small group, we observe the ideology of the country and we don't engage in samizdat. Samizdat was a short of copying and distribution of literature banned by communist countries of Eastern Europe. But the answer was short and stern, we are the party's control over science and culture, and we know better what it is that you're doing here, the professors said and left, accompanied by the iron-reinforced Petr Vasiljevic. They left, swaying, like three skinny gibbets. Zoya Konstantinovna turned white, then red, and left the room. The novice actors got up, pulled their tiny heads into their thin necks, and started leaving the room as well. I got up, too, and left with them. The small group was masterfully destroyed, but at least they didn't burn us at the stake, so that was good. Choice. At critical moments in our lives, the forks in the road, we have to make choices. Our lives consist of a multitude of choices and forks. In essence, those critical moments and those choices are our lives. A person encounters forks his whole life, and chooses his path. He may follow a path for hours, or years, but at the end, he still needs to make a choice on what path to follow next. What to choose. How to live. Where to go. With whom, why, and how. These questions, and many others, are the questions life poses to us at these forks. And one has to choose, one can't just stay stuck at a fork one's whole life. Sometimes, a choice does not make any difference. But often, our life changes cardinally and completely because of some choices. This is not always immediately noticeable, it may only become apparent after many years. Sometimes, a choice can change one's life right away. In that case, when the choice is correct, the wind blows in one's face, blowing one's hair around and taking one's breath away. In other cases, something else happens. In the simplest case, just as an illustration, a fork in life is when you are walking, riding, or flying along some path, not suspecting anything, and suddenly the path ends and in its place two other paths appear. Let's say that one turns right and the other turns left. Depending on which way you choose, two different lives may result. These musings are nothing new. Many people know this simple law of human life. At least because they've seen Vasnetsov's famous painting The Three Bogatirs. Bogatirs are stock characters in medieval Russian legends, somewhat like the knights errant of European medieval tales. But they had it easier, there were three of them. I want to emphasize just one thing, the main thing regarding forks in our lives. We only get to know the paths we choose. We do not know what an unchosen path would have been like. This alternate path could have been only slightly different from the chosen path, very different, or the complete opposite. And this is interesting and exciting. But each person is the master of his life and lives it the way he considers right. And when he comes to a fork, he makes the choice he considers fitting and right. This choice knows no pity or compassion. It is stern and it does not allow a do-over. It cannot be changed or cancelled. Because at the same time as a choice is made, a new time count is activated. And time cannot be fooled. It is useless. Despite my relative youth, I encountered plenty of forks in the road during my university years. It is possible that my first choices were not as important as my later ones in my adulthood. Maybe, my parents or older friends helped me make the right choice easily. But still, in the end, I made my own choice. For example, I could have stayed a painter for the rest of my life. Or become a glass recycler. Or become a glazier like my father. I could have started smoking or, even worse, drinking, and then easily and carelessly fall down the slope of alcoholism. I could have simply gotten good grades in school. Or, instead of physics, I could have chosen, for example, biology as a subject of further in-depth study, and spent my time classifying the species and subspecies of mammals, collecting herbariums full of bugs. Maybe I could have gotten some sort of international prize for this, maybe even the Nobel Prize. But I had made my choice. And it determined my subsequent fate, including future forks in the road. And so, in February of 1973, I got to a fork and stopped. Here is how it happened. 3 of us, or maybe 4, were going to the airport, with a song in our hearts, of course. At first, we traveled from Akademgorodok to the city, and then we were planning to take another bus to get to the airport. At that point, it suddenly turned out that we were all extremely hungry, and there was still a long way to go to get to the airport. In large Soviet cities, unlike my native town Chernivtsi, the airports were typically situated very far from the city. They were architecturally correct in their construction, the minimum number of corners. But they only had very limited food, which was often less than fresh and very expensive. As for the beer, it cost almost twice as much as in the city. We decided to go to an ordinary city joint having dumplings of Russian cuisine called pelmeni to get something to eat. We were sitting there, eating hot pelmeni, not drinking any alcohol. We already had very limited funds, just enough for the trip. I saw a girl washing the floor on the second floor of the pelmeni eatery. She was a blonde of incredible, cosmic beauty. The first thing that I noticed from the first floor was her divine legs. I do not have any anatomical or physiological detail on those legs, they were divine, and that's all. I have to disappoint the reader with the regrettable absence of any detailed description of those legs. In my defense, I will say that I have spent a month inspecting various female legs on the internet. There are a lot of options there, including some very attractive ones. Slim, well-proportioned, athletic, thin, thick, straight, slightly curved if aesthetics demands it. But I never found any legs like those. This girl's hair and lips initially reminded me of Alla, a first grader I met when I was in second grade. Maybe she was that very Alla, whom I never met again after then. The girl at the pelmeni eatery had straw-colored hair, and large, plump, pale pink lips. I wanted to cover those lips with kisses, strew them with flowers, touch them and enjoy their tart taste and their scent. As for her hair, I wanted to hold it close like the flag of a platoon, immerse myself in it, tickle myself with it, braid it, or simply touch it. And kiss it, too, endlessly and passionately. It would be a colossal joy to consider this woman mine or to simply be around her. At that moment, I was ready to endure a lifetime's torture for this joy. I imagined myself coming home after a long and strenuous 12-hour workday at the quarry, where I was carrying heavy rocks from place to place all day, and sitting down in an armchair or on a stool and simply admiring her smile, lips, hair, and of course, reader, her legs, her divine legs. My friends didn't notice me floating above the table at which we were eating pelmeni, above the helpless salt shaker and a round jar of dried up mustard, the pride of all Soviet cafeterias. I flew around the stuffy eatery like a skinny dirigible, heated by the fumes of the vinegar we poured on our pelmeni, with a fork in my hand and an amazed gaze directed at the second floor. My jacket, shirt collar, and checkered scarf that I had forgotten to take off, along with my fur hat, were all blowing about in the breeze. I was next to her, I was holding her warm hand and tenderly gazing into her blue eyes that complemented her straw-colored hair and plump lips. I imagined myself carrying her in my arms at home while she laughs with joy. Compared to the heavy rocks at the quarry, she is light, almost weightless. She is silently gazing into my eyes. And I understand that she loves only me, and my heart is ready to jump out of my chest and shatter on the freshly washed floor of this Novosibirsk pelmeni eatery. She noticed me, stopped, and slowly walked up to the railings. She gave me a wide come-hither smile, and in such a way that I jumped in my chair. "Semyon, why did you jump?" Valera asked and looked at his watch. There were only 2 hours left before our flight. "You're right, it's time to catch the bus." At that fork in the road, I chose the rightward path, leaving the girl with straw-colored hair and divine legs to await another man who would take the leftward path with her. But maybe she is still at that fork, waiting many years for my return. Patience. In the USSR, people were taught to be patient. This was taught in school and then afterwards. But abstract studying alone is worthless if it is not backed up by exercises, repetition, the accumulation of personal experience, and of course, constant refreshing of one's skills. For that, there were different cues to buy TVs, vacuum cleaners, toilet paper, or simply oranges. People waited in line to become members of the party, or to leave the country. For example, to go to Israel. People uncomplainingly endured the absence of basic living necessities. They patiently endured a lot of other things, at the same time acquiring very important life skills. But as it happened, there were both good and bad students in the USSR, and there were many impatient ones along with the patient people. The impatient people's personalities did not allow them to accumulate sufficient experience and skills. They often ended up in awkward situations because of that. I am patient. I was born patient, I learned patience in Chernivtsi, I continued to learn it in Novosibirsk, and this quality has come in handy many times in my life. Many people, after talking to me, think that I am thoughtful and a good listener, but in reality, I'm just very patient. Because of the importance of this human quality, I even have my own quantifiable test for patience. It was developed and tested in the Tolmichevo airport in Novosibirsk in early February of 1973. Having passed the winter exams, hundreds, or even thousands, of students rushed to the airport. The students from Akademgorodok were actively and hurriedly joined by students from other Novosibirsk colleges. It was winter break, that's how it goes. The students, tired after their exams, want to get to their homes faster, see their friends and relatives, sleep in their own homes, and eat plenty of home-cooked food. I had reasons to hope that my mother's Koledets was awaiting me at home. It was February after all. Some students couldn't bear to waste a single minute of vacation on travel, but I enjoyed the pleasure of anticipation. This is because I was very patient. I could wait for a long time. And I am proud of this indispensable life skill. The Tolmichevo airport building, shaped like a huge parallelepiped, greeted the students and other passengers with bad news. The weather did not allow takeoffs or landings for the next 2 hours. One didn't need to be a famous meteorologist to look at the sky and agree, the weather was not good. Whether it would improve in 2 hours, nobody knew, not me and not the professional meteorologists working at the airport. Nothing doing, we sit and wait. Of course, not everyone is seated. There aren't enough seats for most of the people. I can't remember the exact details, but I can surmise that I was, of course, seated, and that seated on my lap was a pretty girl. People who have experienced such situations know that female thighs and buttocks do not cause any discomfort to the male lap. The laws of compact packing are applicable when seats are limited. And also, I am patient. We hadn't yet finished the first round of jokes about Armenian radio when another delay was announced, this time by 4 hours. The passengers flying east started to get upset, their patience was already running out. It was already evening in Krasnoyarsk, and by the time they'd get there, it would be long past midnight. They didn't yet know that it was useless to worry and get upset, both that night and the next, and before the following night, there would be many other reasons to worry. And what can be said about the passengers flying to Khabarovsk or Vladivostok? I was among the ones flying to Moscow and still had at least a theoretical chance of getting on a plane to Chernivtsi. Practically, however, my chances of getting to Chernivtsi that day were zero. But I was patient. Nothing doing, we sit and wait. I look at the clock, and see the second hand slowing down, as if it was going to stop altogether. But I had enough bread for a whole day, there was free water in the bathroom, and it was warm at the airport. I had no other needs at the time. Patience, man. Strengthen your character. Accumulate some all-important life experience. In small increments, 2 or 4 hour delays, we got to the evening, and then to nighttime. I got more time to build character, and I acquired more life experience. Now it was dark outside. The darkness removed the only reliable indicator of whether the weather was safe for flying, the visual indicator. The airport felt more spacious at night. Maybe the passengers are more compact when horizontal than when vertical, or maybe, they simply shrink a little at night. I slept a little too, hoping that morning would bring better news. But alas, this did not happen. Apparently, good news was scarce at the Tolmachevo airport in February of 1973. All of us silently marked the end of a 24-hour time period spent at the airport. It was not a happy celebration, and no one raised a toast. Rather, people frowned and became even more anxious. The patience of many people was coming to an end. But not mine. In those special minutes, I continued to win at Battleship against Pavlik from the chemistry department, the only game that was equally interesting to physicists and chemists. Social laws work everywhere in any circumstances, this is why they are laws. According to these laws, the passengers spontaneously and naturally divided up into groups, subgroups, and factions. I was in the Ukrainian-Moldavian faction, part of the group of passengers flying to Moscow. But of course, I was in the Ukrainian subgroup. Suddenly, we received information that an airplane had landed at Tolmachevo, and another one had taken off. We were unable to verify that information by alternative means, which is why it was flagged as potential disinformation. It seemed that some people started to lose hope altogether, though in reality, the amplitude of their patience had reached the maximum level they were capable of. According to my patience test, the amplitude of their patience was 24 units. I called those units taiches, replacing the patience hours I had earlier. It's arbitrary, of course, but I am still proud of my patience units. I will note, for reference, that some trains from Novosibirsk to Moscow were scheduled to leave around lunchtime, to arrive in Moscow almost 2 days later by morning. The duration of the trip was 47 hours and 47 minutes, without relativistic adjustment. So, the passengers whose patience was less than 30 taiches left to go to the Novosibirsk train station before lunchtime. I think that others lost their patience simply because they were hungry, or maybe they had other reasons. One couldn't tell anymore. It became a lot less crowded at Tolmachevo, but also a lot sadder. Not because patient people like me were sad, but simply because we became more serious. Of course, the situation was not pleasant. The passengers were expected by someone somewhere. Some already had tickets to the theater, which were very hard to get. As for me, I didn't have a lot to worry about, the Kolodets wouldn't go bad even in a week. So, I was calm and patient. I added a few skills to my arsenal of patience skills, and I decided to go for the record. My patience indicator exceeded 47 taiches when I realized that maybe trains were better than planes. There were about 20 of us students, and we completely filled up a small minibus. With a song in our hearts, we rode from the Tolmachevo airport to the Novosibirsk train station. If there were any German spies in Novosibirsk at the time, they would not have been able to tell that we had all spent 47 hours in an airport and that we had to spend another 47 hours or more in a train to Moscow, assuming, of course, that we would be able to get tickets. In case we couldn't, we had a fitting and well-rehearsed famous song of the Soviet Union in our repertoire, but not our locomotive, Fly Forward. At the Commune is a station. It was impossible to change things in the USSR in the 70s, so all we could do was pick the appropriate song. During my time in Tolmachevo, I had time to tell a reasonable number of jokes, but I had plenty left for the train trip from Novosibirsk to Moscow. As for the 24-hour ride from Moscow to Chernivtsi, I could start over, since the audience would be almost entirely different. My new fellow passengers would also be Ukrainian girls, whom I had sorely missed over the past 5 months. And my patience would be rewarded. I don't know why people have patience. I don't have a scientific method or a test that would find, with any degree of certainty, the reason for patience. But I do know the reason for my patience. Something happened a very long time ago with my very distant ancestors, who spent 40 years waiting in the desert for a passing caravan. At the time, you see, airplanes did not exist, and neither did trains. Ever since then, from generation to generation, patience was passed along to me. My patience was further tested many times in my life. There are world championships in Turkish chess or in women's snooker. If there ever were a world championship in patience, I would have undoubtedly taken first place. I know how to be patient, it is in my genes. Trains. I haven't been on a train for a long time. It's always been cars and planes. As for light rail, trams, or the subway, those can't really be considered trains. Even though they are all vehicles. The train has always been a vehicle, but a special one. The train used to be not just a means of transportation, but a place to live. There was a sort of life to be lived on a train. A different life, a rhythmic, interesting, and lively one, and a short one, just for the duration of the trip. Every time when you enter a train, you return to this special type of life after a short involuntary absence. You had everything there, a bedroom, which doubles as a kitchen, which doubles as a dining room. The vestibule, which doubles as a hallway, which doubles as a smoking room, which doubles as an office for private conversations, which doubles as an office for a business meeting. The train also pampered its residents with a restaurant car, or at the very least a buffet that had everything, even things that you wouldn't have in your ordinary life. For example, canned goby fish in tomato sauce, freely available for sale. The conductors were simultaneously moms, sisters, and sometimes, one must admit, even closer relatives. If the conductor is male, no problem. One could talk to him or have a drink with him. He was something like a brother. During vacation time, half of the passengers on the Novosibirsk-Moscow train are students. We're having a good time, singing songs, telling jokes, sometimes reading or sleeping. 2 days is enough time for all of that and even for a few repeats. I am not a religious person and don't go to confession, but sometimes I feel the need for it. On a train, one can meet a stranger, talk about all sorts of deep things for 20 hours, and go one's separate ways never to meet again. The confession will make things easier, but sometimes, it makes it harder. Once, I was traveling by train from somewhere to somewhere. It wasn't winter or summer, but the weather was nice and warm. As soon as I understood that my economy class train car would be half empty and boring, I slipped a 3-ruble note to the attendant of the sleeping car and got a good night's sleep in an empty sleeping compartment. There were then 7 hours until my destination. The attendant brings me some tea and I give him another 3-ruble note and say, "Listen, bro, if there's an interesting girl on the horizon, send her over to my compartment." Before a half hour passed, the train stopped at a small station. A few minutes later, a very nice-looking girl appeared at the door of my compartment. "Good evening," she said in a sweet and polite voice, sitting opposite me. "Good evening," I replied in a similarly polite tone of a hungry man. The girl was a little older than me, She was something like 22, no more than 23. She had a little purse that she put on the seat next to her and immediately opened. She pulled out a round mirror and a handkerchief in a quick and precise motion. With a quick glance in the mirror, she hurriedly wiped the slight sheen of sweat from her pretty face. Then, standing up on tiptoe in a delicious way, she opened the window like she was at home, and stuck her head out. Her already narrow waist got even narrower, her hips got curvier, and her buttocks stuck out and looked bigger and firmer. The wind blew her hair around, and would occasionally get inside the train and blow her short check skirt around, bearing her young slim legs in a different way each time. It seemed to me that I'd seen this somewhere in some Italian movie, and I felt like the incomparable Marcello Mastroianni. I loved theater in my youth and saw many plays over and over again. At the time, it seemed to me that a person's life is like a play that would be shown many times over, except that different actors would be playing the roles. My life would repeat too, and maybe next time I'd be a dog, or a camel, or maybe simply a different person. I don't want to be a camel, I'd rather be a dog. Then I'd have some sort of chance to see that girl in the train, on tiptoe at the window. Best of all would be to be a film director and make a movie about her, and get an Oscar for it, which is very close to the Nobel Prize. Let me introduce myself, though it seems to me that we've already known each other for several thousand years, I blurted out, as if I'd held in my words for all these thousands of years. I am Romeo, and I just flew in from Mars this morning. Very nice to meet you. I am Juliet, and it's only been an hour since I arrived from Venus, she said and smiled invitingly. I had never seen her before the train trip or after. In the train, I saw every aspect of her. I saw her on the bench, on the floor, at the table, looking out the window or looking away from the window. I saw her straight on, in profile, laughing, crying with passion. To this day, I can't remember or understand how all these positions could geometrically fit into the sleeping compartment of an ordinary train. I was like a ball of lightning directed by her, a ball of energy that had no will of its own. I had fallen asleep close to morning, and when I woke up, Juliet was no longer in the sleeping compartment. Neither was my leather briefcase with all of its contents. All she left me were sticky memories that I carefully keep along with every moment of this amazing encounter. Is professional love really better than amateur? I did not have an answer to this question, or at least, I did not want to admit that I knew the answer. I did, however, know the answers to other important questions. All men are pigs, they only want, you know what, and women, well, you know what women are like. When I got out of the train, I looked at the conductor, saw him avert his eyes, and realized that the girl tossed him a 5-ruble note to go with my 3-ruble note. Many years later, I was at a train station in Leningrad one evening, waiting for the night train to Moscow. Suddenly, I heard the clicking of high heels and saw a young woman walking along the platform with a small red checkered suitcase and a purse. She looked like the lady with the lapdog, only without the dog. All the men on the platform prayed that this girl would ride in their compartment, while I was already looking for the conductor with a 5 in my hand. Street thugs. This could have happened in Volgograd, Voronezh, or in Gorky or Novosibirsk. But it happened in Novosibirsk. I don't remember the details exactly, and it's not important where it was. It was late summer, or maybe already fall, or maybe it all happened in the spring. I do remember it was not winter, there was no snow. I was walking in the street with a girl. It was early evening, but the sky was still light. Was it a street, avenue, boulevard, or some park? I don't remember. It was most likely this all happened in some new district, Cheryamushki, Soviet style. I am sure the girl was blonde. In that period of my life I was exclusively interested in blondes. I noticed a group of guys standing to the right of our path. Those were commonly known as street thugs. There were about 12 of them. Without saying a word to each other, the girl and I moved to the extreme left side of the sidewalk and kept walking without hurrying. We held hands and talked in quiet tones, but I felt that trouble was coming. When we were about 7 meters away from the group, I heard the familiar opening phrase to a confrontation, "Hey, bro, do you have a smoke?" A guy wearing a cap and sailcloth pants yelled out in a nasal voice. "Yup," I replied and pulled out a pack of Bellamar, from the first Uritsky factory. The guy in the cap came up to me first, took the pack of cigarettes from my hand, took out one cigarette and passed the rest to his buddies. They immediately took all the cigarettes and returned the empty pack to me. I put it back in my pocket without looking. "Hey, Curly, maybe you'll share your girl too," the first guy asked and looked around at his buddies, looking for support. "He found it?" Some of them laughed poisonously and hissed some prison slang. "No need for such talk, guys," I said politely and peacefully and tried to move on, but by that time I was surrounded on all sides. The girl tightly squeezed my hand, shaking with fear. I was also a little scared, especially as pertained to two of them. One was about my age, tall and strong. He was missing a top tooth on his left, so he looked like a sailor after his first ever fight in a portside bar. Now he stood right in front of me like the Great Wall of China, while the guy in the sailcloth pants and the cap appeared and disappeared from my field of view. Suddenly, something heavy and hard, but not sharp, hit me in the nose from the left side. It seemed that my brain separated from my skull and would fall out any minute. My vision darkened in both eyes and short-circuited like fireworks. My legs got weak, I felt nauseous, and I swayed and sat down on the ground, though I did not feel a lot of pain. I put my hand to my face and felt that it was covered in blood. There was no need to count to 10, I was 100% knocked out. I heard a terrible scream through the noise in my head. That was my girlfriend screaming at the top of her lungs. If we were in Volgograd at the moment, her scream could have been heard in Voronezh. She screamed like a siren that had just had a fresh battery put in. Not a single one of the thugs got scared of that scream, but they had no desire to keep messing with us in such conditions. They slowly wandered off, talking about things that had nothing to do with the still screaming girl or my smashed nose. I could not sleep that night because of the anger, helplessness, and hurt. It was clear that the only way to treat my psychic and physical wounds was revenge. It was not an original or complicated plan, it was simply cruel. I had to go back to the scene of the crime, multiple times, and track down each one of them one by one. I decided that I would not kill them, but maim them for life. They would never forget me. In any case, I decided I would not see the girl again. Not because I was embarrassed, it wasn't that. It was that from now on, in my head, she would always be associated with the street thugs from some part of Novosibirsk. I did not want that and still don't. The next day at lectures, Konstantin and Fyodor noticed my smashed nose and came up to me to ask what had happened. I did not want to talk about it, and simply said, it was one of those things. I'll deal with it myself. After a week, I decided that I would not seek revenge right then, so that I would not be suspected. I had to wait a couple of months. Also, exams were coming up, it was time to study. I was crazy busy. After exams, I had other things to do, vacations, hiking with friends, making plans. After vacation, my hurt and anger began to dissolve in everyday concerns. It was clear that I could not single-handedly rid the USSR of street thugs. The usefulness of my revenge decreased to zero. The hurt feelings dissolved faster and became forgotten. Do I really want to ruin my whole life, and for what? Street thugs are always street thugs. Many years have passed since then, and I never recalled that incident until now. Maybe because it was such an unpleasant incident. Or maybe because I've seen street thugs in many countries, they're everywhere. They just look a little different, not as horrible as the ones in Novosibirsk. That time, I was afraid, and then ashamed, and I tried not to think about it, just forget it. There were other things to do and my life flowed on. I put it all out of my head, but now I remembered it again for some reason. And now, I will never forget it again, I know it, and know myself. Or maybe I just have nothing important to do anymore, and now I can finally recall the street thugs of Novosibirsk. And now I want revenge again, but there's no one to revenge myself against. Soviet street thugs are gone, just like the Soviet Union itself. When I was 20, I thought that love was the most powerful emotion. Now I know that it is revenge. Farhat. The story of the Farhat is one of those stories that is hard to believe. And I ask the reader to never believe this kind of wild tales. But do believe mine, because it is nothing but the simple truth. If someone doubts its veracity even a little, I am ready to immediately present a list of witnesses who will confirm my story. All of this happened on April 1, 1973, and I had started preparing for my April Fool's prank a couple of months prior. I had deeply analyzed and methodically used the following data. First, Petr Trifonov could clearly distinguish truth from fantasy, and in January of 1973, he applied to become a member of the Communist Party. After submitting his application, he became anxious, suspicious, distrustful, and thus very susceptible to pranks. Second, Fedor Starodubtsev, Petr's best friend and a student in our group, knew for a fact that in September of 1972, Petr gave a Farhat as a present to his good friend from the Summer Construction Brigade, who lived in the Leninsky district in Novosibirsk. Third, at the time, I was friends with a girl whom I entertained from time to mutual pleasure. She, too, according to the well-known laws of chain reactions, from time to time and to mutual pleasure, or for some other reasons, entertained someone from the prosecutor's office of the Leninsky district in Novosibirsk. Fourth, the matron of our dorm, Zoya Konstantinovna Bilyashkina, has participated in amateur theater since childhood, attending the drama club of the Palace of Mine Workers at the village of Shuktir in the Yashkinsky district of the Kemerovo region. As a result, everything in life was dramatic to her, and her life became nothing but drama. The evening before, looking shaman-like at the sky, I made sure that the stars were properly aligned and gave the signal to begin. From that moment, the events that transpired reduced all the students living in dorm number 5 to constant hysterical laughter. It seemed that the dorm walls would collapse from all that laughter, and it's still rather cold in Siberia on April 1st, especially with no walls. And now the story in order. The entire April Fool's prank can be imagined as a play in 2 acts. The first act happened outside Petr Trifonov's room, to the music of Maurice Ravel's Bolero. The second act happened in his room, to the music of Aram Taicher Yan Saber Dance. And so, Act 1, the prosecutor's summons addressed to Petr Yevstignevich Trifonov in the matter of Oleg Efremovich Dubov was duly written, signed, and stamped. Lubka, the Castellan of our dorm and my good friend, decided to please me one last time and delivered the summons to the dorm. She waited until Zoya Konstantinovna had left her office for a long time, and after she returned, said to her with maximum seriousness, "Zoya Konstantinovna, here is an urgent registered letter for Petr Trifonov from the prosecutor's office," and handed her the envelope with a slightly trembling hand. Of course, I could have done without Lyuba's help and the resulting lifelong debt to her, but I decided not to risk it. For Zoya Konstantinovna, the act of handing her the summons looked incredibly dramatic. Prior to that, a similarly dramatic event happened to her only once, when she declaimed the sacred "An Inspector General is coming" on stage. She could declaim that phrase better than anyone else, and she said it often. Act 2, there are unusually many classmates gathered in Petr Trifonov's dorm room. We are sitting there and having a discussion about what nationality sine curves and exponents are. We immediately decided that the sine curve was Russian, but got confused about the exponent. It could be Dutch or Swedish. A knock at the door, the orchestra percussion section begins to play, and everyone except Petra shouts "Come in." The door opens. Zoya Konstantinovna, in the role of Cio-San from Puccini's Madame Butterfly, dramatically enters the room. It seemed that she was about to sing the aria. Personally, I was afraid that she would accidentally declaim her usual "An Inspector General is coming." But unexpectedly, Zoya Konstantinovna asked, "Where is Petr?" "Zoya Konstantinovna, I am here," and Petr raised his right hand over the other people's heads. "Petr, you got a registered letter from the prosecutor's office." She raised the letter high over her head like an expensive painting, looking as if she wasn't planning to part with it for even a minute. All of those present, with the exception of Petra and Zoya Konstantinovna, could be divided into three groups. Approximately one-third of the group lightly smirked, another one-third smiled, and the rest grinned. The reason for all these grimaces was well known to all the ones present. Petra took the envelope, confused, looked at it on both sides and anxiously opened it. Taking out the papers, he started reading them out loud. "Petra Evstignievich Trifonov, that's me, is summoned to the prosecutor's office to meet with Inspector Sidorov, in the matter of Oleg Efremovich Dubov," and with the words "Oleg Efremovich Dubov," Petra lowered his hands and instantly turned pale, as if someone had blocked all his arteries and the blood flow ceased. Petra immediately looked sad, broken, lost, and weak. In short, Petra was in trouble. With the exception of the dramatic Zoya Konstantinovna, this mood of Petra's was not at all shared by those present. Approximately one-third began to smile, the other third started giggling, and the rest began laughing outright. Even a minute ago, Petra would have called his friends pigs for behaving this way, but now he did not care, his life was over. "Why are you so upset?" I asked him calmingly and added, "So what, an invitation to the prosecutor's office? It's just some nonsense. Maybe they want to give you an award." "You don't understand," Petra said in despair. "It says here that it's about the matter of Oleg Efremovich Dubov. In September, I gave him a fur hat that I'd bought from poachers for cheap in Yakutia." "It doesn't say that here," I said, taking the summons from Petra and looking at it from both sides. "Who knew about this horrible crime except for you and Oleg?" "Who knew?" "Nobody." "Well, some Yakut poacher knew, but he's in Yakutsk and doesn't even know my name," Petra said, despairingly scratching the back of his head. "But did anyone know in Novosibirsk?" I kept going, showing my investigative skills that I'd learned from the books of Conan Doyle. "Well, Fedor knew," Petra haltingly said, looking at Fedor in embarrassment. "Now everything is clear. Fedor, your best friend, ratted you out." "There can be no other explanation," I concluded firmly, paused for a second, and continued, "the fact that you will go to jail, Petra." Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Don't worry, Petra, it's not for long. For your terrible violation of the law, is only half the trouble. The real trouble is that we have a snitch among us," and I pointed at Fedor with the index finger of my right hand. "Fedor, how could you do such a horrible thing?" Petra asked rhetorically. "We have been friends since childhood. Is it because I wouldn't lend you my pen at the algebra lecture? You know that I didn't have a spare one, and I was using mine." By that time, everyone except Petra, Fedor, and Zoya Konstantinovna, was crying with laughter. Some were doing that while seated on the beds, but the majority was already lying on the floor. It was already hard to determine who was laughing and who was crying. There was howling, groaning, crying, and roaring. "Don't worry, Petra. Of course, Fedor is a traitor, but you have many other good friends," and I aristocratically waved my right hand at the crowd of laughing students. "We will regularly bring you food when you're in jail." Petra did not pay attention to this good news. Instead, he put his head in his hands and said, "Now I will never be admitted into the party. How will I live in this harsh world without the party?" One can hang oneself. By the way, about hanging. I heard it in secret that Grigory Primakov also hung himself because of a fur hat and missed a rare occasion for drinking. We won't miss such a good reason for drinking, will we? So wait a day or two before you hang yourself. It was clear that it was time for an ambulance. By the time they'd arrive, there would be corpses, mostly dead of laughter, and one dead of grief. Fedor Starodubtsev, Petr Trifonov's best friend, broke down first and said, "Please forgive us, Petr. This was just an April Fool's prank." It was a simple, short sentence, but it looked as if someone had broken the skin of the kettledrums right before the grand finale of the saber dance. The volume of the laughter in the room was reduced by 17 decibels. "I can't believe it," Petr said happily, though warily. "Where did this summons come from? The seal looks real." "The summons is real, the seal is real too. I filled everything out myself, and I found out the story about the fur hat from Fedor," I said to Petr. "One shouldn't just drink from grief, but also from joy. I invite you all to drink with me," said Petr Trifonov, and everyone followed him. But he still didn't fully believe it was a prank until the following April Fool's Day. Spring. The spring of 1973 was special, just like the spring of any year is special. Really, every year is special. Is there anything in life that isn't? In Chernivtsi, the 4 seasons are well proportioned, 3 months each, but Akademgorodok is not like that. Spring lasts a week, a cold summer lasts maybe a month, fall lasts one night, and the winter never ends, like the Great Siberian River, the Obi. In contrast, Singapore, for example, has no spring, fall, or winter. There's nothing but a constant hot summer. In Akademgorodok, the very first warm day of spring, all the girls scatter out of the dorms to Pirogov Street, like colored pencils out of a pencil box. In the bright sunshine, without the hats and scarves, one can finally get a good look at them, and it is much easier to mentally undress them. And all the male students are already shirtless and getting a tan out on the flat roofs of dorms number 9 and 10, or in other places where one can celebrate spring. By May 1, 1973, the snow tunnels had disappeared, but there were still dirty snow banks in the shade. Despite the party's directives, the first leaves had not appeared by May Day. There was a delay. But by May 15, there was a green mist along Ilyich Street, especially across the street from the hotel the Golden Valley and the shopping center. In the spring, this is my favorite place in Akademgorodok. The green mist over the Siberian birch forest is, to me, on the same level as the cherry blossoms in the heavenly gardens in Chernivtsi or the wildflowers carpeting the valley in the Carpathians. Others like the sight of the endless sea or the mysterious desert, but I love the springtime green mist over the Siberian birch forest. The reader should know that in the winter in Siberia, there are no fruits, vegetables, or flowers. It is too cold. In the spring, it gets warmer, but not enough to grow anything edible. But it turns out that this hint of warmth is enough for the enterprising people from Central Asia and the Caucasus, who immediately bring fruit, vegetables, and flowers to Akademgorodok. This is because Siberian students need their vitamins in the spring. Without vitamins, they're sunk. Without vitamins, a student falls asleep at lectures, yawns at seminars, short circuits during important lab work, confuses reagents, and mixes up polarities. Every large group of people has its own spring holiday. The Christians celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ, the Jews celebrate the liberation from Egyptian slavery, the Octoberists celebrate Grandpa Lenin's birthday, and the students of Novosibirsk State University have fun at their spring skit. At our university, laughter has always been a serious matter. May 15, 1973, was a special day for me for another reason as well. Here we are, having fun, celebrating the new year in 1973. A huge crowd has gathered in our dorm, there's music playing, everyone is dancing or at least jumping around to music. I saw Vika Stepnova in the crowd of dancers and celebrants. She was known to the entire Akademgorodok as a personality and a beauty. She was not a student, but her husband was a physics department alumnus. Vika was my age and the mother of 2 children. During the natural pause while we changed records, I walked up to Vika with the gait of the captain of the cruiser Leningrad who had just come to shore after a long wartime assignment to the Mediterranean, and said, "I am Semyon. Forgive me, but I could not help noticing how gracefully you move the exquisite parts of your amazing figure in the planes that are parallel to the dance floor." While I said this, several events happened simultaneously. First of all, everyone stopped and opened their mouths, including the guy changing the record, a DJ in modern terms. The pause between dances lengthened. Secondly, to the left and right of me appeared Konstantin and Fyodor, ready for anything. And thirdly, and most importantly, Vika turned her head towards me, looked me up and down for 7 seconds, and without noticing anything unusual, opened her already wide eyes even wider. In similar situations, women like Vika simply don't react, but she reacted. Only in my dreams could I imagine anything more than a turn of the head and a glance. This dream should have come to me the night following that evening, Vika appearing to me instead of the usual Marusia, nicknamed Ogonyak. But a miracle occurred. Vika had a problem. For many years, no one dared flirt with her, and she missed it. The same unknown force that pushed me to come up to Vika made me open my mouth again. "May I have the honor," I continued in the style of the captain of a cruiser, giving a report to the admiral, "of inviting you to meet with me at 3 p.m. on May 15th. We would meet on Ilyich Street next to the Golden Valley. This point in 4-dimensional space is, to me, the yearly apogee of our part of the universe, and your presence at that unique point will make an already divine event all the more festive." Vika finished listening to this long and complicated sentence, passed her gaze over the assembled throng with their open mouths, turned, and left. From that moment, until May 15th at 3 p.m., I no longer thought about the Nobel Prize. I thought only of Vika and my upcoming date with her. If I had a record player and a record of the Rachmaninoff Concerto No. 2 for piano and orchestra in C minor, Op. 18, second movement, Adagio sostenuto, performed by Sviatoslav Richter, I would have listened to it every day from January 1st to May 15th inclusive. But alas, I had none of that, and nothing else was available. A pity. During that time period, the student population made a lot of bets. Will she come or not? The bets only related to Vika, since no one doubted that I would be there. By the end of March, there were the first surveys of popular opinion on the issue, and in April, 3 bookies appeared. As the reader knows, I had renounced betting, and I had nothing to bet anyway. A few days before the potential meeting, there was a green mist of new leaves in the birch forest. The days were sunny, and the average temperature rose by a degree each day. I could already hear the orchestra play a festive overture, and knew that the curtain would be coming up soon. The morning of May 15th, it seemed to me that the 4.5 months had flown by like one moment, while the remaining hours would never end. It was Tuesday. I attended 3 lectures, but that day, I just couldn't sleep at them. I was thinking of something terribly important, or I would have fallen asleep for sure. By 2, entire crowds of excited students, as if by random chance, started taking walks in perfect circles around the place of our potential date. At 15 minutes to 3, I got there with a small bouquet of flowers, and waited. I was dressed in my regular clothes, a shirt, pants, sweater, and dress shoes, with clean socks, of course. If I looked a little different, it's because I had combed my hair that morning. My watch showed 3, then 1 minute past 3, and 2 minutes past 3, and so on. At 7 minutes past 3, Vika showed up. She was wearing a light blue flared skirt, black shoes with a low heel, an elegant white blouse with a belt and buckle, and a scarlet jacket over the blouse. She was beautiful, very beautiful, amazingly beautiful. And with the green mist of leaves in the background, Vika was gorgeous. They later said that some of the female students observing our date fainted from jealousy. The male students lost their appetites for a week, but not from jealousy. The jealousy caused something else in them. For some reason, I made a few small steps toward Vika, in my half-drunk, confused state. Vika got closer and closer. She was so close that even the small details of her face were absolutely clear. Vika was incredibly beautiful. I stretched out my hand with the flowers, but didn't manage to say a word. Vika started the conversation, "I hope I'm not late." Of course not. I was happy that we had a first subject of conversation, and immediately continued, "If I knew you were coming, I would have waited an hour, or 2 hours. To be honest, I would have waited for such a meeting even if it took several years." Vika smiled softly and took the bouquet. We stood for a minute, studying each other, scrutinizing each other's still unfamiliar faces. "So, what next?" Vika asked. "Pancakes and tea at the Golden Valley," I uncertainly suggested. "I love pancakes and tea," Vika exclaimed naturally and joyfully. "It seems that we have a lot in common, and it starts with our love of pancakes." We started walking toward the restaurant together, keeping a minimal distance of about a half a meter between us. The date lasted less than 2 hours, and for the entire time, we did not cross this invisible half-meter barrier by even a millimeter. After the date, she went back to her husband, and I to my girlfriends. Late that evening, I found a quiet corner under the stairs in the dorm and hid in it. I had to remember all the details of the 2-hour date. I understood the most important thing: while I am in Akademgorodok, I will never have a serious relationship with a girl. When I meet the one, I would have to share with her that green mist of leaves I saw on May 15, 1973. But this is impossible. That mist, like that spring, will forever belong to another. Fish. I am not a fisherman. I could have stopped here and put a big fat period at the end of that sentence. But I am a grown man and don't cancel my plans that easily. That's why I will continue the story anyway. I am not a fisherman because I don't like going out in the evening to look for worms. I hate waking up before dawn to go somewhere. I hate standing by a body of water for hours while the mosquitoes attack me. And, in the worst case scenario, if I do manage to catch some sort of fish, I will have to clean it and fry it afterwards. This is too much. I have different values and different goals in life. In short, fishing is not for me. I repeat, I could have stopped here, but now it's too late. When a fishing story starts, it cannot be stopped. Mine will eventually end, but you will have to wait for it. My fishing story started unexpectedly, at the hydrodynamics seminar. Our whole group was solving different important problems relating to flowing fluids. We got into it, problems were interesting. Also, at supper, I drank one more cup of tea than usual. So, that night, I had a hydrodynamic dream. I will note, slightly ahead of time, that I did not pee myself that night. The dream was hydrodynamic in a different way. In that dream, different fluids flowed in different directions, some had a laminar flow and some had a turbulent flow, with eddies, but all of them were incompressible to the first order of approximation. And then, a fish swims out from somewhere. I had never seen fish in my dream, but I assumed that this was the magic golden fish from the fairy tale that was supposed to grant me 3 wishes. I had my 3 wishes all prepared. The first one, of course, had to do with the Nobel Prize. But my dream fish wasn't golden, it was an ordinary meter-long catfish with long whiskers. When a fisherman talks about the length of a fish he caught, it is clear that the length should be divided by pi, or approximately 3.14, to get the real length. But I am not a real fisherman, and I am not talking about a fish I caught in real life. So you can believe me, it was a meter long. The fish wasn't golden, but it could talk, and it talked a lot. And one more detail, in profile it looked like Alfred Nobel, just like he looked on the medal that was awarded to Nobel Prize winners. One strange thing leads to another. This is a dream, after all. The fish had a Moldavian accent, and other indications led me to the conclusion that this fish came from the Moldavian area of the Dniester River. By the end of my nighttime conversation with it, the fish started taunting me, "You can't catch me, and you won't see the Nobel Prize, just like you can't see your own ears without a mirror." I woke up covered in sweat and reached for the bottle of water that was on the floor next to my bed. But before drinking, I looked inside just in case. That horrible fish wasn't there, and I drank bravely. What a dream, a nightmare of medium intensity. Nevertheless, that Sunday, I invited Borya and the sparrow over for an urgent meeting. "It is time to prepare for our summer trip," I said, like a senior officer. "Will it take 3 months for our socks and underwear to dry?" Junior Lieutenant Sparrow asked. "Forget the underwear. We are here to discuss a serious task," I said entirely seriously, which made the sparrow and Borya jump and look around, just to make sure there wasn't any sort of fire or natural disaster in the near vicinity. After we determined that there was no fire, we returned to the subject of our summer trip. To the complete amazement of the entire officer corps, I laid out a detailed map of our trip and a 3-point plan. The map had the great Ukrainian-Moldavian river Dniester marked in a thick blue line. The third and last item of our plan stated, "Take 17 days to raft down the river Dniester." We voted on each item and then unanimously approved the entire plan. We decided to expand our small group to include the members of the opposite, and possibly fairer, sex. Borya and the sparrow immediately proposed some candidates with good characteristics, and we unanimously approved them. I decided to remain unaccompanied for the trip, since I had always believed that I hadn't met the best girls yet. Besides, a commander should not be burdened with personal troubles. He should think only about the well-being of his crew and the performance of the assigned tasks. Our newly formed crew started preparing for our summer trip. As the senior member, I was only interested in the question of fishing, since I had solved all the other problems a long time ago and worked out all the details. Everything was going according to plan, including the launch of our raft. After we pitched our tent on it and ate our lunch there, we decided to rest and relax. The river flows by itself, the raft is floating in the right direction, the surrounding landscape slowly changes and doesn't require us to be distracted by detail. Bliss. At that moment, I started in on solving my most important problem. I had previously studied all the possible methods of fishing for catfish. From the multitude of methods, I chose a standard fishing line and hook. I simplified my gear to the max. It was simply a length of fishing line with a huge hook at the end. On that hook, I had placed a piece of beef that we had bought at Izia the butcher's shop at the Red Army Bazaar in Chernivtsi. Less than an hour passed before the fish from my dream was on my hook. I pulled that Dniester fish out onto the raft and said to my crew, "We don't have the right kitchen equipment to fry that fish, but it will make excellent fish soup." At that point, according to the script, the fish should have spoken up and said, "Take pity on me, Solomon Abramovich. Let me go." Before the fish opened its mouth, all the people on the raft yelled out in one voice, "You monster, let this animal go. It wants to live too." They said a lot of other things to me, without understanding that the reason for their mutiny wasn't the fish, but the fact that I had caught it and they hadn't. And they couldn't have known that I had had a dream and that this fish wasn't an ordinary catfish, but a Nobel Prize catfish. I bowed to group pressure and let the fish go back into the Dniester. Together with the fish went my dream of the Nobel Prize. My prize swam away without saying goodbye. In 1973, half secretly, and also without any goodbyes, I lost many relatives, friends, classmates, neighbors, and Chernivtsi acquaintances. They emigrated from the USSR. I did not understand them then, but now, thinking about the past, I do not understand myself and what I was thinking back then. On an August evening, at home in Chernivtsi, before leaving for Novosibirsk, I happened to look in the mirror and did not recognize my reflection. The eyes looking back at me were the eyes of a stranger. My prize had swum away. I'm hoping that it wasn't for good. But I will have to catch it again in another place, with another crew. Chapter 4. Fourth Year. Pacifist. Either on the fourth or the fifth day of creation, God created the military department at universities. By the sixth day, when man was created, the military department had to already exist. Without it, human life is impossible, just like it would be without water, air, or light. Our university had a military department because that was what had to be done. Every Thursday, our class had a military day. By the time you graduate from the university, along with your boring diploma in physics and applied mathematics, you automatically get the rather attractive rank of lieutenant. It is more practical and weightier than the diploma. For example, you could go to the town of Brides, Ivanovo, with that kind of rank, and have a wonderful life there, so happy you could burst. Well, of course, you don't get this rank entirely automatically, you have to sweat for it in military class to earn the pleasant weight of the lieutenant's epaulets. There were serious and important classes in the main military disciplines. They were very different from physics and math. Most importantly, they were unpredictable. The seeming simplicity of the military sciences is very deceptive. For example, maybe you thought that you could crack military topography as easily as Chernivtsi sunflower seeds. But these sunflower seeds were harder than Siberian pine nuts, you could break your teeth on them. As another example, take marching in formation. You walk where they tell you to, and get good grades. Well, turns out that we have no clue how to walk. It was like that for the other military subjects. The department director was Colonel Sergei Sergeyevich Grishkin, and our commander was Lieutenant Colonel Petr Petrovich Mishkin. Colonel Grishkin was awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union for participating in the events in Hungary in 1956. He was a huge man of about 40. Everything about him was huge, the hat on his head, the boots, shined to a mirror finish, and everything else that you would not be able to see under his clothes without an X-ray. Colonel Grishkin could simultaneously lift two students by their shirt collar, with no strain. He could have, with suitable orders, cultivated all the virgin lands in the country and thereby catch up and overtake the United States of America. For information, virgin lands, Ortsalina is umbrella term for underdeveloped, scarcely populated, and high fertility lands. The term became widely used in the 1960s during the development and resettlement campaign in the Soviet Union. Lieutenant Colonel Mishkin was a short and stocky man of about 50. He had participated in the war with the fascists and came from proletarian stock. From my first day at the military department, Mishkin correctly determined that I was the only proletarian in our squad. Maybe a second-rate or a third-rate proletarian, but still a proletarian. According to his own rules, he decided that I was entitled to the proletarian addition to my grades. For example, if I was going to get a B, he would give me an A. After that, I stopped studying the military disciplines the way the great Lenin wanted us to, and instead, just went for my passing C or B due to my proletarian origins. I liked marching in formation the best. Who doesn't like a walk outside in the fresh air? I liked pointing my toe as much as I could and marching in step. I couldn't stand all the other military disciplines. Communist Party political preparation scared me with the strictness of its conclusions. Tactics scared me with its extreme confusion. I was also scared of weapons practice, where I was supposed to shoot an automatic weapon. The gun was hard to control and the recoil hurt my shoulder. To actually hit anything with it seemed absolutely impossible. When I disassembled and reassembled the automatic gun for time, I always had extra parts left over. I was terrified of throwing grenades. It always seemed to me that it would explode right in my hands. I persistently looked for ways to not participate in all of that. I can't take up a weapon, considering my faith and my firm desire to not end anyone's life. My relationship with Lieutenant Colonel Mishkin faltered and then worsened when I told him once that I was a committed pacifist by nature. He thought it was some sort of foreign curse word, since he did not know the meaning of this complicated word due to his deeply proletarian background. Our already shaky relationship made another step toward open confrontation when I came to military class unshaven. To him, an officer who had served on the front, this was mutiny, a direct attack, a declaration of war from my side. To him, resisting an attack was nothing new. On the left flank, there are the Germans, about to advance, and on his right flank, a pacifist student named Solomon Abramovich Glaser, who threatens to destroy the holiest of holies, military discipline. Lieutenant Colonel Mishkin decided to defend the right flank first and issued an order in his sonorous commanding voice, "About face. To the dorm, march. Return fully shaven in 17 minutes. I cannot shave, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel," I stated. "Silence," the Lieutenant Colonel commanded the giggling squad. "What is your reason for not shaving, Cadet Glaser?" "Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, as you know, we have our winter vacation in 2 weeks, and I cannot return home without a mustache." "I will repeat my question one last time, why can't you?" the Lieutenant Colonel asked with a smidgen of operative interest. "All the men in my family have mustaches, and I cannot return home without one. It is a matter of ethnic pride, you see. It's traditional. In reality, as a person of Jewish ethnicity, I should have been growing payet, side locks, not a mustache." But I knew that if I had said that, Lieutenant Colonel Mishkin would have, once again, suspected that I was cursing in a foreign language. Moreover, the Lieutenant Colonel couldn't tell the different ethnicities apart. To him, there were two, Russian and non-Russian. He knew almost nothing about the non-Russians. He thought they were just the same as the Russians, except for some undefined deficiencies. In any case, according to the law he was not allowed to tell me to go anywhere, including the dorm, but rather, he was supposed to report it to his superior officer, the department director Colonel Grishkin. I came to him and told him everything in order, and he burst out laughing so that he almost fell off his chair. With a much friendlier expression, he said, "Your commander is an idiot. Here is my written permission for you to wear a mustache, but if you try to play a joke on me like that, I will do this to you," and the colonel showed me his fist that was bigger than my head. When Lieutenant Colonel Mishkin read the written permission letter from Colonel Grishkin, his already red head got even redder under the sparse hair. His confident smirk disappeared, as well as his certainty in tomorrow. If I had spent another 2 years or so at the military department, it would definitely have been disbanded. Steps. I have noticed long ago, and continue to be surprised, that there was always bread and milk, and sometimes even sour cream, at the stores in the USSR in the 1960s and 1970s. Moreover, it is amazing that this was not just at the nearest dairy store, but all over the Soviet Union. It boggles the mind that so much bread and milk, for so many people, could have been distributed and delivered on time, every day. And there was nothing left over at the end of the day. Well, of course, it wasn't always on time and not always every day, but for the purposes of the present story and analysis of the distribution of basic foodstuffs, we can simplify the problem statement and accept as a truth that it was always on time and always every day. When I think about it, my head starts to spin a little at the colossal global scope of the task. Who was the brilliant person who organized it so well and put it in action? It's clear, it was our dear Communist Party and our no less dear Soviet government. But it is still amazing, there are tens of millions of people in the country. Did everyone agree to deliver bread and milk to the stores on time? It couldn't be. Even two people have trouble agreeing, three people find it 3 times harder, and if we get to 1 million people, the difficulties will increase geometrically and become insurmountable. That's how I thought when I was at school. At the university, I made a confident step forward, learned a lot of new things, but it was still insufficient for a complete understanding and the immediate solution of the main problem of the individual in a socialist society, to not starve to death. All of this changed drastically when I started studying the subject grandly titled Scientific Communism. Prior to that, we just studied the simple history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, so this was a giant step forward. The history of the party was mostly composed of the dates of the congresses and conferences, Lenin's speeches, and the speeches of the other comrades. Collectivization, industrialization, cultural revolution. The leftward movement, rightward movement, anti-party bloc, opposition. Then the party spent some time overcoming the cult of personality, first Stalin, then the other comrades, but still has not overcome it to this day. To know the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, all you needed to do was memorize. As for scientific communism, that was entirely different. Here, you needed a deep understanding of the subject, a clear grasp of its theory and practice, and to read piles of primary sources. Only then would you really take a step forward, far forward. Right into communism. Scientific communism, of course. In parallel, I took steps, forward steps of course, in the direction of learning the equations of mathematical physics. I will note only one specific step forward, connected to solving a problem via the orthogonal sweep method. I will try, in the words of Sergei Konstantinovich Godunov, our professor of equations of mathematical physics, to give you a layperson's impression of this method, using a supply and demand problem. Since I mentioned the legendary Professor Godunov, I have to say a few words about his demeanor was during oral exams. To be admitted to the main part of the exam, the student had to first pass a 7-minute worldly-wise chat with the professor, related to the equations of mathematical physics. 90% of the students could not overcome this worldly-wise barrier, got Fs, and had to have informal chats with the professor multiple times. There also were many students who couldn't get anywhere with Professor Godunov, formally or informally, and failed out of the university. But let us take a step backward and return to our supply and demand problem. The variables labeled supply and demand have complex valued, dependent on time and other parameters, but known boundary functions. They are so complex that they can't be described analytically, but are only given numerically. Supply as a function of demand, or vice versa, are orthogonal functions. They are well defined, but have multiple parameters. The problem is reduced to the determination of optimal parameters of the functions connecting supply and demand, with minimal deviations from boundary conditions. This problem is what is solved by the numerical orthogonal sweep method, developed by Professor Godunov. This is a huge step forward. Now let us take a step sideways. On my scientific communism exam, I got a question about planned economy under socialism. I was happy about that question. I got a chance to demonstrate my new development in this area. Interesting and useful new ideas are most easily created at the intersections of different disciplines. In my case, it was a meeting of scientific communism, which determined the goal function, improving people's lives, economics, planning, and numerical orthogonal sweep methods. I am ready to admit certain holes in my method. For some values of supply or demand, the solution created singularities that drove demand to infinity and supply to zero. I will note 2 additional facts. I was ready for the exams. I knew the material for scientific communism, and I was even friendly with the docent D who administered the exam. Since that long ago time, D has become a highly respected man, an academic, a director of an important institute, and in general, a well-known public figure. By not mentioning his name, on one hand, I lose the only witness to my new ideas. But on the other hand, I do not want to sully the reputation of a fighter for the bright future of humanity, a humanitarian, a national hero from the forgotten, but not too distant past, a fiery communist and a tireless Bolshevik-Leninist. The docent D accepted my step forward and my paper called The Market Planning System without too much enthusiasm. To be precise, one could even say that he was unfriendly, or even more precisely, hostile. He did not hesitate to give me a shameful C on the exam. At the end, he said, "Semyon, as a friend, I advise you never to tell anyone about your step forward and your paper, because it can cost you many steps backward, or very far to the side." That's how scientific this communism really was. This is why we marched toward it so uncertainly. Nadka. Nadka was a pretty girl, and she had just the right amount of everything. But despite that, I could not imagine anyone falling in love with her. There was something poisonous, something repelling about her. However, according to one ramification of the above-mentioned theorem of existence, there's a lid for every pot. She was the only daughter of a single mother, whom she resembled a lot. The resemblance was physical and in every other aspect as well. We go to gypsies and fortune-tellers to get even a glimpse of our future. But we don't think of looking at the bride's mother and seeing our future in 20 to 30 years. The only thing that Nadka had that her mother did not was an insanely sexy pair of glasses. That made Nadka exceptional in the whole university, the whole Akademgorodok, or maybe even far beyond its borders. In short, Nadka wearing her glasses was an extraordinary girl. Everything about Nadka was animalistic. Her gaze was cat-like, her habits were like a fox, she grabbed things like a crocodile, and her gait was like some wild animal unknown to me, but a very dangerous one. Everyone was slightly afraid of Nadka. I wasn't, but I also did not want to have anything to do with her. Who would want to have anything to do with such a wild and dangerous animal? I thought that no one would, but as it turned out, I was wrong. I knew very little about Nadka, though I was very certain, for some reason, that she was no good. She was a student in the chemistry department, and not a good one. She had trouble at every exam time. Still, she had some sort of ability to get out of trouble at the last minute, like a fakir during a magic trick. One could tell that Nadka could get out of trouble easily in other aspects, too. This could not go unnoticed. Yura Chernov was a classmate of mine, he was a good student and a good friend. He had the neatest notes of anyone in our class and generously shared them with anyone who asked. He also looked like the poet Esenin, who also had the appearance of a good person. I have no idea what kind of student Esenin was, or if he even was one. Yura wrote no poetry, at least none that I knew of, but he could sing and play the guitar as well as all of the Nikitins put together. Just for information, Sergei and Tatyana Nikitin are singer-songwriters who were famous in Russia in the 1970s, and continue to perform to this day. There weren't too many people at our university, and definitely not too many girls. And there were no other girls with such sexy glasses as the ones that Nadka had. And so, Yuri Stepanovich noticed Nadezhda Petrovna. And not just noticed her, but fell in love with her, hook, line, and sinker. One evening, Yura's friends got together at the dorm to talk about different things, and mostly, of course, about women. The conversation quickly turned to Yura's relationship with Nadka. Everyone agreed that as soon as Yura sleeps with Nadka, the situation will get back to normal. Our involvement at this stage was deemed unnecessary. At the same time, some people stated concerns that Nadka could be nastier than expected and would drive Yura crazy without allowing anything serious to happen. We had all experienced such situations. I saw Nadka and Yura every day at the university, but I could not read their faces to see any signals relating to the question that interested me. Our conversations did not lead to any information either. I felt like I'd need to hire a private investigator or something. A few months passed. I didn't think much of Nadka or Yura in that time. I had plenty of other things to do. And then, one day, Yura came to me in tears, well, almost in tears, and said, "Semyon, help me. I can't live without Nadezhda." "Don't be so sad, Yura. If you can't live without her, then live with her," I said, and carefully added, "though it seems that it's not too easy to live with her, either. She dumped me. She filed a petition with the dean to leave the university, left her room at the dorm, and went back to town to live with her mother." Yura rattled off in an agitated manner, paused for a long time, and said, "Help me, Syuma. Go to her mother and convince Nadezhda to come back. Please help me, my friend." That same day after lunch, I got on a bus and went to the town to help my friend. I knocked at the door and Nadka's mother opened the door, dressed in a fancy red flannel robe, and asked, "And what do you need?" "I'm Nadezhda's fellow student at the university," I started off with the background information. "I came here to talk about serious things," I said in a maximally conspiratorial tone. Nadka's mother looked me up and down and told me to come in after I'd taken off my coat. I followed her into the room where Nadka was. She was also dressed in a flannel robe, but hers was blue. Walking up the stairs to the Nadka's apartment on the third floor, I felt that the building was well heated. The apartment itself was warm and cozy, and the smell of delicious food confirmed that two single women lived there. "Lyubov Nikolayevna," I addressed Nadka's mother in a pointedly formal way, "I would like to exchange a couple of words with Nadezhda in a confidential way. We have no secrets here. We live like this," and Lyubov Nikolayevna rubbed one index finger against the other. "It is very good to see a mother and daughter live in such love and harmony. Then I will get right to business," and I assumed the manner as an experienced lawyer. "As you likely know, Nadezhda is planning to leave the university. When so much time and energy has been invested into this and when her goal is so close, I think that she needs to finish her studies. All the students of our university are very worried about Nadezhda." I said these 4 sentences in one breath and fell silent. Nadka, the bitch, did not react in any way to my words, and her mother asked, "Is it Yura that's so worried? Who is he anyway that he's so worried about others? What a worrier!" Lyubov Nikolayevna said with genuine contempt. "Yura Chernov is my classmate and a very good man. Any female student in our university would be happy to know that Yura had some sort of feelings for her," I said, still feeling like Yura's lawyer. "What's your name?" Lyubov Nikolayevna asked suddenly. "Semyon," I answered uncertainly. "I think, Semyon, that you suit Nadezhda better than Yura does." These words pinched me hard and started a chain reaction in my imagination. It was as if I were unbuttoning the last button on Nadka's robe and feeling the warmth of her body on that cold, overcast day. The smell of food became sharper and more defined, and I could clearly tell now that it was fried potatoes with eggs. I clearly imagined that for breakfast, they'd have bread and butter, fried sausages, and tea. I also recalled the multi-day hikes in the rainy Carpathian Mountains, when my clothes were all wet by evening time and I was looking for a spot to pitch my tent, exhausted by all the walking. Maybe there would be a tree stump under a canopy, or a dry place by the fire. At moments like this, no one thinks or dreams of a real bed in a room or a hayloft under a roof. I realized I was tired after my non-stop, multi-year, intense journey. I wanted to relax even for a short period of time, to sit down and rest a little. No matter how, just to rest. Then, the image of Yura crying came to my mind, and it was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold Carpathian rainwater on me. I woke up, came to my senses, and decisively said, "You see, Lyubov Nikolayevna, I am flattered to the bottom of my soul that you can see me and Nadezhda together. Unfortunately, I am not worthy of her. I am an inveterate gambler. For example, last week I'd gambled away a pair of boots to Sergey. I'd borrowed the boots from Fedya." At these words, Lyubov Nikolayevna opened her eyes wide, and I understood that I was headed in the right direction. "Lyubov Nikolayevna, it shouldn't surprise you that the students gamble. All the students at the university are like that, with only a few exceptions. Yura Chernov, for example. Moreover, I have responsibilities towards two girls, one of whom is pregnant, and the other is also pregnant, but only about halfway. Nevertheless, I agree with you that I suit Nadezhda better than anyone else." Right after that conversation, without waiting for dinner, I had to leave the warm apartment without even trying the fried potatoes and eggs. I came back to the dorm late that evening, tired, hungry, and tormented by the thought, what use are women, anyway? And on the next day, Nadka came back to the university. Philosophy. I don't remember anymore whether I was lying down, sitting, standing, or in dynamic motion. It is also possible, and most likely, that I was horizontal, lying down and looking attentively at the ceiling. This is the best way to see your time being wasted, turning into ceiling dust. I clearly remember that I asked myself only a few questions. Among others, I asked myself why I exist, why I am alive. I got so into it that, staying horizontal, I joined the long line of philosophers, including Plato, Socrates, and Aristotle, who had also searched for answers to these questions. The fact that I was the last in that illustrious line did not faze me. This wasn't a line for beer, after all, and it wasn't about to run out. I really wanted to get some answers. And it's not important where you are when you receive them. In my classes in Marxist-Leninist philosophy and other humanities disciplines that neither Plato nor Socrates nor Aristotle knew about, I somehow did not find any answers to these vitally important and personally valuable questions. Even though I tirelessly and diligently studied the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the records of the 24th Congress of the Communist Party, and all the speeches of our dear leader Leonid Ilyich, who knew everything. I got a good or excellent on every exam in these subjects, but I still did not find the answers to my simple and important questions. Thus, I was looking in the wrong place, or studying the wrong things in the wrong way. My sciences, physics and math, can answer many questions. But not these. These questions are decided by entirely different sciences that are not taught in any college in the vast Soviet Union. So, for the moment, I abandoned physics in my thoughts. Same for all the other sciences. I could not go any further, and there was no reason to. I had to look for another direction. In any vector that is distinct from the forward vector, there is always a component of backward. One step forward and two steps backward, or two steps forward and one step backward, that is not important. The most important thing is to move, and to not stay still. A rolling stone gathers no moss. What choices did I have, then? A lot of them. I could join the army and rise to the rank of corporal, plug my nose, ears, and balls, and continue in physics, join the Moscow bohemian life as a scientific observer, marry Lubka and move to the village of Bortsovo in the Novosibirsk region, or simply drink vodka in the gutter. I hated vodka, but it was worth at least a try. Many people found vodka to be the solution to all their problems and would not part with it despite the insistent demands of society and their families. And it wouldn't let them go anyway. Or maybe, I could follow the path of the heroes of my youth. Build a branch of a narrow-gauge railroad in a boyarka, just like Pavka Korchagin, the protagonist of the Soviet novel How the Steel Was Tempered. Turn a family member into the authorities for something, like Pavlik Morozov. Throw myself in front of the porthole, like Alexander Matrosov. Fly to space like Gagarin and Tereshkova, and then become a hero and marry a Leningrad housewife with a flawless command of Russian and pre-revolutionary connections. Or become a teacher, live in poverty, and languidly philosophize like the Turgenev character Bazarov, a solitary and pragmatic man. But at the same time, gain a vocation and a meaning to my life, surrounding myself with students. One day, while making my regular morning run at the OBC, I suddenly stopped and sat down right at the steep shore, with my feet hanging down toward the water. I looked around, it was so beautiful. I was expecting to be inspired by the landscape. It is a well-known fact that landscapes are inspirational. For example, Vincent van Gogh was very inspired by landscapes, and got so inspired one day that he cut off his ear. But I was looking at the endless water of the OBC, and the only thing I wanted to do was jump in and drown myself. No inspiration and no answers to my questions. I still have no idea what to do. I tried to calm myself. There's a time for everything, and my time will come. For example, Lenin woke up one day and decided that it was time to have a revolution. Maybe the weather wasn't good that day. Pirogov decided, one day, to become a doctor, and the consequences of that decision are that he is still preserved, embalmed, in a church in Vinnytsia. As for Tupolev, they woke him up one night and told him that he needed to make some airplanes, and very soon, the 2 airplanes started flying all over. For information, Nikolai Ivanovich Pirogov was a prominent Russian Empire scientist, medical doctor, pedagogue, public figure, and corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, one of the most widely recognized Russian physicians. And Andrei Nikolaevich Tupolev was a Soviet aeronautical engineer known for his pioneering aircraft designs as director of the Tupolev Design Bureau. My moment came when I saw a book at the bookstore, Vasily Alexandrovich Sukhomlinsky's I Give My Heart to the Children, as if it was published just for me by the Kyrgyz Publishing Agency in 1969. Eureka, I thought to myself. It is terrifying to imagine what would have happened if I had encountered a book by Trotsky or Nietzsche. Someone up there must have thought about me and made sure that I would not encounter books like that. I am impressionable, and could easily have gotten into something pretty bad. It turned out all right. I am lucky, apparently. Even without reading the book, just by the colored pictures, I understood that this is for me. How cool is that, to sit on the grass under a sprawling tree and teach? How nice it is, to explain something that you don't understand yourself and to learn along with your students. How wonderful it feels when you see the fruits of your labor after many years, when you see yourself reflected in your students. I have noticed a long time ago that those who can't study love to teach others. What is there to do? One has to live somehow. Sitting down right there at the bookstore and reading just a few pages from that book, I understood how one receives a national prize, a Medal of the Workers' Red Flag, and the title of the Hero of Socialist Labor. From there to the Nobel Prize is not that far. Maybe this is the path for me? It seems that it is. I immediately saw myself surrounded by young well-endowed female teachers in light flowery chintz dresses with short sleeves, whispering something very pedagogical in my ear. Hey hey hey, they whispered, teach us something bad, and we will be good. Obviously, these thoughts came to my head right after lunch or dinner. A hungry man does not think of young female teachers, and does not even think about the Nobel Prize all that often. Weighing all the additional facts known to my excellent memory, I decided to take a turn in my life path and choose the pedagogical sciences. Forum. I spent a few days carefully reading Vasily Alexandrovich Sukhomlinsky's book I Give My Heart to Children, and the thoughts of teaching, young female teachers in floaty dresses, and different prizes, came into my head and left it, leaving deep pedagogical traces. As soon as I was alone in my dorm room, I sat at my desk, found a blank page in my quantum physics notes, and wrote down my plan. Before any important battle, I always think it through and make a plan. This plan involved the immediate creation, with my leadership, of a volunteer society called the Pedagogical Forum. This would be an organization for students who wish to become teachers in village schools. I would be the leader. I needed to be one. But you can't be a leader if there's no one to follow you. This is not some sort of paramilitary sport organization in the Soviet Union, concerned mainly with weapons, automobiles, and aviation like the prominent Volunteer Society for Cooperation with the Army, after all. So, I first needed to convince Fyodor and Konstantin to join the forum at least for a couple of weeks, as advertising, to attract as many future female teachers as possible. Fyodor agreed at once, since he thought he'd get some piece of the action from that too. Konstantin, however, refused point blank. Ever since he got gonorrhea from some primary school teacher, he has vowed never to get involved with teachers ever again. I opened the first meeting of the Pedagogical Forum, slightly nervous. Fyodor and I were there, and 17 more people showed up. All of them were female students. There was nothing bad about that fact, and in ordinary circumstances, this would be very good. You're not doing anything and a girl just comes to you, and not even one girl, but 17 of them. Usually, to meet a girl, you have to spend an entire evening at the cafe bar, the integral sign. But here, it's all for free. The only thing that bothered me was their somewhat unattractive appearance. The participants looked entirely unsatisfactory, though very natural. On the other hand, they're not auditioning for a movie role, I thought, they simply want to become teachers. Under circumstances like this, even the gender ratio didn't cheer me. There were 8.5 girls for every male participant in the forum. Still, neither Fyodor nor I wanted to take advantage of this ratio. At least, not at the first meeting. Each one of the girls, just like me, was very disappointed by her chosen specialty, failed the last set of exams spectacularly, and was feverishly searching for a way out. The best way out for each one of them, of course, would have been immediate marriage, not a village school. But for them, with their appearance and the whole university situation, it was not their choice. At the beginning of the meeting, I had to make an introductory speech. It was something between Winston Churchill's speech at Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, that led to the start of the Cold War, and the speech given by the Soviet headman Mikhail Ivanovich Kalinin at a meeting of Eastern women, which was immediately forgotten in all corners of the world, including in the East. I will recount here a brief summary of my speech, as reproduced by several witnesses. I do not remember it well at all, because I was incredibly nervous and excited. The speech was entitled The Education of Future Generations in the USSR, and it was created according to the ideas of the above-mentioned V.A. Sukh-Humlinsky. Dear girls. Dear Fyodor. I started. By addressing you today, I am addressing millions of Soviet teachers. The future of public education is in peril. The children of our country grow up unprepared for life, they do not know how to learn, and they are not ready to master the multitude of knowledge left to us by past generations. To add more persuasiveness and solemnity, I added, following Vasily Sukh-Humlinsky, every step you take, at the end, reflects on someone close to you, because you are going somewhere and with some goal. Every word you speak will resound in someone's soul somehow, and the way it resounds will somehow depend on you. Even the fact that you are looking at the world somehow and see something contains in itself some good and some evil, everything depends in some way on the fact that you will see something in some way. Everyone present, with the exception of Fyodor, continued blinking with the frequency of 0.1 Hz. Fyodor, the jerk, only blinked intensively at the start and then just closed his eyes. At least he wasn't snoring. Noting no objections, I continued, Some parents drink, and therefore their children are left unsupervised and unstimulated. Moreover, they see their parents and also start drinking. What kind of studying can we even talk about in such a situation? What knowledge? Those children should be taken away from their dysfunctional families, and made into active builders of socialism, communism, and then something else. I paused and drank some water. We should love children and they should love us. Here, I couldn't resist and quoted Suk Humlinsky, looking at my quantum physics notes. Love is, first and foremost, the responsibility for the fate of the person you love. To love, therefore, means to give the loved one your energy, to create happiness for the loved one. Some of our friends, whom I talked to about the main idea of our pedagogical forum, suggest a false and therefore dangerous solution to the problem. They say let's get a good education ourselves, make our way up to the government ministries and agencies, to the Central Committee, to become General Secretary, and then it's a short hop to God Himself, and after that, issue the correct directives and fix the state of education in this country. I consider this not just mistaken, but harmful. We have to approach the problem from below, to start early and to raise healthy, moral, and physically strong young people. We have to create a new progressive Soviet school, a fundamentally different one. Optimism and a faith in humanity is an endless source of creative energy, emotional strength, and health of the teacher and the student. Unkindness is a dangerous sickness of the soul that influences one's spiritual life, heart, nerves, and many other physiological structures. The blink frequency of the audience considerably increased and I decided to hurry up and get to the conclusion before someone fell asleep. In conclusion, I proclaimed the clear definition of our goal. And finally, I said, the goal of our pedagogical forum is to create a complete group of teachers, consisting of Novosibirsk State University graduates, for a new progressive school in line with our philosophy, in the Novosibirsk region. I have decided to make the sacrifice and become the director of the school. Ahead, to the new school. Go there yourself and invite your friends to follow. I wanted to say so many more things, but there were no more blank pages in my quantum physics notes. There was no room for the next quantum physics lecture either. Did I need it? People can live just fine without quantum physics. The girls were very excited when I finished my speech and breathed heavily, one even cried. The participants of the forum wanted to keep the meeting going and didn't want to leave for a long time, but the dorm monitor came over and said that it was late and that we needed to look at the time. News about our forum spread all over the region. The following week, a journalist from the newspaper Komsomol Pravda, Svetlana Mikhailovna Pozyrskaya, reached out to me and asked me to repeat my speech for the newspaper. I repeated it. The journalist was happy, but I understood that to make a good impression with a speech, I needed the masses. As many people as possible. I quickly entered the role of orator, and I was unstoppable. I was ready to speak anywhere, at the academic councils, at kolkhoz meetings, at the meetings of the Ministry of Reclamation, at the meetings of the Commission for Underage Citizens. As long as someone heard me, understood me, believed me, and followed me. Then, Svetlana Mikhailovna offered me the chance to participate in the filming of a documentary that would be filmed over 2 years, before our school opened. It would be dedicated to the preparation of university students to work as teachers in village schools. I graciously agreed. Fyodor did not attend the next meeting of the pedagogical forum, he was sleeping elsewhere. There were fewer girls, too, but there were many Novosibirsk TV people with cameras and microphones. I do not know what happened to the documentary movie. As it turned out, Svetlana Mikhailovna was a wise woman with good connections in Akademgorodok, Novosibirsk, and Moscow. It also turned out that her husband was an academic and the director of a large and important institute within Akademgorodok. At our meetings, Svetlana Mikhailovna would start by asking me if I was hungry, and if we met at her house, she would feed me. Every cloud has a silver lining. Economy. Russian language has many words for an incredibly precise description of meanings, concepts, and thoughts. For example, the words stingy, frugal, or thrifty are all about the same thing, but have a different shade of meaning and a different application. Everyone knows that someone who is stingy, a bad person, a jerk, a negative character. In a student community, a stingy person can be someone who eats their solo at night under the blankets, so that his roommates would not see it, or, God forbid, ask him for a piece to put on their bread. But in reality, I never saw this sort of demonstrative stinginess in our dorm. As for thrift, there were no thrifty people in the USSR. If there weren't too many. When the kulaks got dekulakized and destroyed as a class, a lot of thrifty people were destroyed. Possibly, the majority. And as for frugal people, everything depends on why they are frugal. There are families that are saving money, not getting enough to eat, so that their children could go to the university. And there are families that steal so that they wouldn't have to spend their own money. My family never threw away food, we saved it. First of all, whatever was on the plate got eaten completely, and the plate was wiped with a piece of bread. Secondly, we ate all fruits and vegetables with their skin. The skin has the most important vitamins and everything that's good for your health, we said in such cases. The only exception was nuts. An infinite sequence of dishes could be prepared from one chicken. 5 was the absolute minimum. First, the fresh chicken liver was fried in sunflower oil, this was only for the children. Second, the chicken fat was rendered with onions, this would be eaten with bread in the winter. Third, chicken broth was made. The scent of mom's chicken broth filled the entire apartment and was organically intertwined with the scent of fried buckwheat. Fourth, the chicken leg or wing could be fried, with their tender juicy bumpy skin. I don't remember the exact proportion, but it was approximately 7 units of bread for every unit of meat. In some cases, part of the bread is replaced by mashed potatoes. Moreover, the bones should be chewed and sucked to get every last molecule out. And finally, fifth, chicken skin is worth its weight in gold. It was carefully taken off and filled with a filling made of flour, egg, onion, and other delicious things, and boiled in the chicken soup to make it even better. I forgot about the feathers. Of course, no one ate them, but they were never thrown away. They were carefully collected and stored, and when it was time, the feathers were used to stuff a pillow. All of this applies to geese as well, including, of course, the above-mentioned feathers. In short, there is very little to throw out from a whole chicken or goose. A neutral reader could call our family thrifty and frugal, but in reality, we were just hungry. This was forced thrift and hard-earned frugality. This is how, over a long period of time in my life, my own frugality and thrift were formed. After that, it was impossible to change. It can happen that people become thrifty and frugal for other reasons. One of them is their own stupidity. For example, when you get into gambling debts and then have to save in every possible way, even breaking the law. Because gambling laws are different from the official ones in that they have to be followed with no exceptions. I became frugal for yet another reason. I started saving money for a present for my mother's birthday right in September, at the start of my 4th year. I planned to save up approximately 150 rubles for a present and a trip home to Chernivtsi in the middle of April. The equation of saving money turned out to be very simple, and the solution was not complicated at all, but very difficult in practice. The right side of the equation is the known sum of money to be saved, and the left side has one term for income and one term for expenses. After a brief analysis, I obtained the following results: income, stipend, odd jobs for students in town, in particular whitewashing apartments, the systematic recycling of empty bottles, gambling for money, robbing Alyona Ivanovna the pawnbroker. I won at cards regularly, but insufficiently. I lost Alyona Ivanovna's address or she was murdered by Raskolnikov according to Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky, and everything else connected to earning money was boring and not at all interesting. Expenses, food and girls. I put myself on a strict Siberian student diet, with elements of self-flagellation, self-starvation, and self-mutilation. The main block of this diet was a stale pirozhik with jam, approximately 3 to 7 days old. Pirozhik is a small Russian-style pastries with meat, cheese, vegetable, or jam filling. A pirozhik like that, once it gets into your stomach, blocks it for 7 hours, so that you feel no hunger and no desire to eat. I ate only pirozhki like that. I resorted to other tricks. For example, I went to the dean's office and got a list of all the students and their birth dates. By fourth year, I was familiar with many students, and made friends with a few others with the express goal of attending their birthdays in order to preserve strict economy. It turned out that 77% of all students throw a small party for their birthdays. I had a lot of choices, though I had narrow time windows. I had a preference for first and second year students of the female gender. Moreover, I heard rumors that the army, the prison, and the hospital provide 3 free meals a day. In connection with this fact, I had created and developed various plans for visiting the above-mentioned institutions. But I had to scrap those plans due to the existence of the university clinic. Some people want to get a medal, a prize, or some other award, but at the time, the best prize for me was a trip to the clinic, especially during exam time. There are many ways to look sick for the few minutes of a visit to the university doctor. The simplest and best one was to get Vladimir Vorobyov to sit on my shoulders and run with him for a few kilometers. The clinic was in the same building as dorm number 7 of the economics department. The distribution of girls in the university dorms wasn't homogeneous, it was very heterogeneous. But the density of girls in that particular dorm was high. An experimental physicist would have thrown out this outlier data point. But for me, dorm number 7 was my own personal raspberry patch, and the clinic within that raspberry patch was a thornless raspberry patch. I stopped going to the movies, theater, and concerts. The clinic was the movies, theater, and concerts simultaneously. Moreover, it also provided girls and unlimited food. It's true that the girls at the clinic were sick and weak, as expected in a clinic. At least their illnesses weren't contagious, thank goodness for that. I completely excluded the idea of meeting girls at restaurants due to the expense. With time, for greater frugality, I learned to pick up girls right on the street. This had obvious advantages, the simplicity of execution, fresh air, and a virtually unlimited selection. It doesn't work too well during winter time, though. Winter clothes can be deceptive and can mislead. This is how I spent my time frugally. As I approached the middle of April, my savings grew according to plan. This is how Magnitogorsk was built, step by step, piece by piece. This is how the Trans-Siberian Railroad was built. This is how outer space or the Virgin Lands was conquered. If I kept saving like that, I would have caught up with, and overtaken, America with respect to income per capita. Birthday. I never celebrate my own birthdays, I don't need yet another excuse for drinking. I hate drinking, anyway. I never celebrated my birthdays, not in childhood, not later, and now my birthdays pass unnoticed by the outside world. Of course, there are exceptions sometimes, when I look in my wardrobe and find new socks as a tremulous reminder that I had, in fact, yet another birthday. I'm used to it. I'd been taught this since childhood, and others do it differently. That's their right, and it's also normal. At the end of April is my mother's birthday. In 1974, she was turning 50. A round number, a significant birthday. These special birthdays, in our family, are celebrated with the whole extended family. Because I was in Novosibirsk, 5,000 kilometers away, all my relatives worried that I would forget to send the birthday card in time. Good Chernivtsi sons don't just send a birthday card in time, they also compose a cleverly rhymed poem for it. I could have, of course, written some sort of poem, but I'm not the best poet and my mom is not a poetry lover. So I decided, let everyone else send cards, but I will come to my mother's birthday in person. Let everyone else compose poems, but I will give my mom such a beautiful ring as a birthday present that everyone will be stunned. I started saving money for the ring in September. By the time I came to Chernivtsi for winter break, I had a clear idea of what I could afford. My brother and I went to a jeweler he knew. At the time, there was nothing in the store windows, all the goods were under the counter. Why shops had windows in those times, I have no idea. I said to the jeweler that I needed a gold ring with a precious stone. We looked each other in the eye. I saw in his eyes that he saw in my eyes that if he cheats me with this ring, he will have no life until the end of my life, or his life, whichever comes first. Even though I had zero background in purchasing gold jewelry, I immediately liked the ring that the jeweler showed me. It cost 115 rubles. This was 3 monthly stipends and 7 rubles more. I gave him a deposit and we agreed that I would pay the rest in April and get the ring then. Kopeck by kopeck, ruble by ruble, my time in Novosibirsk passed, and I headed to Chernivtsi with the necessary sum of money. With that kind of money in my pocket, my life changed radically. I had a reason to worry, and became careful and suspicious. Instead of a proud poor proletarian, I now was a bourgeois with money. The bourgeois sure had a lot to worry about. Constant, never-ending worry. I flew home on Monday, and Mom's birthday was on Wednesday. On Tuesday morning, I was standing by the jewelry store with the right sum of money in my pocket, even before it opened. The jeweler came on time, I paid him, and got the long-awaited ring. All the alcohol for the birthday was bought a few weeks prior to the date. We got salted herring and olives, green peas and mayonnaise, sprats, Kiev cake, candied roasted nuts, saveloy, doctor's sausage. One aunt made gefilte fish and brought glasses. Another aunt made maina and brought plates. We got extra chairs and an expandable table from the neighbors. On Wednesday, what was left to do was to make knishes, Olivier salad, forschmack, chicken liver pate, and of course, roasted meat with potatoes. We planned to sit down to dinner exactly at 6. Mom's sisters and grandma appeared at our house after lunch and immediately started getting everything ready. Aside from me, no men were present in the apartment. I worked with them without a break until 4 p.m., and then we sat down to drink tea. When grandma and all her daughters drink tea together, they always recall fun stories from their youth, from their life in Belts, and even from wartime. For the 17th time, I heard the story about how grandpa came in a horse-drawn cart to woo grandma. He was 18, she was 17, and they were the most beautiful couple in Belts and its vicinity. The whole conversation is in Yiddish. This language was created for funny stories. We are laughing so hard we can't stop. Grandma laughs in waves, jumping a little in her chair, and covering her mouth with her hand. One aunt laughs in one rhythm, and slowly sways from side to side in a different, slower tempo. Another aunt sounds like she's clucking, and gets to a very high note sometimes. Mom's laughter is ringing like a bell, sonorous and flowing. I get cramps in my stomach from laughing. We are all happy. How is this possible? I thought. These 4 women have had nothing good happen in their lives. They have always lived in dire poverty, and their chances of even slight improvement to their material circumstances were close to, or equal to, 0. They could not get a good profession, study anything. What did they know, anyway? Constant lack of food and sometimes outright starvation. They knew war and the loss of the people they loved the most. But they laugh in a happy and carefree way. They are happy. Only when I sit with each one of them one-on-one do they tell me the terrible stories from their past. Real stories, very sad ones. They had the desire and the ability to live a better life, to give more to society, to live a life that made the world better. But society robbed them of that chance. They had not even the slightest chance of any sort of pleasure in life. On my mother's birthday, the day she attained a half-century, at 4 o'clock, at tea, 4 women managed to get a big fat piece of happiness in life. I was there, I saw it, and after me, there will be no more witnesses to this miracle. Many important and significant things influenced my life. Mostly, they were created by me or by society's arbitrary conditions. But Grandma's tea gathering with her 3 daughters, there in Chernivtsi, was real, not created by anyone. It is the most precious thing I have. So precious that it cannot be bought or sold. It is always next to my heart. It is my life center. It's me. The guests started arriving at 6. There was no furniture in the hall, no table, no chairs. All the furniture is in the bedroom, the bed is moved to the corner, and the table is set for 27 people. We will be tight, but cozy. Now came the critical time when the dishes were ready to take their places on the table in the predetermined time sequence. The cold dishes and the drinks were already on the table. All the guests except Mom and her sisters were sitting at the table, waiting for the command to begin. Dad ceremoniously goes around and pours drinks for all the guests. Mom and her sisters bring hot knishes with potatoes. Mom says in an embarrassed tone, "Start without me, I need a couple of minutes to take the roasted meat off the fire and turn off the stove," and leaves for the kitchen. No one starts anything, I order loudly, with a stern face and as commandingly as possible. I was surprised by the guests' obedience, and added in a softer tone, "We have awaited this moment for 50 years, we can wait another minute or 2. I will give a toast," and I looked at my father in search of his agreement and approval. I had spent a few months preparing a toast in honor of my mother, but I got nothing poetic or prosaic. "Dear Mom," I started timidly. "Along with everyone present here, I wish you a happy 50th birthday," I said, and burst into tears. As for the ring, I only remembered about it and gave it to my mother on the next day. Volunteer. The university course of study lasts 5 years. Every year, in turn, consists of semesters. That marks the half-year, or 6-month period. Thus, in a year's time, there is no room to squeeze in another semester. That would be the case in a normal country, but in the USSR, one can do anything, including dividing a year into 3 halves, semesters. In 1959, it was decided to form temporary work brigades for volunteer work during one's spare time, in the 3rd work semester, abbreviated TWS. Everything in the life of a student has to be a 3-letter abbreviation, that's how it is supposed to be. In the summer of 1968, after 9th grade, I was already a volunteer, a member of the construction brigade. I got a meal there every day, and when I was done, I got a special badge, the Student Construction Brigade, abbreviated SCB. With such an initial advantage at such an early age, I planned to beat the world record for the number of SCB badges on one person's chest in their lifetime. Considering my experience at the construction brigade and my knowledge of the construction business in general and the painting business in particular, I was offered the chance to become the foreman of a new and thus very popular SCB Karelia. This offer led to 2 consequences. First, I was not assigned to the brigade from my class, and second, I had to choose 17 students for Karelia from a huge number of candidates. Most of the candidates were not accepted into the brigade, and thus, I acquired enemies who hated me until graduation, and maybe, still hate me to this day. But after exams, which took up a large portion of the energy reserves of my body, my immune system was seriously weakened and I got sick with a serious case of the flu. I did not go to Karelia. As it is said, all that happens is for the best, though with the same probability, it can turn for the worst, and sometimes it leads to nothing at all. Instead of Karelia, after a week or two of illness, I went home to Chernivtsi. Because of the state of my health, a doctor's note is kept in the archive of developed socialism. In the summer of 1971, I could not actively participate in the building of communism. It is possible that this was the reason why many communist or even socialist projects failed to succeed with the years. I self-critically take partial responsibility and accept the guilt. I did not participate, but hundreds of thousands, or maybe even millions, of first-year students in 1971, all over the country, united in the construction brigade movement. Mostly, the construction brigade's goal was to build cow barns. Where they found so many cows to house in these barns, I have no idea. There was a clear lack of relationship between the number of cow barns and the population of cows. At our student cafeteria, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, there was, as they said in Chernivtsi, neither meat nor fish, but just udders. There was a lack of correspondence there too. There were not enough cows for that many udders, and the proportion of meat to udders was also completely unrealistic and unearthly. In 1968, our construction brigade, in which I had first become initiated into the movement, built a cow barn in Chernivtsi. Then, in 1974, there was another need for a cow barn, but this time in Czechoslovakia. Being a fourth-year student then, I filed my application for a foreign construction brigade without much hope of being accepted. It's only now that one can cross the border whenever one wants to, but in 1974, this was rare. I was accepted. I vaguely suppose that I was accepted into the construction brigade that would travel to Czechoslovakia to build a cow barn due to my active participation in university life and my fruitful activities in public education in the villages surrounding Novosibirsk. I, and the pedagogical forum that I headed, regularly visited these schools, and also, brought the students of these schools to the university for cultural activities in Akademgorodok. It was paradoxical that for my successful development of the ideas of the pedagogical forum, I was accepted into the student construction brigade that would work in Czechoslovakia. But it was this that eventually led to the complete and total destruction of the pedagogical forum itself. A few weeks before our trip abroad, we all got our passports. I even composed a poem about a passport for this occasion, but unfortunately, someone named Mayakovsky wrote this poem first, word for word, and he was a more popular poet at the time. Our construction brigade was also summoned for a briefing at an organization whose abbreviation I still try not to pronounce out loud. There, some guy without epaulets and with a tie on said to us, "I hope that you will demonstrate the true face of the Soviet student to our friends abroad." Everything that this guy said seemed logical, except for the words about the true face. We came to Czechoslovakia and immediately started building the barn. Well, maybe not exactly immediately, but only after we drank enough local beer and ate enough of the local cream soups. I still remember their special taste and smell. Then the work began. It was monotonous and there was not much to say about it. The cow barn turned out not too bad, and the walls were almost vertical. I will talk about something else. There was a rule: any group traveling abroad had to include a volunteer snitch. Every Soviet person knows that. There were 15 of us in the group, including myself. All the members were known to me from university, to some degree, and I would not have suspected any of them in being a volunteer snitch. But there was a snitch. Who? I started investigating this question by timing each person in the bathroom. I immediately removed suspicion from anyone who didn't take too long, and divided the rest of them into two groups based on the color of their faces. If their face was red, that meant constipation, everyone else was a suspect. Of course, to be scientific, I would have had to record the color spectrum of their faces before and after using the bathroom. But unfortunately, I did not have the right equipment at the time. Something else. A snitch is a talkative sort of jerk. They can win your confidence and get you to talk about something intimate, or about some un-Soviet action in your youth. You had to be very careful, of course. I had another interesting thought. Every construction brigade going abroad would have to have 2 snitches. One snitch, not controlled by anyone, could not snitch. Of course, that comes with its own problem. You say one thing to one snitch and another thing to the other, and they both report their findings to the higher UPS. Then the higher UPS get confused. How will they figure this all out? But this is their problem. All that remains is for me to admit that I could not figure out who the snitch was and who wasn't, after all. Maybe they were all constipated from all those Czech soups, or maybe it was because we were all friends and talked openly together. The Czechs, too, weren't stupid. They assigned their snitches to watch ours. It resulted in a lot of confusion, and thus, I never did find out the truth. My conclusion was this: our construction brigade had a minimum of 3 snitches and a maximum of 14. Because I was definitely not a snitch, not voluntarily, not forced, nowhere, and never. Blonde. For the most part, all people are the same, all universities follow the same academic program, all cities are similar, and all countries are practically twin sisters. For those who jump in their chair after reading this last bit, I will break away from my main subject for a moment and say, yes, yes, yes. For the most part, Russia and America are also absolutely identical, and those who do not understand this are just not very sophisticated. But to be frank, I am not at all interested in the similarities of cities or people. I need the opposite, the differences, the distinctions, the things that stick out on all sides, and in women, preferentially forward, as well as in the back. I had long noticed the difference between women has an immense significance. I think I am not alone in that. The diversity of women makes our world much more interesting, multifarious. One wants to learn, investigate, conquer, and, yes, feel. How can one estimate the springiness of female buttocks if one can't feel them? The world of different and multifarious women is beautiful. One can't, for example, compare a blonde and a brunette, but both are beautiful in their own way. To me, there are no 2 female silhouettes that look alike, most likely because I pay attention to small details, to the different, the unusual, the parts that stick out. A blonde and a brunette are 2 continents, 2 planets, 2 worlds. But both are women. And this has nothing to do with nationality, religion, habits. One has to know how to find and enjoy the beauty of feminine diversity. I always find it, but I don't always get to enjoy it. A French woman purrs with an endearing foreign accent, "No, champagne first." A Muscovite will say in a languid voice, "You may come closer." Ukrainian is a very musical language, you especially feel it when a girl passionately exclaims "oh, oh, oh," while looking at the ceiling. A Siberian will just frankly and directly say one more time, "Please." While I was a student, there were no French girls at Akademgorodok. No French girls, no English girls, no Italian girls, nothing foreign. Of course, our Soviet girls are the best, but I wanted something different, distinct, unusual, sticking out in any way as long as it was different. Am I the only one who is perverted enough to think this way, and do other men not think like this? I doubt it. Many Soviet young men also dreamed about black women, Latin women, Asian women. They saw these women only in foreign films and on the covers of the rare foreign magazines, so their charms were outside the borders of the possible and the real. In our student social groups, under the perverse influence of the Soviet streets, there were all sorts of wild stories about these women, including imaginary anatomical difference. For example, that down there, everything was not the right way around, but sideways. But these women became even more desirable because of that. I knew 2 students personally who were terminally infatuated with the American black activist Angela Davis, in whose support, all over the USSR, there were well-attended meetings of workers during the lunch hour. One of the citizens of our most humane country even wanted to run away to America to offer her his hand, heart, and everything else he had. All he had was a bank book with 17 rubles on it. In those years, it seemed that all French women were like Brigitte Bardot, and all Italian were just like Sophia Loren. It was dangerous even to dream about foreign women from capitalist countries. There were rumors that those who had to know everything found out the dreams of my friend Volodya Shukhov and expelled him from the university. And if they could have also read his thoughts, he would have gone to prison, poor guy. Personally, I was very attracted by foreign women from other socialist republics. For example, the Polish actress Pola Roxa, especially in the role of Marusia, nicknamed Ogoniak, from the TV serial Four Tankmen and a Dog. In my youth, I preferred blondes. But she is not a blonde, the attentive reader will say. But a redhead is the hottest type of blonde, I will object. I had not forgotten the words of a Chernovitzer and a real communist, David Lvovich Bronstein, that women play an important role in the life of a male Communist Party member. This role is a defining one at every stage of life, and the transitions from stage to stage happen with their blessing, and sometimes by their order. In the life of a non-party member, the laws are the same, but only apply in their leisure time. And so, one stage is the 4th year, and the next stage is the 5th and final year at the university. The transition from one stage to another, thus, is determined. It is the summer of 1974. The 3rd working semester in our brother country Czechoslovakia. When one thinks about women, it is difficult to think logically. Nevertheless, purely logically, if we don't have enough foreign women in the USSR, therefore, in Czechoslovakia, they don't have enough Soviet men. One wants to believe such logic, and I believed it. And now about an exceptional and determining woman. During the working semester in Czechoslovakia, I noticed one blonde, and she was very, very pretty. As Comrade Bronstein would have said, the role of this blonde in my life was fateful, at least, during the summer of 1974. I will provide some analogies so that the reader can imagine her. Barbara Brulska in the most successful Soviet television productions that remains a highly popular classic in Russia, with millions tuning in to rewatch it every New Year's Eve. The Irony of Fate, or Enjoy Your Beth. Only without dubbing and speaking Russian herself, with an endearing foreign accent. And her scent. Where such pleasant scents come from, I don't know. The fragrance is like honey, always fresh Czech beer, and caramels that cost 7 kopecks per kilogram. And how she feels to the touch? One can't describe it in words, one must feel for oneself. Her skin is like satin, smooth and soft. And she's got everything, and it's all there, and it's all where it should be. One did have to compromise a little on her body convexities, but only a little. My heart got stuck on her. It happens like this: you're going around free, going out with whomever you want, kiss anyone without a second thought, and all is well. Then with another girl, and a third, and a fourth. Like a male butterfly, flitting from flower to flower. And then, bang! Your head is full of fog, your heart is in pain, your soul is troubled. It's her. And all you think of is how to not scare her away, how to make sure she likes you too. You sit, or lie down, or walk around, and think only about her. You don't eat, you don't drink, you just want to be with her. I just noticed that what I wrote doesn't rhyme, too bad. I did not pay attention to a lot of things that summer. And so, all my hard work and effort was in vain. The blonde was inapproachable. I couldn't make anything happen with her in that summer of 1974. Nothing at all. I was terribly upset when I came back to Chernivtsi from Czechoslovakia, to spend the rest of my vacation sitting, lying down, or walking, and thinking only of her. At the time, Uncle Senya from Odessa was staying with us. Just like my father and mother, he was born in Belts, and then he moved to Odessa after the war. Uncle Senya spoke with the special accent of a seventh-generation Odessa inhabitant, and he knew Isaac Babel's stories backwards and forwards. One early evening, Uncle Senya and I were sitting around drinking tea with cherry jam. After the third gulp, Uncle Senya said, "That's so fortunate. You, Syoma, are seriously lucky. I have never met an inapproachable woman," and he proudly regarded himself in the pocket mirror. "How can you consider this inapproachability to be lucky, Uncle Senya?" I asked with interest, noting that all important masculine conversations always begin after the third gulp of tea. "What do they teach you in those universities? You're a smart guy, Syoma. If a woman is inapproachable, it's a great gift for a real man. You're a real man. What's better than to win the heart of an inapproachable woman?" "Nothing at all," and Uncle Senya swallowed his fourth gulp of tea. "Until now, nothing has happened with her. It's torture," I said with the tone of a martyr, and added, "Do I suffer like this all my life?" "Syoma, all your life is a very long time. There's no woman that would withstand your efforts for that long. She also wants to be happy." We were silent a minute, thinking about what he'd said. Then Uncle Senya said, "But remember, Syoma, you must be sure that you'll continue your efforts until the end of your life. Then she will believe it too." Chapter 5. Fifth year. Roses. I don't remember exactly how, when, and from whom, but I got news that my blonde femme fatale was coming to spend 6 months in Volgograd to perfect her Russian. That's why I decided to start my 5th year not in Akademgorodok, but in Volgograd. Early in September, the night before my departure, I went to Teatralny Square in Chernivtsi, picked several dozen of the most beautiful, and not yet fully open, rosebuds, and put them in a zinc-plated bucket with water from the Prut River. In the morning I went to search for my blonde in the city on the Volga. Along the way, I passed through the Donetsky airport. The weather was good, there was nothing to worry about, I would get to my destination before this evening. I was sitting quietly and waiting for my flight to Volgograd. A pleasant-looking man came up to me, about 30ish, dressed in expensive clothes and showing good taste, by the standards of that time. It was quite obvious that he was a member of one of the ethnicities that live in the Caucasian republics. It was also obvious that he was a busy man, because he got right down to business. "How much for all the roses?" Even though the question was grammatically correct, it was incomplete and did not contain the minimum of necessary information. Nevertheless, I understood that the Caucasian businessman was addressing me and wanted to know my wholesale price for these flowers. Moreover, my retail price for each flower did not interest him at all. As for me, I was in a good mood after eating a piece of Bukovinskaya sausage and a piece of bread, and decided to immediately inform my potential buyer that we were not at the Holland flower market, but at the Donetsky airport, and that there would be no business deal today. "These roses are for my girl. They're not for sale." "My dear," said the Caucasian with such an expression that it was obvious that he held my modest person in high esteem, and I felt like a real dear relative to him. Something like a younger brother. He did not hurry with his next remark, he was smiling broadly and clearly enjoying our brotherhood. Finally, he added, "With all due respect," and with this phrase he extended his embrace, smelling of shish kebab, ready to receive his loved one after many years of separation. Since I stayed seated, he understood that 2 incomplete sentences, even correct ones and well-said ones, were clearly not enough. Then he started with this song, I also have a girl and I'm flying to see her. My girl has half-moon eyebrows, a birthmark on her cheek, and love in her eyes, and now I will have to significantly condense the eloquent but not very informative description of the beloved girl of my temporary brother. That is very good. My girl does not have a birthmark or half-moon brows, I said with a certain indifference, at which he continued, my girl drove me crazy, broke my heart, took away my peace, and left me for someone else. I am sure that these beautiful roses will help me get her back. With these words, he took a stack of money from his pocket and put it next to the bucket. This is all I have. I won't sell, and that's final. I also have a broken heart, and as for peace, I have never had it. I need these flowers myself. The Jijit was not listening. Jijit is a word in the Caucasus and Central Asia to describe a skillful horse rider and brave person in general. He had already taken off his jacket, unzipped his pants, and started taking them off, saying, "Take it all, take my jacket, take my pants, I don't mind, I won't miss any of it. I have already said, man to man, that I will not sell these flowers," I said firmly and decisively. "You want me to break my word, the word of a man? How can anyone respect me after that if I can't respect myself?" At this last word, I took the bucket of flowers, turned, and went to the opposite corner of the waiting area. I did not expect myself to be so decisive, firm, and unbending. I really wanted this Czech blonde to like me, really wanted to get her, and my plans were very serious. They extended to losing my virginity for the nth time. I wanted her passionately and immediately, as I never wanted anyone else in my life. I wanted to take her home to Chernivtsi, show her to my parents and friends, give her my hometown and everything that I can do there for her. I wanted to look at her face when she sees an entire bucket of Chernivtsi roses, covered in fresh Volgograd dew. I was proud that I was not tempted by Caucasian money and didn't sell the Chernivtsi roses, that I resisted the evil one. Never since that time did I ever cross the whole country with a zinc-plated bucket full of roses. This says something too. I found my blonde femme fatale before the roses wilted. She lived in the women's dorm of the local school of education, with a female concierge at the entrance who resembled a village blacksmith. The girls in that dorm used the stairs and the guys used the drain pipes. I was lucky that my blonde, and her friend from Czechoslovakia, only lived on the second floor. A few perfectly happy days flew by in an instant. I spent some time with her in Volgograd and then went to Novosibirsk, but this time, with something. With the something that I'd dreamed about at night and which I'd hoped for an entire 17 days. I was sure that without the Chernivtsi roses, this something would have been a nothing. She came to visit me for New Year's in Akademgorodok. For the occasion, Petya let me borrow his fur hat, and Fyodor lent me his quilted jacket. Volodya lent me his record player with the record of Mireille Mathieu. She's French, but she sings as soulfully as if she'd spent her whole life singing in Morozovo. And she was singing about the right things. So she sang for us for a little time. I won't overload my story about the blonde with detail, I don't want the reader to get envious. I remembered my temporary Caucasian brother from the Donetsky airport and felt sorry for him. I wanted to know whether he'd found his peace, and whether he'd found it without my roses. It's doubtful. The end. Very soon, my time at the university will end. It's not the end yet, but it feels like the end, therefore, it's getting closer. In reality, the end itself is not what I'm feeling, I'm simply feeling its approach. The end is an infinitely short time interval, a moment. Until something new begins, the end hasn't happened for real. My torturous and monotonous approach to the end will continue for a long time. Much has changed in my 5th year, once more, but not for the last time. We are now the oldest ones. We don't even notice the first-year students. To the 5th years, they are like children playing in the sandbox. The male first years don't have beards or mustaches, Just some sort of fluff. As for the girls, they look like 10th graders in short skirts. They hadn't yet hardened from all the study, exams, alcohol, and cigarettes, but they've already renounced their unrequited and stubborn love for Soviet movie actors. When you're in your last year at the university, you can't be kicked out, expelled, transferred, or in any way messed with. You can do whatever you want, but for decency's sake, you still go to the university, take, by inertia, some last useless classes, and even pass some sort of exams, and of course, prepare for the defense of your thesis. In my 5th year, I became a mediocre average student, working on my thesis project and preparing for its defense. I did most of the work with a graduate student, also mediocre and average. Our thesis advisor was a mediocre and average PhD with a dog, who, in contrast to everyone else, was always energetic and satisfied with life. As for the director of our laboratory, he was below average and more mediocre than average. He was over 50 and only interested in fishing. There were rumors that he actually caught fish. His half-time secretary and half-time wife was in charge of the extra scientific life of the entire lab. As for the scientific life, we simply didn't have one. The director of our institute, an academic and distinguished professor of the university, was of retirement age, but he completely refused to engage in fishing. He had such connections in academia and even in the Central Committee itself, that it wouldn't even occur to him to think of retiring. The only way to refuse these connections would be in the case of one's death. It was the 1974 to 1975 school year, the period before the era of the Great Stagnation. Rot was setting in. The university, institute, academia, and government were all rotting. The whole country was rotting. Everything was rotting. This swamp of rot sucked me in, even though I was simply standing aside and not bothering anyone. Just 4 years ago, I was in my first year and still hoped to get a Nobel Prize someday. Our graduate student was just a student who was in love with his thesis project, his mom's poetry and Brodsky, and with the one who currently shares his dorm room, total area 7 square meters. Our thesis advisor had just defended his own thesis, he was happy and full of brilliant scientific ideas, he had just had his second child, and his beloved dog was still just a sweet and tiny puppy. In the early 50s, the director of our laboratory, along with his mentor, now the director of our institute, worked day and night on a project of world significance. They contributed to the progress of humanity, and they knew it. But in the 70s, they suddenly understood that they turned into scientific ballast. But they did nothing to change the situation, there was nothing they could do. For them, the end would not come soon, maybe never, because nothing new was expected to happen. In Akademgorodok, in the university, I felt like a squeezed lemon among other squeezed lemons. The squeezing process started 4 years ago, with an inspiring beginning, now it will end soon. And in the meantime, all of us are sucked into the swamp together, and drowning in that swamp, consisting of disappointments, failures, misconceptions, and simply indifference to university life, generously garnished with the lemon juice squeezed out of the students. My book also had an inspired beginning, but in a few more pages, it will come to its own sad ending. The reader could have noticed that in one place, I am writing and thinking about something from a left-wing ideological position, and in another place, I'm writing and thinking about the same thing from a right-wing ideological position, the complete opposite. Every morning, I write down in my journal what foot I step onto first as I get up. In that same journal, I note down a lot of other independent parameters. I will note at once that there was no correlation between my foot orientation and the ideological direction of my musings. Even though, in my 5th year, I was in a deep local minimum of potential energy, I felt like I was in an unstable equilibrium. One day I thought like this, and the other day like that. I think that because of an excess of kinetic energy, I never did reach stable equilibrium. I still had a lot of patience then, but less than before, and I had already started noticing and understanding impatient people. Sometimes I'd go to the city and go to the train station and sit there for hours, watching the people, thousands of people, running somewhere. Where were they all running? I still don't know the answer to this question. Maybe it's more correct to ask where they were all running away from. To this question, by then, I already had some sort of answer. For the first time, I started noticing what was written in the newspapers, said on the radio, or shown on the television. There was a clear lack of correspondence between all that and the reality I saw every day. I was overcome by the sensation that I was living in a different country, a different society, a different world. I was still surrounded by good people and faithful friends, but before, only 4 years before, they were better and more faithful. I was absolutely sure that capitalist society was rotting. But by 1974, I started to suspect that the rotting of societies was a fundamental and universal thing. I was 22, the ideal time for searching for new inspiring beginnings, but instead of that, I was expecting the endings I hated, the end of study, the end of my university years, the end of something else that I didn't even know about. In a few months, my stipend would end, and there were at least 37 years before retirement, the end of my financial freedom. My self-confidence grew as a step function, from one girl to another. My skill in the arts of love grew only logarithmically, but my cynicism grew exponentially, and it threatened to put an end to any potential for romantic love. Is this really the age, a transitional age, when it's time to think of endings? Guilt. The only professor at our university who, according to my data, was over 70, was Mikhail Borisovich Kaplun. I can't judge what kind of physicist he was or what his contribution to science was, but I can readily say that he was a capital P physicist despite his difficult fate. Professor Kaplun's life was extremely complex, very difficult, and at the same time, brilliant. I know tens or maybe hundreds of students who would have considered it an honor to go through the torment and the brilliance that he did. In the late 20s and early 30s of the last century, the professor worked at the Göttingen University in Germany, where he worked on some foundational principles of quantum chemistry. Before returning to the USSR, Mikhail Borisovich made a fundamental discovery relating to the canonical structures of molecules. Then he returned to his homeland, and was arrested in 1938, like all the other decent people who would not write denunciations. It is possible that a less talented physicist who was a much more talented writer of denunciations decided to take the professorial post belonging to Mikhail Borisovich. Professor Kaplun was sentenced under Art 58/6 and Art 58/11 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Republic of the Soviet Union to a 10-year prison sentence, a 5-year disenfranchisement, and the confiscation of his personal property. After his release and until the end of his life, he lived in Siberia. He liked his students, and the students respected and loved him. How could one not respect or love a man who had conversations with Einstein, Born, or Schrödinger, who worked with Langevin, Tamm, and Mandelstam, and who shared a prison cell with Tupolev or Korolev? One gets goosebumps from simply hearing these names. On New Year's night, I and a small group of other students went caroling to Professor Kaplun. He graciously invited us into his apartment. I remember endless bookshelves and bottles of cognac. He gave us the best and incredibly expensive French cognac that he brought home from a business trip to Germany. I also remember his home office. A huge antique desk with old-fashioned papier-mâché and an inkpot with some wise Latin proverb, a painting of a horseman, and books in many languages. By the wall, there was a leather sofa with a high back and round armrests. There was a huge aquarium in the office, and an immense fish swam majestically around it. It was not at all ornamental, and actually rather scary. Maybe it was an average-sized piranha or a small shark. The professor told many jokes and tirelessly told us funny stories about great scientists. We had heard many of these stories before, but our interest in them in no way decreased. Not a single student imagined interrupting Mikhail Borisovich even for a second. A few times, a housekeeper came into the room where we were sitting, carrying a full tray of some sort of homemade pastries and a Russian drink made of dried fruit boiled in water called compote. The professor was happy and did not at all look like a teacher. We smiled silently, not even guessing at what this middle-aged man had survived, despite his attentive youthful gaze. Of course, he had a family and other worries, but among his pleasures in life, there remained his faithful books, good cognac, and admiring students. There are thousands of professors who have books, hundreds who have French cognac, but as for professors who have real and genuine student entourages, those can be counted on the fingers of one hand. In contrast with Mikhail Borisovich, usually professors kept their distance from regular students. Between them, there were thousands of kilometers of scientific paths, tons of books, and hundredweights of obligations. There was no time for endearments and hugs and kisses. And in general, that's how it should be. Mikhail Borisovich Kaplan was probably not the best professor at our university, he was a dreamer and an eccentric, but exactly the kind of dreamer and eccentric that we see in our dreams and who lives in our most cherished fantasies about our scientific futures. Every student who is building his career in science imagines himself exactly like that when he finally achieves success. When all the dissertation defenses, the publication of the most important monographs, and the patenting of one's invention are behind you. One morning, you wake up, put on an expensive Persian robe, and go into your home office, which is just like Mikhail Borisovich's office. You will open a huge window looking out onto the park and let the first rays of the rising sun shine on your face. Your life did not pass in vain. You have got something to tell people about, and they will be grateful to you for what you have done for them. However, the overwhelming majority of USSR citizens were not grateful to any real person, except for the party, its leaders, and of course, Lenin. They were not taught to thank ordinary people who work hard for the common good. On the contrary, people were encouraged to suspect each other, to be insincere, to envy each other. The famous Soviet collective was really the herd mentality, the devaluing of personality, colorlessness, ignorance. Everything that was sparkling or differed in color from gray or red aroused immediate suspicion. Then, the search for enemies began. Enemies were everyone who was not in line with what the Soviet system prescribed. Why was Mikhail Borisovich Kaplan punished so cruelly by the criminal justice system? For no reason. He was smart, and that was suspicious. He knew how to dress, and that was discouraged. He had the mentality of a free man, and you can't live like that. We are all in the party's debt, we are all hostages to it. Moreover, Mikhail Borisovich was a Jew and worked abroad for a long time, and thus, he could have been a spy, and was most likely recruited by one or more foreign espionage agencies. Thus, he needed to be isolated, humiliated, broken, destroyed. Whose fault is this cruel, animal injustice? Many people's fault. Very many. First of all, the Soviet system itself that encouraged denunciations of people and the convictions resulting from these denunciations without any sort of proof. At fault, also, are the millions of brainwashed people who wrote these denunciations of millions of other innocent people. We know who directed all this. But at fault is the entire Soviet country and the entire Soviet people, and we are all individually guilty. There is no mitigation of this guilt. It is not justified by the fight against fascism, the defense of the rights of workers and farmers, the fight for the freedom of the Vietnamese and Afghan peoples, the love of the party, of the homeland, of God. Today, I am the judge and the executioner. There will be no clemency in my court for anyone. If society, any society, is capable of convicting and punishing an innocent person, this society has no right to exist. This is my sentence and there is no appeal. Until each one of us understands this individually and accepts their part of the guilt, and apologizes to Professor Kaplan, there will be no bright future. There will be no future at all. There will simply be a swamp, stinking and all-consuming. A swamp. The capital. It turns out that not all roads lead to Rome. The road from Chernivtsi to Novosibirsk and back led, for example, to and through Moscow. Moscow is the capital of the former and not entirely forgotten USSR, a big city. There are many Muscovites and many visitors there. There are not enough hotels for so many visitors, and as for me, I did not need any sort of hotel. During my student years, 4 times a year, I'd spent almost an entire day in the capital. There were rare cases when I had to spend the night at the train station, and once, I spent the night at a friend's dorm room. All the trains from Chernivtsi and Novosibirsk came to Moscow early in the morning and left late in the evening. Airplanes were a bit different. But in most cases, I had about 17 hours to kill in Moscow. I slept very well on trains, so by the time I'd arrived in Moscow, I was wide awake and full of energy. I'd stuff all my belongings in my pockets and immediately head for the subway to the city center. In the summer, sometimes I'd have a backpack. Only once did I have to drag a suitcase around. But it wasn't heavy, not a wooden suitcase like the one I had during my candidacy. So usually, I was unencumbered. I always visited 4 places in Moscow: a bookstore, the Sandunovsky sauna, the theater, and a hot dog cafe. Visits to other places depended on my remaining time, the weather, and other circumstances. As a descendant of proletarians, I wanted first of all to have some Moscow hot dogs. I also wanted to get to the sauna as soon as possible. But as a student and as a future member of the intelligentsia, I headed first to the bookstore. During my student years, I could not afford to buy books, but I loved them. To this day, I love the smell of bookstores. Bookstore visitors always look like fascinating and attractive people. It is pleasant to hold a new book in my hands, interesting to leaf through it, and fascinating to read a few pages. I was especially attracted to various encyclopedias, reference books, and dictionaries. There was something enchanting, magical and magnetic about them that demanded respect. Not just because these books are always thick, no. They contained within them some kind of mystery, and knowledge inaccessible to most people. Also, they had illustrations and photographs, sometimes color, and always the kind that you would never see anywhere else. I loved libraries too, but in a different way. A library is a book cemetery. There's nothing worse for a book than to end up in a library. After that, it's over for the book. Maybe once in a blue moon, someone will remember about it and take it out to read. A book can be in a library for a year, 2, or 10, and not be needed by anyone. A bookstore is different. Here, the books are still young and full of hope. They shine, they smell new, they live an active life, they're needed every day, at least most of them. A bookstore in Moscow is a special place. Moscow is a city of readers, and a Moscow bookstore is a gathering place for the reading public. The bookstores in the capital city are large, with a lot of bookcases and tables. It's possible to organize entire conferences there, not just for writers, but for readers. The salespeople, too, are respected people. Readers, one can't sell books if one is a butcher or a grocer. Book buyers are curious and ask questions that a salesperson has to be able to answer. There is also another reason, not an unimportant one, of why bookstores are so attractive. Some men, completely mistakenly, consider that it is easier to meet a woman at the grocery store than at a bookstore. I decisively and completely reject this approach to the important problem of gender relations. With a correct and strictly personalized approach, the process of meeting a woman at a bookstore is easy and very pleasant. The quality of the women one meets at bookstores cannot even be compared to the quality of the women one meets at grocery stores. A woman at the grocery store is scared, preoccupied, and completely uninterested in talking. A woman at a bookstore has spent her whole life reading books, getting ready for a conversation with a man there. She is ready to meet a man right at the bookstore, between the bookshelves. You can just come up to her and she's already trembling from all that she's read, waiting for you. Just come up to her and strike up a conversation, and she's yours. Perfect. Since those times, the significance and practicality of libraries, bookstores, and books has radically changed. It's too bad. After the bookstore, I usually went to the sauna, and not just any sauna, but the Sandunovsky sauna. The sauna is, undoubtedly, a very important element of human existence. I don't understand why Chekhov has limited his proverb to in a human being, everything should be beautiful, when he must have understood that it would be more correct to say in a human being, everything should be beautiful and clean. Since the above-mentioned Chekhov and Zhiskenko and Mayakovsky, and many others have written about the sauna, I will not go into too much detail on this highly important subject. But I will talk about one sauna incident that happened to me rather than to them. I have my own order of actions for everything, including the sauna. First, I take a regular shower, then a hot shower, to prepare for the steam room. In the steam room, I start on the lower seat and then gradually move to the higher one, at the maximum tolerable temperature. Then I run out of the steam room right into the cold pool. They have one only at the Sandunovsky sauna. And after the cold pool, I need some rest to catch my breath. This is the best time for deep thoughts about the meaning of life. It would be simply wasteful to spend such elevated moments thinking about mundane things. Those who have money can hire a professional sauna assistant, the rest can wash themselves. But the human body is arranged in such a way that there are some places on one's back that one cannot reach. There is a natural solution to this that is only possible in public saunas. You ask your neighbor to soap up your back and then you return the favor. The solidarity and mutual aid of the washed masses is the foundation of sauna culture. The fundamental nature of sauna culture wasn't just limited to Moscow, it was the same in my native Chernivtsi, in the Turkish sauna on Bojhanko Street across the street from the wine bar. But let us return to Moscow, to the Sandunovsky. My neighbor asks me to soap up his back. He looks about 49, maybe 50. When a man is naked, the margin of error in estimating his age is significantly reduced. I soaped up his back and then he started soaping mine. I won't describe this wash in detail, for many reasons, but especially for one. I will note that he soaped me for so long that I had never been so clean in certain places in my entire life. I was very happy when the wash was done. My neighbor then asked me, "What's your name?" "Semyon," I said. "And I am Georgy Vissarionovic, Colonel, the commander of a rocket troop of strategic significance." I was silent. What did I care that he was a colonel and that he had strategic significance? It's not like we were at war. The sauna is a great equalizer. A naked man cannot wear epaulets or other military insignia or medals. Thus, I had to take his word for it that he was a strategic colonel. And then he continued, "Semyon, are you in a hurry? I want to introduce you to the best surgeon in Moscow," and dragged me to the next hall where, behind a curtain, people were getting their calluses removed. "Joseph Vakhtangovich, dear friend," the colonel addressed a bald man. "Do me this favor, work on my young friend's feet. I will be in your debt." By the colonel's tone, it could be understood that Iosif Vakhtangovich was at the very least a colonel general and also very strategic. Then, already dressed, we were seated in the dressing room. Georgy Vissarionovic plied me with beer and sausages. He was a very friendly colonel, invited me to visit him in Georgia, and even gave me his address. He also offered me a lot of other, unusual, strange things, but I was firm and unapproachable. On one hand, it's too bad that I'd spent more time than usual at the sauna. On the other hand, I was plied with plenty of beer and sausages. If everything in life ended in sausages and beer, everyone would be happy. Shortages. I awaited communism impatiently. Under communism, life will become very good, because there will be enough of everything for everyone. And this will, of course, be according to their needs. Did you get married or need a place to live for another reason? Here's an apartment. Did you want to sit down and rest in your new apartment? Here's a couch with cloth upholstery, it can even be checkered if you want. One never gets tired of sitting or lying down on a new couch, but still, it can get a bit boring, so here is a TV. It can be black and white, or color, depending on your needs. And if your mouth gets a bit bored and your hands need to be kept busy, here are some sunflower seeds. Crack them as much as you want. That's the life we were going to have under communism. Since, for obvious reasons, I attended my middle school social science classes regularly, I picked up on the difference between according to one's needs and consumerism. At the university, these concepts became even firmer and hard as a rock. Granite, for instance. Communism and according to one's needs is good, capitalism and consumerism is bad. There is a slight paradox here, though. When there's enough of everything, there are no more needs. Then why do you need to do anything, study anything, or work at anything? Who needs progress in that case? No one. It turns out that communism self-destructs. But it is not for nothing that the USSR had a wise party and a far-seeing government. They created shortages, and solved all potential problems this way. Good steel needs to be tempered. The Soviet people were tempered by shortages. They required them. Any useful product or necessary service could not exist without shortages. Would anyone buy or wear Strela watches if they weren't so scarce? Of course not. What kind of hot dogs are the best? The scarce ones, stolichny. Who would go to the theater if tickets were easy to buy? That's what it is. In the past decade, my view of the theater radically changed, but during my student years, I loved the theater and was a passionate follower of Melpomene. The Vakhtango Theater in Moscow has always been the first on my list. Theater-goers knew in those times that you couldn't buy tickets at the ticket counter. I used to wonder why ticket counters existed at all. They could have sold ice cream, pirozhki, or hot dogs there. Theater tickets were sold by scalpers at 2 or 3 times the price. The scalpers made good money. There was a war against scalpers in the USSR, which I wholeheartedly supported. I joined the war and did not buy anything from scalpers, but our government did not turn out to be very grateful for my uncompromising support. I had a well-practiced and well-verified method for getting theater tickets at the nominal price without needing the scalpers. The reader may doubt my assertion, and this is natural. I still assert, there was never a case when I couldn't get a ticket to the theater or to a concert. One only needs patience. My method of purchasing theater tickets in Moscow was simple, but it required training, a sharp eye, fast feet, and the knowledge of basic facts from an introductory course of general psychology. So, I arrived at the theater early. The earlier, the more time I could spend studying the weather, the topography, and the placement and habits of the scalpers. I estimated the distances from the subway exit, the cab stand, and the bus stop to the theater. I measured the time intervals I'd need to run to those places. The first act of my play. The actors are standing or slowly moving around in the plaza in front of the theater. By 47 minutes prior to showtime, I classified them into 3 groups: outright scalpers, people hoping to buy an extra ticket like me, and men with flowers waiting for their dates. Until the first bell, one can forget about the last group, but if there is a free moment, one can exchange a couple of words about life and remark, by the way, that I have a single, beautiful sister in Moscow who is waiting for me at home. In the second group, those like me, I find the most active ones. I join forces with them, form a block, and enter into agreements. Most of the extra tickets will be single, but there will be some pairs of tickets together. I don't need 2 tickets, so as soon as I raise my hand, my partner for the evening is already running to me for his ticket. The situation can be reversed, where we are playing opposite roles. The second act of my play. Everything gets put in motion by 30 minutes prior to showtime, and accelerates linearly with time. My right pants pocket contains exact change for 1 ticket, my left, for 2 tickets. Most of the people who have an extra ticket to sell will come out of the subway. There are many variations on the theme. I have never seen the same occurrence twice. I will give a few examples. A 17-year-old guy in an athletic outfit comes out of the subway with a ticket in his hand. His grandma or aunt is not feeling well and she can't come to the show. Or, a 50-ish man, looking nervous and sullen, gets out of a taxi and asks the driver to wait a minute. Both examples are my clients. They will always sell me their ticket or tickets at the listed price, and the Moscow scalpers will get nothing. My play ends at the plaza in front of the theater, and the curtain falls. And inside the theater, a different, theatrical curtain rises, and I am, of course, in the audience. My time in Moscow always ended at the small hot dog cafe by the train station. Moscow hot dog cafes are a special subject. There are shortages of hot dogs in the country. In my native Chernivtsi, one could only get them through serious connections, and people coming back from business trips brought back suitcases full of hot dogs from large cities. There weren't enough hot dogs for everyone in the big country. The shortage of hot dogs is a fundamental fact. There simply aren't enough hot dogs for everyone in the USSR. This was not true for bread and vodka, however. But in Moscow, there is a surfeit of hot dogs. There even are hot dog cafes there. Those cafes are usually small, with stand-up counters. In every corner of such an establishment, there is a sign, elegantly framed, to say that it is forbidden to bring your own drinks. Still, people bring and drink their own drinks. There are always many out-of-town people in a hot dog cafe, like me. For us, it is convenient and cheap, 4 or 6 hot dogs, a piece of gray bread, and a glass of tomato juice, beer, or chicken broth. Great and filling food, enough to last me half the way home or even the whole way home. It was interesting to watch the customers at such establishments. In addition to the out-of-towners, there were regulars, alcoholic engineers from local factories, junior scientists from city institutes, military people, students. There were some women, though they barely counted as such. It was the dregs of Moscow society, but it was interesting and instructive. Moscow is a big city and anything can be found there. Muscovites love Moscow and have a good life there. I am not a Muscovite, so I love Moscow for no more than 1 day. Farewell. Along with greetings, each person experiences farewells. And if greetings are, for the most part, happy and exciting events, farewells are usually pretty sad. Just because farewells imply a parting, parting for a while, parting from people who are dear to us, places, dreams, hopes, cities, and things. In essence, our whole life is a sequence of greetings and farewells. Since time is irreversible, the farewell always comes after the greeting, that means that it comes at a more mature age. So, it is wiser and sadder. The time interval between a greeting and a farewell cannot always be predicted and is often dictated by pure chance. What's the meaning of farewells? A farewell is a complex and contradictory process. There are many songs about it, for example, Farewell, My Beloved City, and even a famous march, the Slavic Farewell. According to the fundamental law of material dialectics, Concerning the unity and the conflict of opposites, the very word farewell has a double meaning. By saying farewell, the person asks forgiveness, and forgives those to whom he says farewell. It is up to the ones who remain whether or not to forgive this person, and up to the person to forgive all the ones he is leaving, or to not forgive and not say farewell. This happens, but it is temporary. In the end, we will all say farewell, and at the very end, we say farewell forever. Those thoughts overwhelmed me when it was time for me to pack up to get ready for a long, difficult, and most importantly, unknown road ahead. When I came to Novosibirsk, I bid farewell to my childhood and my school years. Now I bid farewell to my university years. No matter what, it is time to leave the university, Akademgorodok, Novosibirsk, and Siberia in general. It is time to say goodbye to my classmates, professors, and friends. We part for a long time, maybe forever. At the time, I had no idea that a half a century later, I would be writing this book and that I would relive my student years, in a different way, of course. Now I am twice as sad, because I am reliving that old farewell, 45 years ago, and the new farewell, from now. Now I am absolutely sure that I would never return to my student years. There is no more time for it, but I have other life periods that I want to relive with pleasure, or without, but definitely with all my heart. Even if I were, by some miracle, to come back to my university years, I would not be the same person as I had been then. And even if I were to return physically to Novosibirsk, Akademgorodok, my university, all of this has changed a lot, became completely different, and I have become completely different as well. And most important and saddest of all, many of the people with whom I was so happy at the university have passed away. And this means that a true return is completely impossible. That's the way our life is, nothing can be done about it. Farewell, Pirogov Street, dorms number 5, 9, and others, and all the paths connecting them. I am walking along those paths for the last time, along this street, and along those multi-story dorms, so dear to me. How many things happened here, and how many things did not happen. Thank you for your hospitality, for the warmth of your beds, for the tea in the evening in the enamel mugs and faceted glasses, for the light in your windows, for the smell, and for the taste of fried potatoes on Sundays. Farewell, university cafeteria and the hungry young clamor at breakfast and the smell of Solyanka at lunch. I am descending your steps for the last time, the steps that I first ascended 5 years ago, July 6, 1970. Farewell, university, each lecture hall, each step of your stairs. You have generously shared with me your wisdom, the mysteries of science, the formulae for success. You have given me the good fortune of being around your best professors. No, you did not force me to be exactly like them. But you showed me who I could become if I wanted to and was able to. You showed me the way to the Nobel Prize and other awards. But you did not advise me to turn this way into a mania. You elegantly hinted at it, but we had to make the choice ourselves. You, the university, was extremely tactful and unobtrusive. I understood this for the most part only later, years later, each year a little more. Farewell, the OBC and the forests around Akademgorodok. You have helped me rest and think, you taught me to breathe deeply and look in the distance. Thanks to you, I can now discern the important things from far away and can teach them to others. Farewell, shopping center, the movie theater Moscow, the Hall of Science, the Golden Valley, the Pancake Cafe, the cafe under the Integral, the Smile, the Toadstool, and the Red Cafeteria on Morskoy Prospect. I had a good time with you. I rested with you. You were useful and timely. Thanks to you, I missed nothing. You embodied the very best in service for those years. There was not much of it, but thanks to you, I found out that good service was possible even in the USSR. I will make you a compliment, you were better than McDonald's. Farewell, my department, my institute, and my laboratory. Thanks to you, I defended my thesis and got a position in Tashkent at the Physics Technology Institute, with the firm certitude that no one awaited me there. And no one did. Or maybe they did, but not so much as to remind me about my 2-year work obligation. Farewell to the part of my youth called the student years. Farewell, my naive dreams, unfounded ideas, and unreal wishes. Farewell, my student plans and hopes. You have for the most parts been realized, and thus, I have new ones and there will be even newer ones. Farewell to my returns here after vacation. I have lived so many lives here, and returned here so many times. Farewell to the generous student tables after vacation, with salo, sausages, and vareniki from home, and fruit from the south. Farewell to the university girls and all the girls of Akademgorodok. Farewell to my beloved, Mashenka, Dashenka, Lubochka, Katyusha, Polenka, Vikula, and others. You should know that I loved you from the bottom of my heart and continue to love you and respect you. I tried to be sexually confident and irresistible. If you sobbed a little while saying goodbye to me, that means I was successful. Remember me thus, young and attractive. You will never have another guy like me. There will be better ones, younger ones, and much more attractive ones, but not me, just the memory of me. Farewell to my dear friends, Konstantin, Valera, Borya, Validia, Yura, Fedor, Vitya, Sergey, Petya, the ones from Barnaul, the ones from B, and others. I give each one of you a hug. I will, of course, have other friends, but there will be none like you. Thank you. Farewell. I stopped, looked back one last time, and began walking uncertainly into the unknown and unpromising future. Fellow travelers. Each kilometer farther away from Akademgorodok, I was getting 1 kilometer closer to Chernivtsi, returning to my native city, which was waiting for me and which has saved me many times. At the start of my journey, the bus from Akademgorodok to the railway station in Novosibirsk, Vika Stepnova came along to see me off. We sat at the rear of the bus and looked at each other. At that stage of our relationship, all had already been said, and we just wanted to look at each other for the last time. There was not going to be another, deeper level of the relationship, not in the near future and not ever. There was a half an hour before the train departed, and we were already sitting in the compartment of the passenger train to Moscow. We noticed that the compartment was filling up and stepped out on the platform to say goodbye properly. I have always liked Vika, everyone liked her, it was impossible to not like her. At the platform, I understood that if I wanted to, Vika was ready for the maximum level of intimacy. But I did not want it, could not want it, and had no right to want it. Another girl was waiting for me, I would see her in Chernivtsi in a few weeks. My relationship with Vika was always in opposite phases and we knew it. When I was free, she was not, and vice versa. The train began to move, and another thread connecting me to Siberia tore. The 6 people in our compartment were sitting silently, looking out the window, and thinking their own thoughts. As soon as the train gathered speed and the city was behind us, all the passengers, including me, started taking measure of the others in the compartment. As I walked through the train car to get to my compartment, I saw a tall blonde, alone. She was sitting by the side window, reading a book in an incredibly intellectual way. Of course, she was at least half a head taller than me, but this has never stopped me where train adventures were concerned. It wasn't as if I was going to the ball with her. An idea flashed in my head of talking to her about the art of Ivazovsky. I have long wanted to try the subject of conversation on this type of a girl. Both of the window seats in our compartment were occupied by middle-aged men, traveling together, probably to a business trip. The lower seats were occupied by an elderly couple of about 55. The top bunk opposite me was occupied by a young man about 5 years older than me. After the first hour of travel, we didn't just understand, but felt in our skin, that we had another 47 hours to spend together in a very cramped environment. It was a stuffy summer day, and all the windows in the train car were open at least halfway. Even so, the air was heavy, it smelled of sweat and unaired carpet. No one smoked in our compartment except for me and Alexander, that was the name of my neighbor on the other top bunk. He and I went out to the vestibule to smoke, and of course, a conversation began. This conversation continued the whole trip, with natural breaks for sleep, food, and bathroom visits. Alexander knew a lot and knew many of the people from our university and from Akademgorodok. I found it very interesting to listen to him, even though, as is my habit, I did not ask him any questions. Alexander, however, asked me hundreds of questions. He was interested in my personal and social life, the lives of my friends and girlfriends, and the life of the whole university. It turned out that he was a graduate of the humanities department of our university, but he graduated before I was admitted, so our paths never crossed at the university. Even though I did not learn his current profession, I understood that it was something in between military, police, and party functionary. After his 2-day continuous interrogation, I found out the following about myself: the government invested huge resources into my physics education, and I decided to become a teacher instead. If I had come to this decision 5 years prior, I would have saved the government a substantial part of their higher education budget. In my free time, all I think about is girls, but what I should be thinking about is the party and my contribution to the bright communist future. I do not know what Zionism is, and have no political or geographical information on Israel. I do not know what the Voice of America is, and Vysotsky is not my favorite singer-songwriter. I have never heard of dissidents, samizdat, or anti-Semitic campaign in the Soviet Union organized by Joseph Stalin. In 1951 to 1953, a group of predominantly Jewish doctors from Moscow were accused of a conspiracy to assassinate Soviet leaders, known as the Doctors' Plot. Alexander was somehow unsatisfied with our conversation, but there was no more time to rectify the situation, since the train had arrived at the destination and all the passengers scattered all over Moscow like hungry cockroaches that have just been let out of a box. I went from the Kazansky train station to the Kievsky train station, left my suitcase at a storage locker and dove into the Moscow whirlpool for a while. When I came back and entered the Moscow-Chernivtsi train exactly 17 minutes before departure, it was completely empty. It filled up a little after that, but there were still plenty of free spaces. A young couple joined me in my compartment. As it turned out in later conversation, they were not yet 30, but the spouses were already married for almost 10 years and had 2 school-aged children. I wanted to ask the conductor for permission to switch to another compartment where there was a free space, but my compartment mates asked me firmly to remain. The couple was very polite, too polite, atypically polite. I was an involuntary participant in their conversations, nodding my head from time to time in agreement or raising my eyebrows in surprise. The husband was a well-known violinist and was coming home to Kiev from a tour abroad. His wife, children, parents, and in-laws were hostages while he was abroad. They were lucky, the violinist came home on time. That means that, first, he was well behaved during the trip, and second, no one reported anything bad about him. I will note that the first is not at all connected to the second. For the first time in my life, I saw and heard, not on TV, a person who had been to America. From his story, I understood that there were many rich people in America and that they don't bite. Moreover, some Americans gave him a Stradivarius violin, a real one, that very Stradivarius. Hard to believe? But I believed him, and still do. By that time, I was pretty good at telling who was telling the truth. The violin was always next to him and he would stroke it or simply touch it from time to time. And every time he did it, his right shoulder twitched a little, showing his excitement to others. It was noticeable that he had trouble holding back tears when talking about his violin. The violinist's wife came from Kiev to meet him at the Sheremetyevo airport in Moscow. It was obvious that another 17 hours of waiting for her husband to return were unthinkable, intolerable, and impossible for her. At first, their lovey-dovey cooing was unpleasant to me, but then I got used to it and regarded it as an integral part of their reunion. By all standards, the violinist's wife was not beautiful. She had small, deep-set eyes, very narrow lips, and a disproportionately large nose. But he looked at her in such a way that it was clear that to him, she was a beauty, a gorgeous woman, his princess. It was amazing. They bid a warm goodbye to me at the platform in Kiev, and I understood what good people they were, what a wonderful and loving couple. And I also understood that I am not like this and will never be like this, no matter what. I won't, that's all. They are good, and I am, maybe, not too bad, but much worse than they are. A new pair joined me in the compartment in Kiev. It was a man between 40 and 50, and his 70-something father. They were from Chernivtsi and spoke Yiddish with a Bessarabian accent. In some way, they quickly drew me into their conversation. Soon it turned out that my grandfather, Semyon Glaser, nicknamed Deadly, was a well-known personality in Belts. After the First World War, he traveled to Paris and Venezuela to earn money. He got the nickname Deadly after he once punched some sort of thug and the thug died at once from one punch. I heard many entertaining stories about Belts and my grandfather that day. I had heard many of them earlier, from different sources and by different paths, very much changed by time. The only thing that had not changed was my grandfather's nickname Deadly. I had found out about it many years before this train trip. Return. The summer of 1975. The train was arriving at Chernivtsi. At the moment it stopped, my student life was over and something new and mysterious began. This new part of my life was still unknown to me, but there were certain milestones, wishes, fantasies, and expectations. 5 university years passed, flew by, ran by, and disappeared into oblivion. In that time, life knocked me around, and I learned a lot and matured. My victories were harder won and happened more rarely, and the battles became more complicated and broader, more serious. I learned from my defeats, tested myself in battle, and became more inured to everyday misfortunes. I developed more patience. I had not found the main road through my life, though I had tried many new avenues, they were all dead ends. I frequently showed weakness, and even more frequently, was stupid. The hot air balloon that floated me through life became a heavy lead dirigible that leaked hot air. The dirigible was deflating and losing height, but continued floating along with the winds. Society was neither a hindrance nor a help to me. Even the Soviet regime, with its idiotic and funny complications, could not stop my soul from striving. Only my preoccupation with girls, my laziness and trivial mistakes slowed down this striving, but only for short intervals of time. It took me a long time and a lot of patience and hard work to make new friends at Akademgorodok. I had to make colossal compromises and concessions. Leaving the university, I lost them all, forever in most cases. It turned out that finding new friends after university was even harder. Coming up to someone and saying let's be friends looked childishly silly, unnatural, uncomfortable, and awkward. I was ready to fight, but I did not know with whom and for what. I did not need to conquer anything, recapture anything, or even defend anything, though I still felt the necessity of fighting and battling for something. The young, almost new pistons of my personal motor were still going at the same tempo, making me go somewhere for some reason, but it was not clear where and for what. I was naively imagining, in a philosophically abstract way, that in that battle, I embodied the forces of light against the forces of darkness. With my return to Chernivtsi, another page of my life turned. Was it too pessimistic? And how would you feel, dear reader, if you lived with the certainty that you would definitely get the Nobel Prize, and then understood that it would not happen? Ever. It did not make it easier that many, and possibly the majority of other students of the time could not bear the weight of this kind of disappointment. They broke at various stages of their life marathon, stopped studying, didn't find inspiring work, started to drink, lie incessantly, or simply do nothing. Some of them ruined not just their own lives but the lives of others. But away with pessimism. Goodbye to sadness. Banish the gloom. I had graduated from the university, and I was still only 23. I changed one beautiful dream for another, also a nice one, and now I wanted to become a good teacher. I had a girlfriend whom I loved and who loved me, and whom I wanted to marry in a few weeks. In Chernivtsi, I was awaited by my mother, father, and brother with his family. They, of course, did not stop loving me. Many of my classmates had never left town at all, and some others came to spend the summer. I will see them all. Many wonderful reunions awaited me in Chernivtsi. Okay, so I didn't get the Nobel Prize. To hell with it. But maybe, there is still a chance. Unlikely. Most likely not. How nice it is to start something at the very beginning. I have always loved beginnings. I already saw myself in the near and beautiful future, grabbing my backpack, breathing deeply. I am walking to the school of a small Carpathian village, and feeling the earth shake at my every step.